All right. We will start here in a moment. Working out some bugs. How's it going, Ghost Train? Thank you for being here. All right, let's get the show on the road.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are doing well. My voice is still a little bit shot from all the smoke in the air the last week here, so just bear with me a little bit. Trying to clear it up a little. Man, thing that sucks is I think that infection that I've been talking about, like that, I get a reoccurring infection in my salivary gland, which it's literally a stone. It's like, it was the weirdest thing that ever happened to me, where like I got a fucking stone in my freaking salivary gland. And then for them to just act like, yeah, this happens. And the thing is, because I partake, it will happen a lot more. This is why, like, they even say, if you are going to smoke, like anything for that matter, anything that really dries out your mouth, that you're supposed to always like have like a, like a hard candy or something that activates your salivary gland. Yeah, I think that I might have screwed up. So I have a dentist appointment tomorrow though. So I will be having that checked out. Still waiting on my results from my dermatology. So I think that I might be in the clear though. Not hearing anything is better than them contacting me and dropping some bad news. So I'll at least take that. Still want to know what the hell is going on though. Clear answers would be nice. But yeah. Gonna get the mouth checked out tomorrow. That's actually, I'm gonna be late tomorrow for the Wednesday show. It's gonna be at 4 p.m. Likely we'll only be able to go a few hours, but still gonna show up. I'm gonna have fun. Gonna be a fun little hang. And then, yeah. maybe cover the news. Who knows? Who knows anymore? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Welcome to stream, everybody. I would appreciate it if you guys double tap that screen as you guys hop in here. Really, really does help out the stream. Also, if you haven't subbed, consider doing so. Getting close to that 3K. Dude, seriously appreciate all the help and all the support. It is awesome. And I hope you guys have been enjoying the programming, because I've been enjoying doing it, man. Like I love doing this. I love hanging with you guys. Let us get started. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like the lettuce pun. All right. Starting off strong today. Cool. Again, shout out to Televani for the awesome fucking thumbnails today. Man, knocked it out of the park. Same with yesterday. Like, I think they are like progressively getting better. So, yes, this is awesome. Yeah, wait. Train. Oh, Ghost Train. What's up? I am hammering, going to drop off my load and then get ready for bed. Isn't that the way to do it? You know, that'll definitely give you some Z's, you know. If you're ever feeling a little, you know, heavy, then you go drop that load and, you know, then you can sleep tight. How's it going today? Ron, it's going. I'm having a good day. Are you going another 7 hours today? We never know. I don't really plan it based on, like, I don't really set a timer or anything. I just kind of start and then go. What the fuck kind of comment did I just walk into? She's a trucker! Anna, get your mind out the gutter. We were talking about trucking, dropping off the loads, and then going to bed. Damn. What's wrong with you? You and your potty brain. That was all on you, man. We were talking, seriously, I'm not even kidding. We were legitimately talking about Ghost Train dropping off her load, because she is a nighttime trucker. Or just otherwise known as a trucker. Yeah, that's what they're doing. So, you know, the funniest bit is this is legit. So, I don't know what to tell you. Potty brain. It's okay. I had the same thought, and I'm laughing so hard. She's a badass. Love to see female truckers. Hell yeah, man. That is awesome. That is awesome. Out there, also, you know, putting down the rules of how not to deal with, you know, spirits and everything. Like, that was funny. Where you're just like, I don't know. No. Like, do I go out there? No. That would scare the crap out of me if I'm hearing a bunch of ghosts have like a ghost battle, and then I'm just like, so I'm supposed to not go look at that? Like, come on. Or at least just see, I'm so Midwestern though, I wouldn't be able to not. I would be right, like, I would immediately open the door and just be like, huh. That's how it goes. Like, tornadoes, seriously. Like, I can't tell you how many times we've had like the tornado sirens going off, and me and my wife are standing outside just looking for it. Like, where is it? Hey, you know what? You only live once. And with that, you might as well see the damn tornado. It's on top of you. Oh, well. You'd think that I would know, like, just how, like, dangerous these things are, because I watch a lot of weather stuff, so. A spice lover in the Midwest? Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? How do ghosts, jeer, I'm wondering, saying boo? Might get confused. Wait, what do you mean jeer? Like judge you? Like they're just like, whoa. You're having yourself a little private time, and the fucking ghost comes through the door. Whoa, oh. I see you're busy. Wait, spooky ghost, come back. Wait, spooky ghost. Ah. All right, this has been a heck of a start to show. 10 minutes in, 12 minutes in. I can never see, or I can never live in a tornado state. Wheelchair users can't roll out, outroll a tornado. Yeah, true. Well, I don't know. If you catch it at the right like angle, the breeze, like the actual like wind, I don't know. You ever tried it? You ever just like thought about it where you're just like, wait, I have cardboard. So you just make little cardboard wings. Just see how it goes. Just let's see how this goes, boys. He went out very stupidly, but he was very confident. He even had the little you got your little eye goggles and the little like pilot's hat from like the fucking like World War One. It's just like, all right, let's go. Just knock off the handbrake. See, I could. Sorry, Ron. Oh man, that reminds me of the. There's like this story. Well, I think that everybody knows about it because Up was kind of based on it, where like a guy, legit, like he tied a bunch of weather balloons to a lawn chair with a BB gun, and he had popped the balloons to like lose altitude. He did it successfully. Like he actually like it worked. Which is kind of funny because when you learn about like the ornery old man, I was in a play that covered that. It was Everything You Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten, and that was one of the stories that you have to talk about. I did a horrible job, by the way. I don't know what like our director was like. They put us in like this really weird dress code. It was, I don't know. It was dumb. School plays done on a budget where it's just like, okay, so we're going to go with a theoretical costume. It's like, what's a theoretical costume? It's just like, you're gonna wear all khaki, a khaki shirt and khaki pants, because then it's theater of the mind. Then you can insinuate that it's just whatever you like. You could be, a warrior. And like, I'm not even kidding. The director said this shit where I was just like, what? I was like I had to be like in 8th grade or some shit like that. But man, I knew he was full of shit at that point where I was just like, no. Can you just admit that you don't have a budget for the school play? So you're just like, this is a really good idea. No, for real. Crikey. Like I literally look like, yeah, freaking the Crocodile Hunter. Oh, trust me, I have a sick sense of humor and it's usually about myself and my situation. Okay. I got a little nervous there because I was just like, I hope this doesn't come across as insensitive. I mean, the visual's hilarious. Especially where it's like you see a tornado in the corner. It's just like, Reminds me of, ooh, shit. I don't know what you mean by that. I took theater in high. The khaki on khaki. Okay. Shit. Dude, I still can't believe that. Like the way he tried to sell us on it, like he did, like I'm pretty sure he believed his own bullshit. Like he was so convinced where it's just like, no, because that play specifically, like you play multiple parts too. So like I was a narrator for 2 of them, which sucked because yeah, not great. It's funny how you say khaki. Khaki. What's wrong with khaki or cocky? Is it cocky? No, it's khaki. Like khaki pants. Your khakis. Yo, dude, I've watched enough fucking Gap commercials to know that it's your khakis, okay? I'm saying it right. Y'all saying it wrong. My Midwestern vernacular is very dead on here. I'm not saying it like fucking Boston, your khakis. What? You need my car keys? No, your khakis. What? Your fucking khakis. I am very confused right now. Your fucking pants, you fucking asshole! Oh, my khakis? Your khakis! All right, probably not the best example, but you know what I'm talking about. You can't say it like Aussies say it. You khakis? Cockies? Khakis? Cockies? Cockies. What did I... That's the second time that I have had that typed out by somebody today. First we had Anna, now we have Jess. That's hilarious. What did I just walk into? Welcome to Pep Talks. Hey, we're not even 20 minutes in. Score. Speaking of 20 minutes in, you know what that means. Prepare. Ooh, yes. I also got my Mexican Coca-Cola. You know what that means. Hey, sale time. I'm surprised that they're consistently getting it. Kind of happy about that. Khakis. No, so, all right. Someone in chat enunciate how I'm supposed to say this, because khakis. Like, is it the khaki? Am I doing my, is it like aggressively Chicago? Like, khakis. Weird, no context khaki combo. I mean, I'm trying. I mean, I'm in good faith trying to figure out how to actually say this. You know, I just did the whole Boston spiel. Excuse me. But I just like I said, I've seen khaki commercials where it's just like, I'll tell you how we say it. Cockies. Like cockies. That's insane. That's insane. No, that's not how you say it. It's I guess, is that a soft A or a hard A? Uh-oh, wait. No, that's hard. Wait. Uh-oh. Khakis. Khaki is tacky anyway. It is true. Damn, bro. You've been at this all day and made $40? Yeah. I've been on for 20 minutes. I've been at this all day? No, I have not been at this all day. I was on this space, which that's a different story. That's on a different channel. I do volunteer stuff because, I don't know, I like it. Car keys with a Boston accent, and you got it. Yeah, car keys. Oh, that's not agreeing with me. Like, dude, I got like this weird like pit in my stomach every time that I say it like that because I just know that ain't right. That's not right. You guys are trying to gaslight me. I don't like this. It's khakis. Fucking go get your khakis from the Gap. We're pivoting the channel to linguistics, I guess. I mean, do you know how easy that is to do, like, with me? Especially, like, we're about to celebrate the 420 local here for me. And especially after this where I'm just like, huh. Khakis. Cocky cat. That's not right, bro. Like, that's gonna fuck me up. Like, legit. Like, I'm gonna be sitting there by myself, like, on Saturday. Just fucking, like, chilling on the couch, just like, hey, Alexa. They say khakis. Cheers, by the way. I remember, what did I ask Alexa yesterday? It was random as shit. It's about language. Fuck. You're going to say it yourself to yourself enough times to make the word meaningless? I mean, the word is meaningless, but you know what I'm talking about. We're talking about beige, like a boring ass beige color. That's like, I mean, this is like beige, but this is like a cool beige. Like, this is like a gray beige, which is better beige. Yeah, khaki beige is, oh man. Oh, dude, I just ripped on, oh man. I just realized that I have like khaki paint upstairs. Oh man. It's like that millennial, like, cocky. No, for real, though. It's like that. Oh, shit, dude. I should probably paint, like, my house. I got some old-ass paint up there. That's what it's called. You say a word enough and it sounds like nonsense. Roads. No, dude, I always think back to Tommy Boy. Isn't roads like roads? Roads. Roads. Say bag. Bag. Yeah, bag. Your bog? Do people say bog? Like with an O? No, it's bag. You get the bag. Oh, come on now. Again, you're trying to gaslight me into being like, oh, you haven't heard people saying this the right way forever. Your brain's been playing tricks on you, which don't do that. You've never seen Tommy Boy? Oh my God, what? You need to. That movie's hilarious. Seriously. Oh my God, it's one of Tommy Boy. It's one of Chris Farley's best films. Oh my God. No, you guys seriously, if you've never seen Tommy Boy, do me a favor and watch it. It's one of my favorite movies. Me and my dad watch it a lot. It was funny. The last time I saw him, it was just randomly on TV. We watched Roseanne and Tommy Boy, and I was just like, it's like, that was so weird too, because it was on cable. And I was like, damn. Like that, my dad even kind of said it too. He's like, that is a little weird. Just that, because that was the stuff that we used to watch. Noted Tommy Boy. Yeah, Tommy Boy. Yeah, Tommy. Yeah, you can't, I mean, it's like an iconic, well, now you've never seen it, so the fuck is that? I liked him in Beverly Hills Ninja. Then you'll like him in Tommy Boy. I mean, it's a much better movie. Beverly Hills Ninja was okay. I mean, it was good for what it was. It's like Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. Yeah. I don't know, Trailer Park Boys, after Bubbles got arrested for the shit that he did, that's a hard watch now, I gotta say. Wait, Rebecca, you've never seen it either? We can't watch trailers. No, we cannot watch trailers. Because I am monetized today, so. Oh, actually, hold on. Hey, thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate that. The dollar
Rebecca
reduce.
Green 1827.20 Australian dollars. Much love. Unicorn emoji.
Thank you. And Uni, I know, is listening. She's doing a project right now. Pep, did you see the Doomsday trailer? Fucking hell yeah, Matt. And I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm looking forward to it. I know that there's a lot of people got their stuff with Marvel. Listen, I know that this is coming to an end with comic book movies where I'm going to have at least 20 years where, I mean, this is probably it. Like, let's be real. This is probably it. But YouTube is dumb. Trailers should be treated as free advertising. I know, dude. I got in so much trouble. That was the first time I ever had my stream just end because I had Superman's trailer on. So balding loser puts on a hat. Hey, yeah, sure. Why are you so mad that I'm almost 40 and I haven't lost my hair yet? Whatever, man. Ooh, that one has Vincent D'Onofrio on it, or in it. Wait, Dune? I want a good Spawn. They're making it. It's gonna be called King Spawn. It's by Blumhouse. Todd McFarlane has a lot to do with it, but I'm excited. Jamie Foxx is gonna be playing Al Simmons. I'm really excited. Now, the thing is, they said that they're going with an established story of Spawn, which I was like, the beginning of Spawn is actually the most interesting part, in my opinion. And I've been reading for a long time. They're on over 300 comics, and I've read most of them. Except for, 60 comics from, the mid-200s, because you just can't find them. Like Westerns before, it seems we are seeing the end of superhero movies or the dominance of them in pop culture. Yeah. No, that's how it works. And somebody said that too. They're like, yeah, you know, the movie trends, they do move like that. It's the same with like sci-fi movies from the 80s. Like in like 80s and early 90s, they started pivoting away. Like, remember when Lost in Space came out? I think that was like when they started figuring it out, where they were just like, shit. The sci-fi boom's pretty much done. Like Treasure Planet and Titan AE, like those all came out around the same time, and everybody was just like, meh. But those are great. Like, the thing is, all those movies are awesome. Well, except for Lost in Space. Lost in Space isn't awesome. It's just, it's fun. But yeah. Have you read Spawn's Armageddon story arc, Pep? Yeah. 2 hours in film about salmon swimming upstream in... Wait, what? Moose and squirrel. Von... Ooh, you grew up... Yeah, Treasure Planet's a great movie, man. I always enjoyed the hell out of that. I loved Atlantis. Yeah, that's when people started, like, falling out of love with Disney movies. Like, and I was trying, man. Like, I did not want to see, like, them go away from hand-drawn animation. Like, The Princess and the Frog was such a good movie, but also so disappointing because it was the last time I was going to see that style done. And, I don't know. Things that felt so soulless since. But I just read that they are doing a new project that's going to be entirely drawn by hand. I love it. I think that, like, they are seeing the writing on the wall that people do not want AI. Especially in their art. They can tell the difference, and even if they can't, if they were to find out, it'd be detrimental. Like, people don't want that. People value things that people create. So, like, for instance, I thought about this. Like, there's furniture that I have. I'm not crazy about the look of it because it's old Amish furniture, but the thing is, it's handmade old Amish furniture, not this prefabricated bullshit that's gonna fall apart in a few years. Like, this stuff has been, it's already been, I think we're the third generation now, so. Counterpoint, studio profits. I mean, yeah. Can't fuck with the original Superman 78. It is good. I like that. 77. I think it was 77. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I think you're I think you are right. 78 and then 89 for Batman. Is that right? Whatever. Popularity of superheroes in anime as well as Invincible seem to suggest people are still interested in superheroes. Even Marvel and DC may lose no, the thing is, people want to see new stuff. So, like, the absolute Batman is what's keeping comic books alive right now, let's be real. And it's awesome. I love it. I have the entire arc. And all first prints, too. Which, yeah, I've been considering trying to sell those. Because, yep, whatever. A fan of thinning, greasy hair. What is your fucking obsession with my hair, dude? Like, are you, like, whacking it to the screen and you're just, like, you're so... Is it, like, is that your thing? You get angry and just whack it? And, like, you're just like, yeah, I don't like dudes. I don't like dudes with long hair. Oh, there, keep talking, you fucking loser. And that is now the third joke that I have made about Master something. So, Cassandra, what's up? How you doing? I hope you are having a good day. Oh, are there any new DC animated movies that are decent? Yes, actually. Batman Nightfall is coming out, I think, in like 2 weeks. It actually might be this week. Yeah, no, it's this week. Yeah, part 1. It's awesome. Like, I grew up with Nightfall, so like Nightfall is a lot of fun. It's everybody knows the story. It's where Bane breaks the bat, and yeah, they get a new guy, Jean-Paul Valley, who is like, he's like a super crusader, I guess. His name is Azrael. And yeah, he's kind of like I don't know. He's like a blessed. I don't want to call him an angel because he's not an angel. He's like a holy protector of sorts. It's weird. It's very weird because it doesn't go right to Nightwing. Like Nightwing takes up the cowl for a little bit, but then he abandons it and he wants his own thing. And then it does kind of hit this point where it's like, okay, dude, come on. Like this guy's going around like taking people out, being anti-Batman. Like, come on. My cat had a seizure and oh my God, no. Oh, Cassandra. Fuck. Oh my God, I'm so sorry about that. Oh, poor kitty. Well, shout out Cassandra's kitty. I'm so sorry for your loss. Yeah. Oh, poor baby. Was it an older kitty? I mean, not that it matters. I mean, fuck. I just had a buddy lose his cat of over 20 years, and yeah. It's devastating. It is fucking devastating. Oh, I'm so sorry. Everybody hug your kitties. He was only 6? Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Oh, Cassandra, I am so sorry. He should have lived a lot longer, and it was so sudden. Yeah, fuck. Did he have a history of seizures, or do you think he might have gotten into something? Like, oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm asking too many questions. I don't want to pry. I got a 6-year-old upstairs, actually, that he had a, he had a little issue where he was, he pooped a little blood, but then, yeah, it turned out to be a whole lot of nothing. So... yeah, what's his name? We can totally, like, keep him in our thoughts today. Like, he had breathing issues, but never anything like this. Oh, you look like you play empty. I do. Ish. I'm not like a Magic the Gathering player. I just learned how to play it like 2 years ago, so, I'm not good. Brick. Oh, what a cute name, too. Maybe. He was stupid. That's Leto. Shout out, Brick. Oh, yeah, and Cassandra, I'm so sorry. And you know what? I hope that I can at least try to take your mind off it a little and just know that you do have, like, our sincere condolences here. I know I can speak for myself, and I know my wife would feel the same way, too. We love our babies, like... yeah. We should play some bagpipes. Shit, I'm not sure if I can. I swear to God, the last time I played Amazing Grace on bagpipes, I got tagged for it. Here, let's see. I'm trying to find something that would be good to... honor the cat with. Damn it, there's no bagpipes on here. Alright, sorry, I was kind of stalling there. Oh, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate that. Non-refundable. Welcome back, by the way. Man. Somebody that came in here trying to, I think you tried to troll me, unless that was just like a troll in itself. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Me Runs, you just got a gifted membership. You can thank non-refundable. Bagpipes, I used to hate them until I did my ancestry and realized that my ancestry. Yeah. I found out that like my British side had a. It was technically like British, Scottish type thing where we had, our own kilt and all that shit. Or what do you call it? Fuck. A sigil? Not a sigil. Is it a sigil? No. All right. Well, either way, I'm so sorry. I can't find the bagpipes, but no, that's disrespectful. Nah, shout out to your cat. Shout out Brick. Oh, poor baby. Definitely gonna be hugging my babies a little bit harder today. Speaking of, we got the liquid Stan here. There has never been a good president in all of history. I don't know. I mean, I would argue that's like every president has essentially done. Like, I think I would argue this. Every president has done at least one good thing, including Trump. It's just hard to admit sometimes. But yeah. No, overall, you are right about that, where it's just like, JFK. JFK was still, like, not great. And also, we don't know how his presidency would have gone. I mean, that's kind of the bitch of hindsight. Every president is a war criminal. Yeah. Did he finally like the giant bone? No, he hasn't touched it. I'm upset about that. I don't know. I guess he's just done with Rawhide. He was very upset when I took his other bone away, because that, I'm telling you, he's had that other bone for fucking going on 20 years. Or 20 years. Jesus Christ. Got that way off. No, he's had it for... Shit. Yeah, almost 10 years? Because, yeah, technically... Because that belonged to his brother when I first got it, and then he took it, and then, yeah, he's... Yeah. Yeah, it sucks, because, like, he broke off a piece of it, and it started, like, stabbing him in the gum. Because, like, he started bleeding from the gums yesterday. I was just like, that's it. We're not doing this. We're not... that's where I call it. So... We should have had, like, a seeing off for it, because it was just, like, anti-gay marriage. Dude, that... Okay, can I just say, one of the funniest fucking, like, things that happened during the Obama presidency is when Joe Biden Uncle Joe'd himself into us getting gay marriage legalized, because... That was so funny. Because, dude... It literally happened during an interview where they were just like, and how does President Obama feel about gay marriage? And he's just like, oh, Jack, he loves it. He wants to make it public. He wants to make this a law. And then he's just like, Joe, what are you doing, Joe? You fucked me, Joe. You fucked me. And he's just like, I'm sorry. Oh, God. Oh, when Joe Biden, oh my God, when he was Uncle Joe, just Uncle Joe the VP, that shit was funny. I have to admit, there were a few times that were just legitimately funny, where it was just like, dude, he just totally buried Obama. Did stream stutter? Yes, it did, actually. I saw that. I don't know what happened there. I know that Majority Report was having some issues with theirs, and I actually, saw on this space that we had a little bit of a hiccup. It's probably just something on YouTube's end. It's okay. Range of politics here, ranging from milk toast M's to MLM, and anarchist. Yep. So there's usually debate around more radical positions. Icarus flights. Hey, 20 minutes late. Ah, it's all right. Don't worry about it. Cheers. Blue raspberry. This is so good. This might actually be one of the best cartridges I've ever had in my life. It's smooth, consistent. Hasn't clogged once. Knock on wood. Where you going? Oh, hey. We forgot your treats, dude. And Stan's just like, well, I guess I could come back for that. You get one. Here, let's give you a little handful, since Rebecca was so kind and donated $20 reduce, which I can't stop. I'm at least gonna get like a full week out of calling him like dollar reduce. Like I'll quit once it starts getting more douchey. Like I don't know. Is it douchey? I don't think so. Look at me getting all self-conscious. I don't want to look like a douche. Okay, he like just turned on like the Hoover motor. He's just like, oh my god, you are just. One more. Oh boy. Yeah. Do it. All right, cool. I will. Speaking of AI slop, I'm so sick of commercials for Friday plans. I have no idea what Friday plans is. Is like, dude, okay, so are you talking? Wait, because I'll just say this much. I've been seeing like just this massive influx of people using AI ads all over the city. Like, even the ones, this is the most disturbing, is the print ads. When I like go up, because you know we have a whole bunch of like these bulletin boards, and like we also have like some areas that, you know, you'll just walk by like a post and you'll just see like a poster. Well, I had that happen the other day where I was just like, what the fuck? Because it was for like a block party cookout kind of thing. AI. I'm just immediately I'm like, okay, man, this is bad. Like, this is really bad. And they all look the same. They're all uninspired. I don't understand why AI chooses to use the same color blocking like for everything. Enjoy your stream, man. Gotta go to a doctor's appointment. Ron, I appreciate you popping by today, man. And also, thanks for being such a good sport. That was fun. Yeah, I hope to catch you a little bit later. Today is Tuesday, so I really don't have a hard out like I do on Wednesdays and some other times. So I wish the cat distribution center would pick me already. Yeah. Well, careful. Be very careful what you wish for. Usually when you say some shit like that, you'll see one little kitten come up to you, and then all of a sudden 6 of them follow. That happened to my buddy. He was on his way to work, and he just saw, like, in a parking lot, he just saw one cat. He's like, oh, you know what? I'll pick that cat up. And he was like, I'll call in and just say, hey, I had a situation with an animal. Like, I'm going to have to take him to the vet. Then, yeah, he found a box full of kittens, and he was just like, oh, well, I'm calling in sick. Shout out to, you know, my boy Nick, though. He took the initiative. He really did. He picked him up. He took him to the vet. The vet actually like gave him a really good deal because he was not intending on keeping him. So, but yeah, he even said, he's like, I have he has a person that he knows, or I think it was like his ex-girlfriend or some shit. But she's a vet tech at one of like these, you know, bigger rescues. So, yeah, it was really, really cool. He ended up keeping one, naming it, I think, yeah, Thor. He ended up, he's a little black and white kitty. He's all fuzzy, too. His name's Thor. He has got an attitude. It's because he grew up with, like, a big-ass pit bull, too. So he's just like, yeah. He acts like he's a cat that acts like a pit bull. It's kind of funny. God, did I ever tell you? So I had a terrier where he was deformed, where he had like severe bow legs in the front. So we had to be really careful anytime that we saw a pit bull, because pit bulls got confused. They thought he was like squaring up every single time, and he's just like, no. Like he really had that demeanor. He's just like, oh shit. I'm sorry. It's just me. My poor bud. My poor Bubba's. He was so cute. That's a good cat name. Lucifer and Freya. Nice. YouTube is fuggling with chat text today. Is it? Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie, guys. YouTube has been kind of messed up, like, all day. Like, I was watching Majority Report. They had it was a pretty big hiccup for them. And then, yeah, this space, we had a little bit of one. Hey, I didn't mean, okay. We had like the TikTok moment where our neighbor left their gate open and I didn't realize that our gate got left open too. So their dog goes out and is just kind of sniffing around the side of the house, and she's super cool. I love her. Her name's Millie. She's a great dog. She's about the same age as Stan. I joke with her, I'm like, it's your girlfriend. But it's funny because they have that thing where every time they'll meet at the fence. It was actually my lab that was the bigger asshole. My yellow lab, I swear to God, she was super cool with boy dogs. Hated female dogs. Hated them. I don't understand it. I cannot. I will never be able to like comprehend that one where it's just like, why? Because she was such a sweetheart with like everybody and everything until she met a female dog. Then she would just be like, it's just like, what? Like, I remember when we were out on a walk one time, and that's the first time it kind of hit me where I was just like, that was weird. But then I started seeing a trend where I'm like, oh, she hates bitches. She hates them bitches. But yeah, literally. The doors were open, so they both walk up, and then they start sniffing each other's butts, and then they stare at each other. But then they do the thing where I tell Millie, I'm like, come on, Millie, let's go. I close her gate, and then I take my dogs, and I kind of like force them back, and I close the gate, and immediately, it's just like, oh, come on, man. Dogs are funny, though, man. I will say that much. Those AI ads for restaurants are absolutely disgusting. Yeah, Joe Mad, they are. They really are. Also, everybody that's holding it down over on the horizontal stream, I appreciate that. I've been trying to integrate the chats a little bit more. It might not be working, though. So, yeah. Hey, Bob. What's up, dude? Good to see you. Ancient humans should have domesticated bears. Dude, hey, that'd be sweet. I'm actually in agreement on that one. Afternoon, thank you. I appreciate that. Afternoon to you too, sir. No, thank you for being here, guys. As you do join us, if you can just double tap that screen, it does help us a lot. Kind of get the channel out there, get my show out there. And then subscribe if you guys haven't already. We're only 50 away. Well, knock on wood. Not in my luck. Weird. YouTube is displaying 2 streams of you. Yes, that's how that works. Oh, sorry. My God. I didn't mean to come off as condescending there. One had 2 people in chat, and the other one is 27. Well, 17, but it said 27. Jeez. We got to get too technical over here, Bob. It almost hurts more coming from somebody that actually likes my show. No, Bob, so I have a horizontal stream as well. So you guys can watch vertical or horizontal, whichever one you would like to. Unlike over on Twitch, where it actually makes sense, where they have one stream where it's both. Where, yeah, if you have both like up, if you just swap your phone, it goes to the other one where you're like, whoa, it's crazy. Yeah. I met this woman who had a pet raccoon. I've met a lady that also had a pet raccoon. Did we say it? Rest in peace to Piers Morgan. I mean, the bird lady from Home Alone 2. For real, dude. The bird lady died this weekend. When I saw that, I was just like, oh. I totally meant to like do something with that, but I was busy. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. No, for real. Yeah, the pigeon lady from Home Alone 2 died. Also, yeah, rest in peace. What's her name? Fuck. The deaf actress, Kaylee Hoddle, from the last two Godzilla movies. She was the deaf girl that communicated with Kong. She died in a car accident, and she was only like 19 years old. That sucks. Like, ugh. I don't know, man. The closer I get to 40, the more like I do get affected by like people dying young. Yeah, it kind of fucks with me because I'm just like, damn. Like, I barely remember my 20s, and it's like they didn't even get the opportunity to like forget their 20s. Like, that sucks. David Lynch, a little late, but still gonna miss it. His insanity. Okay, I'm gonna be completely real with y'all. If somebody's over the age of 65 and they pass, it doesn't affect me the same way because I'm like, yeah, that's kind of when you start shipping off. Maybe I have a very cold demeanor about this because that's how my family is. You know, my mom, because some people were saying that my mom was young. My mom was 72. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I miss my mom terribly, but I love. No, I know. I'm not sorry, guys. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just talking about how I feel, just in general. Like when I'm reading somebody like passed at the age of 65, for some reason my brain just does that thing where I'm just like, brutal. I know. I know. Yeah, other people, no doubt. At least they had a long life. My dad hit 76 a couple days ago. Nice. Yeah, my dad just turned 70. I'm happy for him because like it was like a family curse. Both his parents died at 69. Not nice. 65th birthday, Pep shows up just going to say, hey, time to go. Bye. Yeah, a lot of this ageist shit that I say on here is going to come back to haunt me. At that point, there's going to be AI that has all my stuff that's just like, I'm here to remind you of all the shitty things you said. Like, oh, buzzkill AI. That's my sentence for being a leftist. You must listen to yourself from every single podcast that you ever did. It's just like, but each one was almost 8 hours. I know. It turns into Popo from DBZ Abridged. Yes. And you're going to like it. First rule of Popo's class is we don't talk about Popo class. Or first rule of Popo's training, we don't talk about Popo's training. Second rule of Popo's training. Dude, DBZ Abridged rules. Would you rather know everything but nobody ever believes you, or would you rather know pretty much nothing but everyone believes and likes you? Second one. Fuck it. I would have chosen the first one in my 20s. Now, nah. Make me stupid. Please. Because it seems like they're the happiest, which... ignorance is bliss, you know. Nah, I'm pretty happy with where I'm at. I'm glad that I at least, like... I can get stupid, essentially. Where it's just like, yeah. Now, do I have to work very hard to get there? No. That is where we can have a discussion. All right. Speaking of discussion, let's discuss some news and politics and some surprising lack of burps. Yeah, I know, especially for drinking this. Actually, I know what it is. I took a Tums. I was having a little bit of some acid reflux, and I got that new Tums that also has it's essentially like Beano mixed into it, where it's just like, do you have gas? Well, not anymore. So I think that it might be killing the burps. Now, the problem is there might be a situation during this stream where I'm just like, I'll be right back. Yeah, my stomach's not been very good the last 2 days. I'm hoping that I don't have that thing. I don't think I do, but I don't know. I was stupid and I got lettuce on a sandwich yesterday, so I've been a little on edge. It's just like, oh no, I fucked up. There we go. Ew. That was a nasty one. Okay, excuse me, and I apologies. God damn, that was disgusting. Not proud of that one. 8 out of 10. Ugh. Salad. Actually, tonight I am having some salad. We're getting some Japanese food for Miss Uni, and yeah, I get to have some. Ooh. You know, I think it might be because I'm talking about it that my stomach's acting up a little. Let's talk about something else and watch something else. Cause oh shit, uh-oh. Well, I'll make it through the first hour. That's good. And now I'm like, oh no. Hey, I just realized we made it. Next stage of the goal. Yeah, man. Rebecca, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Also, non-refundable. Thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that as well. Okay. It was powerful. It was. Ooh. Yeah, now it's shit. Now I'm actually kind of worried that this might be a thing where it's not really doing it. It's not mixing well. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Excuse me. The deepest form of slavery is the hunger for being understood. Yeah. Couldn't you kind of apply that to like the way that you feel when you're a kid though? Like, you guys remember being kids and like that, maybe this is like the Nickelodeon theory is what I'll call it, where adults really do have this thing where they underestimate children, like a lot. And they underestimate how much a kid understands. Because I remember being about 8 or 9 years old when my parents, they were still treating me like I just had absolutely no idea what is going on. But I was processing pretty much all of it where I was just like, okay, like, I know you're lying about this, and I know that you guys are mixing us into this divorce thing. It's like, that's not how this should go. I would argue that the deepest form of slavery right now is tying our healthcare to our jobs. That's a little reductive. All right, here we go. Let's run this. You know what? I watched this one. Fuck it. I have to use the restroom. I will be right back.
Donald Trump just wrapped up a disastrous press conference in the Oval Office, and it went off the rails fairly early on, with Trump lashing out at reporters for asking perfectly reasonable questions about the perilous state of the Iran war, with Trump again making it abundantly clear that he doesn't particularly give a damn about the fact that 17 and likely 18 American service members have died because of him and this war. And we have to talk about all of it because at the end, Trump proclaims, despite all the evidence to the contrary, that we are living in the golden age of America. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, brace yourselves for maximum Trump crazy. We're going to play some of these clips here, starting with the one in which he's lashing out at a reporter for asking a perfectly reasonable question.
Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan to just keep bombing until they give up?
There are no signs. Why, do you know something that I don't know?
Will they continue to attack our allies and
You
kill
don't know
Americans?
what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
you know
still
something that I
possible,
don't know? Do you know something I don't know?
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
So the Iran election.
So he's getting very defensive because he is on some level aware of the fact that the American people don't support this war. And the body count of American casualties, American service members, is mounting. We've learned, courtesy of the New York Times and others, that the Trump administration has been actively concealing the extent to which Iran has been able to successfully decimate our bases in the Middle East and injure hundreds of American troops. There's also the possibility that they're concealing even more American service member deaths. You just don't know with this administration. And so again, Trump is doubling down on this incoherent message. Yes, Iran is escalating, but also secretly, they really want to deal, they really want to negotiate, but I'm refusing to negotiate with them, but also I want to end the war. These are all mutually exclusive propositions. There's no way to square the circle. He's hoping you don't notice, and he's lashing out at reporters who spot the inconsistencies and ask him probing questions.
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure or consequences on China for what you announced about them meddling in the 2020 election?
Well, we're going to talk to them about it. It took place a long time ago. I think China's maybe a little bit different today than it was then. But look, they do things and we do things to them. I'll be honest. We do things to them, too. It's not a one-way street. But we'll be talking to them. Yeah.
Okay, so this is, we've heard credible reports that Russia and China have actively assisted Iran in targeting U.S. bases and U.S. interests in the Middle East. So that's one area in which at least the intelligence suggests that China has helped contribute to the deaths of American service members. Moreover, you also have Trump in his election speech last week suggesting that China interfered in the 2020 election when he was president and running for re-election. And stole the election for Joe Biden. That's what Trump wants you to believe walking out of that election speech. Now, again, there's no evidence to support that, plenty of evidence to the contrary, and even more evidence to suggest that it was Russia who was actively interfering in the 2020 election, trying to steal the election away from Joe Biden for Donald Trump. That's according to the very documents that Trump declassified. So he shot himself in the foot, disproving his own claims. But the point is this. So if China's targeting, or helping Iran target U.S. interests in the Middle East, contributing to a body count. And if Iran stole the election from you, as you have suggested, robbing you of your victory and putting a sleepy Joe Biden, crooked Joe Biden in office for 4 years, what are you going to do about it? Surely you're going to stop giving, Xi Jinping, a hot stone massage, as Kyle Kalinske of Secular Talk and would say. Surely you're going to be much harsher on China, right? Right? Your behavior is going to change. Instead, it's like he's afraid. Oh, well, I mean, it happened a long time ago, and honestly, it's not really that big of a deal. And also, we do stuff to them. He's afraid. He fears China because China is the one player on the field
Kinsley.
of comparable economic and military power that's willing to stand up to Trump.
Sorry about
when
that,
Trump
guys.
started the trade war, for example, last year,
I had to
China
take a bathroom break.
basically gave him the finger and said, okay, if you're going to start this,
Yes.
we're going to also tariff you, and we're not going to back down. And it was Trump who was forced to back down. So his fear of China is once again on full display.
Talking about
Take
that. They
that
don't
extra
like
time
talking
to wash
about
my hands, you
Venezuela, where we
fucking
lost
A.
no people. I'll be going to Dover for something that I feel is it's a great honor for me to do it.
You've left us alone with the bad Trump impression. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. This guy, he's out there trying to take my spot. I don't think so. This guy, he does a very subpar, but I could tell that he's gone to a few parties where somebody said, hey, that's not a bad Trump impression. And he was probably like, thank you so much. I do the best Trump impression, even though that's not a real Trump impression.
These are people that want it, and they feel like
2 out of 10. I'm being generous.
I do, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. It's a very simple dictum. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have. They're not going to. They have no chance of having.
I've now healed.
He's
I also did not mean to watch like all of Josiah's segments. Get to the Trump bit. You do this a lot, where he's just like, blah 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 blah, and then don't play it.
Possible. They're being degraded, really, so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan.
Very serious.
And if we had other operators, would not happened, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, we've stopped almost every.
So I don't know what he means by operators. You're saying that American service members failed, and that's how Iran was able to kill multiple American service members by successfully bombing a base in Jordan? Are you blaming the U.S. military for that? You're responsible for it. You're the commander-in-chief. You started this war. You did not inherit this war. You started this war after promising the American people you wouldn't start such a war. And then again, for him to lie, well, we totally degraded. They have no military left. Well, then how were they able to kill American service members? Clearly, they're still a threat.
Truth.
Their loved ones should ask, how the hell is my You're lying, and you're disrespecting their memories in addition to getting them
Who
killed.
the fuck is this slime ball next to him?
Thank you, Mr. President. Follow up on Iran. If the Iranians do not make a deal, ultimately, how long will it take for you to stamp out their threats to the Strait and enable full shipping?
So if we left right now, it would take Iran 20, 25 years to rebuild. Okay? And we're not finished at all. But if we left right now, it would take them a long time, years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. So we've had a big impact on Iran.
So again, this is the problem. He can't help but lie. He can't help but speak in superlative and hyperbole contradicted by the facts. He's saying, again, we totally
I thought it was Dana White for a minute.
obliterated their military. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. You could walk away right now, but we're not going to walk away right now.
Eastern European mobster of some sort?
Why are we
I
there?
don't know.
And why are we in this war when you said you totally wiped out their nuclear capability?
You know what? You don't see many fantasy films these days.
Last year, again,
True.
reporters should be asking that question. Mr. President,
Yeah, Lord of the Rings had its moment, and they really didn't capitalize on that. They made a bad D&D movie,
said
which
that this whole war is
really
about
wish they
preventing
would have
Iran
made the
from
good
developing a
one
nuclear
that they
weapon.
made just a few years ago.
You said, and
which
they
is
should
awesome,
have
by
quote
the
after
way.
quote after quote after quote.
Okay,
you
shut
said you
up.
totally obliterated
I don't care about your commentary. Just to be completely fair. Thank you for covering this. I will say that much. But just get to the clip.
But we're not leaving tomorrow. So if we left tomorrow, we had a big.
Again, this idea that
we
throwing them under the bus.
And honestly, they haven't seen anything yet.
So they're simultaneously trying to make a deal, and then he's threatening to bomb them back to the Stone Age again. Great. It's just whatever, dude. He can't even keep it consistent. Like, that's part of the problem that I'm just like... I have with MAGA people is the fact that they can't admit this, where it's just like, dude, how many times has he said that we have a peace deal? How many times has he said this war is over? How many times? Just how many fucking times? Just think of it, man. It's been months now. Every fucking week we have the same thing. It's like Groundhog's Day. It's dumber. All right. Now I get to reset. Man, feels so much better, by the way. I definitely had a little something that was making me feel a little upset. So they effed it with the Hobbit trilogy. So what's with everybody's gripe on the Hobbit trilogy? Was it the overuse of CG? Because I actually really enjoy the first one a lot. Second one, I kind of wish it would have ended where, it kind of should have. Like, ending it with Smaug going into town was a choice, and then starting the next movie with Smaug decimating the town. That wasn't a great one. But overall, it's not bad. It's not like they added too much. It's just that they took like what was 2 pages because Bilbo gets knocked out. That there's like this whole war. Oh, whatever. I was fine with it. I kind of liked it though. I like the dwarves. Like, oh, dude, the dwarves finally got their stuff. It just wasn't fun. Felt hackney. Okay. Well, yeah, no, I mean, now if you're comparing it to the original trilogy, yeah. No, the originals are masterpieces, dude. I just recently rewatched them. I do that quite frequently, and yeah, they're masterpieces. They have aged perfectly. Now, there's a few scenes that I wish that they could go back and redo, like a few things with Treebeard, like some of the exterior shots, and then a lot of like the orc stuff from the first movie, and then the troll. The troll needs to be, they really could do with a remastering of some of those scenes, because again, I don't have a problem with that. As long as they don't George Lucas it, where he tries to bury all the cuts of the ones that came before. That's bullshit. Like, I still can't believe he did that, man. But that was a small part of it, yeah. Hobbit was not canon to the to the story? Yeah, it was. Wasn't it not? They stretched a children's book into a trilogy. Yeah, that they did. Wait. The Hobbit's not canon? So, him starting there and back again was... Nah, I don't know. Wait, what? Let's see. Was the Hobbit canon? It says it was. It says in 37. It's an official middle. Yeah, it's part of the Middle Earth series. Oh, no. Because, like, I remember reading, like, dude, the Silmarillion, or Similarian, or I can't even fucking say it. Like, I fucking tried. I did an audio version of it, which was a lot easier to take in, but it was still, I don't know. It was a lot. I actually like the Ring of Power show. I know that there's a lot of people that just hate it, but I like it. I don't mind where they kind of went with the stuff. Whatever, man. I am not a purist anymore. I don't care. I used to be like the biggest purist. If you were going to be making a comic book movie, then I needed it to be like the comic book. The thing is, I don't need that anymore. If you're going to be taking like bold steps and changing a lot of it, and I mean, like, if you're taking like Spider-Man, for instance, and you're just going to make it so all of a sudden he uses, like he's the Punisher or some shit. I mean, there is a comic that was like, what if Spider-Man was the Punisher? But, like that kind of shit. If it wasn't canon, why would anyone give this much of a shit about it? That's kind of where that's where I was at with it. Plus, like, they talk about a whole bunch of shit that happens in The Hobbit in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, or like specifically the Fellowship, so. Oh yeah, Ring of Power is where you get to see the, Khazad Dûm in its prime. So F the Hobbit, I guess. It can be different if it's good. Marvel Rivals is cool. No, I do like The Hobbit, but it's not the... yeah. Well, yeah, didn't he write Fellowship first? I thought that The Hobbit came later, because I know that he wrote all of these for his kid. So to that whole, like, children's book thing, technically The Lord of the Rings is a children's book. Believe it or not. It's kind of weird to think about. I wish they would have written Galadriel a bit better and rounded. I don't think they did a bad job. I didn't like how she was almost gonna get romantic with, fucking Sauron, but... Oh. Oops. Spoiler. It doesn't happen. It's okay. They just gotta tease it, and it doesn't happen. This was good. Woo, Pep 2.0, let's go. Etch, what up? Glad that you're here. Yeah, you missed the emergency bathroom break. Where I played a Pondering Politics thing, and I lost a little traction on this stream, not gonna lie. Probably shouldn't have done that, but I dude, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Like, what am I gonna do? Shit myself? No. I love you guys, but you ain't worth it. You ain't worth that. That's a little bit much. The Hobbit was written first, so okay, no. Wait, so no, then he wrote The Hobbit for his kid and then wrote the other two. Because, like, I know that he wrote the entire, like, Middle Earth thing started as stories for his kids. Or for, his son. Yeah. I don't think I'm wrong about this. I remember learning about this in literature. It was... Oh, no. Okay, no. Oh, no. J.R.R. Tolkien intended the 1937 predecessor, The Hobbit, to be a fairy story parents could read to their children. Lord of the Rings evolved into a much more complex, serious, darker adult fairy tale. Oh, cool. Huh. I was wrong. Still cool, though. I wouldn't shit myself on stream for a big enough donate. Well, but for... Yeah. Let's see. How much would you guys donate? That would suck if, like, I'm sitting there, like, trying to figure it out, or it's just like, hey, guys, how much would you guys donate? And you guys are arguing, and it's just like, all right, who's donating? Who's donating? And then it just happens, and it's just like, oh, nobody's donating? Oh, son of a bitch. And then I just do the fucking mud walk upstairs. That would suck. They liked it so much he continued the legacy. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. The thing is, when you're listening to the story, you're listening to it from the Fellowship until it ends, and then they tell you about the Hobbit. Oh, yeah. And let's keep Poop Talks in the talks category. If you can't read any of these, it's because of my shadow ban, I imagine. I know that, like, we definitely are, I mean, whatever. We're still dealing with that a little bit on my side. You're listening to the story as if you are Sam's kids. Yeah, that's what I kind of remember. Like, I remember that Sam was technically the one that was supposed to be narrating it. No, Mitch is saying shadow banned because of YouTube. He might have said something out of pocket, I don't know. Like, Mitch, I never know. So, YouTube might have just been like, nope, bridge too far there, Mitch. Sorry, Mitchell, you will have to wait. Nah, free Mitch. I'm just getting stuff taken down and shit. Don't worry about it, man. I still see your chats, you know, that's the important part. I'm still seeing them. We're good. You know, we're good. All right. I used to think that I was shadow banned from stuff all the time, but usually my content is just bad. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I can accept that. I can accept where I'm just falling off, or like people are falling out of, you know, love with me or my stream. Like, it would be hurtful. But no, I know, like, when I'm looking at the analytics, I'm not going to go into the ins and outs again, but the analytics versus where I'm at just don't make sense. It just doesn't make sense at all. So whatever, though. I'm fine. I'm happy just to have, you know, you guys here. I'm happy to have my my core peeps, but yeah. We do got to grow the stream because I'm getting to that point where, yeah, like I said, like it's going to be too hard for me to maintain content and just all that. Then it's going to, yeah. And it's going to be the same story that's been written for so many different content. Actually, I just read an article about this, about how they're like the influencer space, like the influencers from like Instagram and shit. Apparently, they're not able to pull in any money anymore. So they're all getting, you know, real jobs. Which kind of a little different on my end, but Pep earlier, did you read what I put about Tulsi Gabbard's brother? Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I get it. He's a fucking creep. And Tulsi is, they're fucking cultists. The thing is, she's not in the government anymore, and he got caught, and that's just how it is. I don't have enough fucking bandwidth to want to cover anything like that. It's horrible, and why? Why do I need to fill my fucking brain with that shit? Especially when it is done. It's not like we have to sit here lamenting him being free or any of this shit. Okay. Tulsi Gabbard's brother is a pedo piece of shit that tried to lure kids. There, story's done. If YouTube knows that report was BS, they shouldn't suppress you in the algo. YouTube actually denied my... Oh, I forgot to cover that. Yeah, they denied my appeal. So, they sided with the asshole. Yeah, that's how that worked. So, that's why I was saying yesterday and today on this space and on Twitch in general. Yeah, guys, like, this is... It's not cool, like, the way that they can just hold this shit over your fucking head and just pull... Like, they play these games, and it's fucking ridiculous, and I'm not okay with it. You know? Speedrun the news is a great idea. I mean, I've been speedrunning the news. But, okay, so yeah, here, let's speedrun the news real quick on this end. All right, so we got the Tulsi Gabbard thing out of the way. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth tells Congress that the latest estimate of the cost of the war is $37.5 billion. I almost said trillion. Yay, that's a lot of money. They're going to ask for more. Cool. OpenAI says AI models went rogue during testing, triggering unprecedented breach at startup. Yay! Lost some more stuff. Yay! Great. Fun times. Tropical storm Bertha forms on track approaching U.S. Gulf Coast. Yay! You know what they were just saying about... they were just saying yesterday how a catastrophic weather event will essentially crush the U.S. economy to a point where the depression made it look good by the standards that are happening here. Oh, by the way, did you also know that there's a new dust storm, like a new dust bowl happening because of the data centers? Fun. Army veteran in custody after fire outside 26 Federal Plaza. I've seen a few people trying to say like the guy was like, you know, oh, all right, fuck you. No, you do understand that had to be, like, that's this kind of shit. Like, if you buy into that, then you're buying into a fucking federal plot. Yeah, good luck explaining that stuff. Like, again, be smart. Like, be fucking smart. I understand. Like, don't lead with your emotions. Hide your power level. You don't have to say everything that comes to your mind about this stuff to, like, because that's the big thing is, could you imagine... They lock you up for some innocuous post, and they actually, like, do. So, that would kind of suck, where it's just like, oh, shit, you know? Had I just coded that just a little bit, they wouldn't have a case, but, oh, fuck. U.S. passport, once the most powerful in the world, plummets in global rankings, don't care. U.S. anti-bias agency moves to end employer reporting on workers' race and sex data. Yay! Cool. The enshittification of America just continues. Fantastic. 19 found guilty of trafficking babies in Indonesia and Singapore. That's... What the fuck, dude? This is depressing. It just really is. Pakistan seeks $10 billion in U.S. backstop facility to boost reserves. U.S. sends first humanitarian flight to Cuba under new aid package. Actually, what's that about? On Tuesday, a cargo plane carrying 700 packages of food and hygiene kits departed Miami for Cuba as part of a $60 million humanitarian shipment organized by the Trump administration to bypass the Cuban government. Intensified U.S. pressure on Cuba's military and intelligence apparatus, accompanied with initiatives which built upon a program that delivered $9 million in direct support to Hurricane Melissa victims last year. According to the State Department, Jeremy Lewin. Dismissing the shipment as fantasy, Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez argued that the $100 million total amounts to only 5 days of losses from the U.S. energy blockade. The Cuban government did not report the flight. The State Department released a document Monday accusing Cuba of conducting a vast espionage of left-wing influence operations on the U.S. over the past 5 decades, escalating diplomatic tensions. Yeah, I also saw that they added DSA and PSL to a terrorist watch list. Isn't that grand? It's almost like I was telling, like, dude, I will just be honest. This is where, when people were like, hey, you got to sign up for this, I was just like, oh, yay. So they're going to use this to put me on a list in a registry. Yeah, I hate being right. I really do. I really do. All right, well, and that was the Speed Read the News segment. We do actually have a lot more news to cover. I have a lot more segments to cover, so let's continue with some of this war coverage, shall we? Let's get some poll numbers.
Given that we do appear to be in full-scale fighting again, I wanted to know, how do Americans feel about it this time around versus...
I hate the fact that I genuinely like these two's chemistry, because, like, Casey Kasem guy, he always sets up Harry Enton. Hey, Harry, what are the polls like today? How are the polls looking? Bad.
This is where they were at the beginning.
Yeah.
When he said bad, yes.
Historically unpopular. That's the phrase that I would use. The war was unpopular to start off with, and it's become even less popular. You could see it right here. Okay. Washington Post poll, Trump's Iran war net approval rating.
Jesus.
Early March, look at this. It was way down.
Christ, dude. How in the... Is this just one of those cases where no matter what, like, if you're a Trump supporter, you see this, you're like, fake news! It's definitely fake news!
And they're at minus 13 points. Very rare for a war to start off underwater on the net approval. That is approval minus disapproval. But look at how far...
Yeah, here's the difference. I've been saying this since the beginning. We didn't have 9/11 to get people ramped up to go in.
Down we are now, right into the Red Sea. 40 points underwater, according to the Washington Post poll. Look, I tried to find every single poll I possibly...
Historically unpopular is the college-educated way to say it's really bad.
I believe this minus 40 points represents the least popular poll in terms of Trump's net approval rating on the Iran war, the entire war so far. So as I said at the beginning, it started off unpopular, and now it is even more unpopular, historically unpopular, 40 points underwater.
Well, since you're talking about history, put this in some historical perspective.
Yeah, okay, let's put it in some historical perspective. You think the war has been worth it or not worth it? And why don't we take a look here? We can compare Iran in 2026 to Iraq in 2006. And keep in mind, the Iraq war by this point in 2006, at this point in the midterm cycle, it had been going on for 3 years at this point. We're only a few months into this war. Think the war was worth it. Iraq in 2006, 58% said it was not worth it. And again, that was 3 years into that war. Look at this now. You think that...
Again, 28% is kind of his ceiling.
58% was high in terms of...
I served for 11 years, 2 branches, and I finally realized my only job was making money for Northrop Boeing, and yep.
Not worth it. 68% of Americans, more than...
Ellipsis, welcome to the show, man. I appreciate your honesty with that one, and I'm glad that you kind of came out of it, like, realizing just how you were essentially being used to fucking... run security for a bunch of fucking billionaire profits.
2 in 3 say the Iran
also, Carl, what up?
war was not worth it. Just 28% less.
But Ellipsis, welcome to the show, man. I appreciate you being here.
Americans now say the Iran war was worth it, even less than the 40%
you haven't
who
already
said the Iraq war was
consider
worth
doing
it.
so.
Again, at this point, heading into the
enjoy
2006
the
midterm cycle, of course, we remember what happened in 2006. Republicans lost both the House and the Senate, and at this point, this 28% even lower, and this 68% saying not worth it, even higher than the 58% who said this about Iraq 20 years ago.
Wow.
And so this is a very, very bad number for the president. I
Yeah,
think a lot
really
of Republicans in Congress don't like this number one iota.
Oh, no, this is why they're panicking, dude. Like, okay, so we here in leftist media land, we do tend to like use hyperbole and a lot of like the same like online fucking clickbaity language. But this is it's really bad for Trump, dude. Like he is very unpopular right now, and this is I've been trying to tell people this, like even if they're Trump supporters, it's like, yo, dude, you're ignoring the reality at your own detriment here, man.
No, look, this is a notable.
Like a lot of people got themselves fooled thinking like everybody loves Trump. It's like, no.
Difference. This was a devastating year for Republicans in the midterms there. And
I know
really
a lot of
frankly,
people that voted for Trump that do not like him and are very upset with him and are regretting their vote. I have a friend that just straight up said, he's just like, honestly, I think that we would have been better off with Kamala. I was like, wow, that's big of you.
Disapproval is,
and I was just like, even I'm not sure entirely about that, but
is that much higher at this point.
Let's be real.
Who are these people?
The cronyism wouldn't be as rampant as it
What
is.
is the partisan makeup of people saying that?
Dick Cheney and Halliburton's connection is interesting. Granted, Pelosi has a better stock portfolio than Warren Buffett. Everyone is dog shit. Oh yeah,
They don't think the Iran war is worth it.
Yeah,
they're all criminals. They're all criminals that work together. Lindsey Graham is actually proof positive of all this. The fact that Lindsey Graham was able, like the way that they even said it in his eulogy about how he could just walk into a room. If you needed something done as a Republican or a Democrat, you called Lindsey Graham because he was friends with everybody, so he could, work the aisle, which
58% not worth it. Just a devastating number for
what do they mean by that?
Republicans. What is driving this number? Well, it's two groups that I think are just.
I mean, like, this is the reason that I've been protesting this shit since I was in high school, dude. Like, once one of my friends died, and I realized that this was before I even knew what, like, North Halliburton or any of this stuff was, and I was just kind of like, okay, we're going to protest this war because they're essentially using us as cannon fodder. And then I remember I was just like fresh out of high school when I figured out that Dick Cheney was like one of the main dudes in Halliburton along with Donald Rumsfeld. And I was just like, oh my God, this makes so much sense.
Really interesting. Say the Iran war is not worth it. Look at this.
He was busy slapping McCain's knob when he was alive.
It is 77%, more than 3 in.
Jesus. What the fuck?
4 of all independents say it.
I could almost see like 50-something%, but 77%? Damn, dude. It ain't working. The gaslighting ain't working from the Trump administration.
It's not worth it. How about GOP-leaning independents?
Wow.
These are independents who say they actually lean Republican.
Yeah.
63% of them, more than 3 in.
This shit should scare the crap out of every single Republican or Trump supporter. It really should.
5, nearly 2 in.
This is why he aggressively went after the SAVE Act, is because he started seeing these he saw these polls internally and he was just like, oh crap.
3 say that in fact the Iran
That's why he
war
called
is
that
not
emergency
worth it. Again,
press conference.
as I said at the beginning, this is a historically
Starting to make sense now.
unpopular war. It's a war that is becoming only more unpopular. And while President Trump won't be on the ballot come November, a lot of Republicans in Congress will be, and they cannot like the look of these numbers, especially with a group of GOP-leaning independents who historically vote Republican.
They need these voters.
They need these voters. They need these voters. They need these voters. And right now in the Iran war, they
still get the next 2 years. Yeah, no matter what.
I don't understand how it's possible that Iran has the capabilities to fight this way. And
even Fox News is kind of getting, off this train because they're starting to see through his bullshit, because this is part of the problem with the fact that he lies as much as he does.
continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries and
Eventually, they're going to have to throw him under the bus when it's like provably like a lie.
U.S. military bases, because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military.
Yeah,
and
if Dems win the midterms, they'll try and impeach him again. Yes, and then they will be historically fucking, they'll be losers again.
the president continues to reiterate that.
They really will. And like the thing is, it's going to ignite a bunch of like people on the left base, specifically like the more Libby types. But I think it's such a waste of fucking time. Don't waste time on trying to impeach the motherfucker. Try and get some legislation done that they cannot deny. Do some shit that would get bipartisan support, like win the American people back. This idea of fucking grievance politics is bullshit, and it's designed to keep us in this position.
As far as the
fucking tired of it.
public goes,
Pep, how's the family? Good.
And how they feel
Wife
about
is
this war,
upstairs.
it's pretty clear. A new
doing some
Washington Post
projects.
Ipsos poll finds that 68% of Americans believe the war
Getting
in
better.
Iran was not worth fighting, compared to just 28% who are saying it was. That negative 40-point split is worse than both the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan, according to Washington Post,
yeah.
ABC News polling.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, I want to start with you. You have Maria Bartiromo, who is very friendly generally towards Donald Trump, contending with this idea that
Let's speed this one up a little.
at one point in this war, people were told, look, we obliterated their Navy, we took out most of their military capabilities, and yet you're seeing service members die, and you're seeing them being able to lash out at
That's
places
crazy. 33,000 views, and they only have 800 something likes.
like Jordan in the region. How do you respond?
Look, I think first and foremost, we have to say that all of us here agree that this loss is horrific, right? U.S. loss like this is awful. We all mourn these lives. We all know they're doing the impossible. They're signing up for something none of us could probably fathom. I know it's hard enough for me to sit here with you all compared to, what they sign up to do. These are American heroes. And I think we're all sitting here wondering what this means moving forward. I believe the president.
The issue is the president doesn't run foreign policy. That's the seventh floor of the CIA. Yeah, but this is the thing. He purged the CIA.
When he says that they're going to strike them now 10 times harder.
At this point, I've got this theory that some of the stuff that's come out that's been provable about Trump has been leaked from the Pentagon.
Than they could have. Otherwise, I believe that he means business. He always has. But when you take American blood like this, there's really no other response. I think the entire country agrees with Maria. Maria's a friend. I know that when she looks at this, she wants to know that Iran is actually obliterated in the way that they can never react like this ever again. They never have this capability. But for them, it doesn't mean that their Navy wasn't, for a fact, oblitterated. It means they're using every last minute.
Why didn't Miriam Allison give Kamala Harris the same $150 million that she gave Trump? That is actually a good question. I will give you that one. That's a good point. That is a good point because even guys like Sam Bankman-Fried, I'm glad that when they released his tax returns, they showed just how this guy donated the exact same amount of money to both political parties, where it's he's milking them both.
They have to try and, bring up American pain. That's what they do. It does not mean we're not stronger than them. It doesn't mean we shouldn't.
That's a great question. That one.
Celebrate American victories.
Right.
It means that this war is going to go on, which I think is unfortunate. It means we have a real task on our hand to either get a deal in place that's better than Obama's deal or obliterate the Iranian regime once and for all.
Every president purge the CIA the moment they get in? I don't really know.
We can all be united in that.
I don't think that much about it and haven't since I was in my early 20s.
I think that we're in a scenario where we're in a quagmire now, where we can't find a solution and it's just tit for tat, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, I think when you have a conflict like this that's gone.
You want to talk about CIA fucking psyop bullshit, dude? Just look at online, look at the way we argue online and don't actually solve any of our problems. You don't think that that's it right there?
On for 47 years.
It's not as sexy as people think it is. It's not like Jason Bourne, man.
No, the solution. The solution is to obliterate a regime that wants the death of
Some
all
of the most useful agents at the CIA they look more like the dude from the fucking World of Warcraft episode of South Park.
American lives. That's the only solution or a deal that's put in place that makes sure that future American generations never have to worry about a nuclear Iran. You brought up that polling. I don't know if that's fair to compare conflicts, considering Americans have a bad taste in their mouth.
One of the most realistic parts about Peacemaker is that one the bigger dude that fucking has the crutch. I'm like, that's what a CIA operative actually looks like.
Should, considering we had a 20-year conflict that we were in. They don't want to see that happen. Again, I'm more curious to see what polling looks like after this conflict is behind us, knowing that it was taken care of in a much less time, hopefully a stronger fashion, and again, made sure that Americans were safe for generations to come.
Christine, I do want to ask you about this because one of the things you're pointing to, comparing it to other wars, and I think one of the things that Americans learned as they watched.
Both sides are the same. After Dems impeach him and get JD, they're not gonna. The thing is, no matter if they impeach, they're not going to impeach and convict. He's not going to leave office based on that. It'll just be another impeachment on his record, and then he'll be able to be the victim. The thing is, if you hand Trump the win, nothing will help Trump win more than actually making him a victim. Don't do that. Don't take the bait. He wants to be the victim. That's why I'm convinced he wants to lose the midterms.
These wars go on.
If he doesn't rig the election, if he does keep doing this shit, I'm convinced he's trying to lose so he has an excuse, so he can blame the Dems for everything that's going wrong and just be like, look, they're obstructing me. It's so obvious, man.
And on and on and on. Is that they didn't feel in the end that they were.
Yes, and the Dems will not have enough Senate votes to actually remove him. No, it's all performative, and I'm tired of even thinking that this is going to be something that we're going to spend time even fucking conversating about when we need to get him to back out of this fucking war. We need to get him to actually make some actual good moves that fucking help us. We need to lock up all of his stupid fucking projects. We need to hold him, we need to take him to task on every fucking dime that he has spent that has contributed to the deficit, because you know what they're going to do the second that Democrats take power? They're going to focus on the deficit. They're going to talk about how they ran up the deficit, or how the Democrats are technically responsible for running up the deficit. And guess what? People are dumb. They're going to believe it. Can we ever do something preemptively and just fucking like see how they're going to react to this and do the fucking preemptive measures? I hate this fucking political back and forth that we constantly do. And then on top of it, we give into it. I'm sick of it.
Worth it. They were worth the.
We see it for what it is. Why do we play the game?
Lives of those soldiers, the pain of the families, and the ultimate result. I mean, the Taliban is now in charge of Afghanistan.
After 20 years.
After 20 years.
I'm really sick of stupidity, and stupidity keeps winning.
So their taste for war is low, but the president himself had promised no more forever wars, and I think a lot of people look at that, and that may be reflected in those numbers. How do you see it, Christine?
An interesting fact in these polls, the support for this war has plummeted very quickly, as opposed to Iraq and Afghanistan, where it took much longer for people to lose faith and lose support in the war.
Yes, but that's also negating the fact that we just came from a time of peace, and 9/11 happened, so it amped up people to be, you know, hyper patriotic.
I think people
like, no, there is no appetite for this war because everybody is still poor. We're not seeing any gains in this.
Really see that the president went in without a clear.
But yeah, it's not the Republicans' fault. Again, the bad economy is going to be the Democrats' fault. And somehow the Democrats are going to do their Tuesday morning meetings and just be like, thank you for being here, ladies and gentlemen. We just need to address the elephant in the room that Donald Trump is saying that we are responsible for the deficit. Nuh-uh, he is being a meanie bobini.
Plan. When he did then articulate a plan, one thing was regime change. We now have a leader who is more committed to killing Americans than the prior supreme leader.
And we have our official response from the Democratic Party. Nanner, nanner, boo-boo, stick your head in doo-doo.
It was to, obliterate their nuclear capability, which we had said we had done, but then didn't do, and to, obliterate their military capacity, which clearly we haven't done if soldiers are continuing to die at the hands of the Iranians. I think people are so quickly dissatisfied.
They can shut down the government if they win Congress. Yes. And then they will shut down the government, and then they will get blamed for shutting down the government and obstructing everybody's fucking, their paychecks for whatever again, if they're going to do that, then they preemptively better have a good fucking excuse and a good reason. Like, they better have a good talking point for it.
We didn't go in with a plan.
They can't do this shit where they shut down the government and then the very next moment is Trump on his fucking poop tweets going, they shut down the government, the Democrats shut down the government, because they already did that. They did that while they have power. And the Democrats don't do shit. I'm actually going to start fucking calling them Democrats because honestly, they are fucking dumb. If there's one banger that he fucking actually had, it was that.
Have gone in, and going in without a plan means you don't really have a plan to get out. And in addition to the impact,
Pep, you could be a speechwriter. I can't even write shit for myself.
You articulated it's also having an impact.
I'd have to dictate and then go back.
Impact on the American economy, with gas being back
good at live streaming.
To $4 and more.
This is why I'd be honestly, I would be such a horrible presenter, as far as the type of shit that, we watch here where they have scripts and shit.
In some places.
Like BTC, the way he does it, where he writes his scripts, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do a teleprompter.
And diesel being back to $5. So people are feeling.
Little Marco was also a banger. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
And
Little Marco.
Americans are willing to sacrifice.
Your wife looks like a dog, Dad.
For the good of the country and the good of the world. And no one wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Ted Cruz's
but their
wife, ugly as a dog.
I think the polls show they feel are for naught because there really isn't a plan. And every time the president says we've had a victory, it turns out not to be true. When you look.
That was one of the funniest fucking moments ever on a political stage.
Look at this. How much of what you see in the polling industry,
Ted Cruz is just going no, she's not.
The feeling of Americans that this isn't worth it has to do with the economy, has to do with the direct effects.
It's really cool knowing this is all off the cuff. Hey, that's what you get with me.
And remember, we had the lowest gasoline prices in 50 years.
This fucking dweeb.
Back in January and February. So clearly.
He hasn't been right about shit for fucking 20-something years, and people still go to him for his economic advice. This is a dude that told us that the housing crisis wasn't going to happen.
That's part of this, and food prices, too, have been affected. If you had asked me that question, that poll question that Americans were asked, my answer would be predicated on whether we've taken out their nuclear capability. And if we have, and I don't know what the truth is, but if we have, then I would say it's worth it. But if we haven't, then it's hard to see what we've achieved here. So I think it's sort of premature to judge this yet because, look, the impact of taking out the nuclear capability is
Trump say something about how he doesn't give a shit about the rising prices because of the war? Yep. Yes, he did. He went, they asked him, they were just like, aren't you concerned about the, the average American and their prices going up? He's like, no, I don't care.
massive for civilization.
This is also where I do genuinely think he's slipping, man, because he doesn't have the fucking mental capacity to say, wait, I shouldn't have said that. Like, he doesn't have that anymore. He used to. I don't know. I just watched a whole bunch of clips from him in 2016. Like, dude, he got old. Like, go back and watch some older clips of him, and you'll just be like, yeah, wow. He is, like, he's just so tired.
When you look at this, is it possible that all of this, in the end, will actually end up hurting Iran because other nations are being attacked by them that's sort of in the region, and they're looking at other ways to try and get oil to people without going through the strait? So ultimately, in I don't know how many years' time, do you see this as being an ultimate downfall, if you will, for Iran and its hold on
It's
the
already
region?
hurting Iran, but it's hurting the United States too. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
You can't bomb somebody for months and months and expect it to have no impact on them. It did have an impact on Iran, but it didn't have the desired impact. President Trump said he wanted to have regime change, or he wanted to have unconditional surrender. He was going to help the people of Iran. He was going to obliterate their nuclear program, which he already said he did last year, which he didn't. And we're going to create a better deal. It was better than Obama's deal, and they created a ceasefire agreement that was worse than Obama's deal and paid them off. And so the American people are understandably frustrated because we've been through this before. We've seen this movie before.
I don't agree with that at all.
We saw it in Iraq. We saw it in Afghanistan. And we don't want to see it again. And the president isn't being transparent. So I agree with Stephen about the idea that we need the president and the administration to be transparent, because right now we have 17 U.S. service members who have been killed. But the new reporting is that nearly 100, or was it 100 service members have been
Notice how we stopped worrying about nuclear proliferation right before 9/11?
injured in the past 2 weeks. And we're just now.
The thing is, I actually had a pretty based ass like 8th grade teacher that he was big into propping up how good nuclear energy was and how it was technically like one of the cleanest forms of energy. And he was just like, yeah, this is the best way to do it. And he was like, if we can get off fossil fuels, and like he was big on electric cars, like as like an early concept. I remember that we watched a video in his class about a hydrogen car that was in the works at that point, and then that guy mysteriously disappeared. I'll just say this much. Yes, my history teacher was very much a conspiracy theorist, and it kind of shows where I'm like, oh, wow, he really was. So this is actually a little bit inspiring. People are just getting done with Trump's bullshit, and I love it.
There are growing signs that President Trump's MAGA base is fracturing, with high-profile defections by former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and influencer Ashley St. Clair, and recent polling that indicates that the overall number of people who identify as Republican is shrinking. But for the diehard, leaving MAGA isn't easy. When you were a part of the MAGA movement, how deep?
Dude, I actually saw like in Tennessee, my sister sent me a picture of a billboard where it's like about leaving MAGA and how like it's kind of like a rehab. I was like, wow.
Were you?
I was as deep as anyone
Funny.
could have been.
I did one of my high school essays on hydrogen-powered cars. I wish Indiana would start using nuclear energy. I'm tired of coal plants.
I was an aspiring MAGA pundit. I had bylines in places like Fox and The Federalist. I spoke at Trump groups. I was a donor
Also,
on the
Dragoon, if you haven't already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so.
campaign. I was unapologetically a MAGA and Trump supporter.
Rich Logus is the founder and CEO of Leaving MAGA, a nonprofit for those disillusioned by the movement. The group,
Also, Ellipsis,
which
if you
Logus
did
says
not
is
sub to
funded
the channel
entirely
yet,
by
please do.
small donors, provides support groups, de-radicalization resources,
Yeah, see?
and a platform for
Oh my God, it's real. It's fucking real.
members to share their experiences.
Dude, I thought somebody put it up as like a joke.
After I left in 2022,
damn,
I realized that because MAGA is a community itself, to leave, I thought that I should build a community for people who also decide to leave.
MAGA cult
When I left
deprogramming
MAGA, I had
industry is
nowhere
booming.
to go.
To get a better understanding of what makes people leave MAGA, we heard from an array of the group's members.
I grew up really poor, so a lot of my friends' parents would be responsible for helping me get to prom or making sure I had, new shoes for school, and they were all MAGA. And it was very much this constant conversation of, if you want to have nice things, be a Republican. Look at what we have, look what we're doing for you. They say Republicans are cruel and heartless, but look, I'm taking care of you. If I was cruel and heartless, would I do that?
I really wanted acceptance with my father, and my father was very much into Fox News, so that was something that we would connect on.
I became heavily indoctrinated into trad wife culture. Household voting was something myself and my fellow trad wives in the church, we were all absolutely
yeah, there it is. Trad wives in the church, the whole
and that
Right, so just to
yeah,
clarify,
you must
for people who
admit.
don't know, household voting means the woman
Yeah, you vote for whomever your fucking husband says so.
does not vote.
So the
Yep.
SAVE Act, in essence, is to take that right
Sub from a few months ago, just been a minute since I dropped in. Awesome, I appreciate that.
away from women.
In 2015 and 16, I felt that the two parties
Did you know that Trump's
were the
dad had Alzheimer's at age 72?
same, that democracy had failed most Americans and that elected officials cared mostly about the wealthy and the powerful. And even though Trump ran as a Republican, I was very enticed by his outsider status.
From the
There it is.
timelines you've given me, you guys were all sort of on the MAGA train to some extent.
Telling
in
you, man,
2020, right?
so many people didn't
Yes.
even believe in
When
him
you heard
ideologically. Like they
Trump
believed
claim
in the
that the
fact
election
that
had
he
been
was just
stolen,
not a politician.
Were any of you like, yeah, they stole this election, Trump won?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Up until fairly recently, when I left MAGA, I did believe that the election was stolen. I believe that the riots were actually, those were patriots.
They stormed the Capitol, and I'm like, well, yeah, I guess this is what you got to do if you have a corrupt, election process happening.
Until I actually switched off Fox News and started getting my news from other places, my information, that's when it finally hit.
Diversifying their news turned out to be a common factor in leaving MAGA.
I met my now husband in 2021. He is a black man, and he saw a Trump flag on my profile, and he was like, hey, could you read White Fragility? I'd really love it if you would. And I did, and it was very interesting because I was terrified of that book up until that point. And I read it, and it wasn't even as scary as I thought it was going to be. And they made me watch a documentary on January 6th, and I didn't even know what happened on January 6th prior to the PBS documentary. And I looked at him and I said, Scott, did that really happen? And he was like, where have you been?
It's so hard for people, because I said it's not that you're dumb, you were fooled. That's incredibly hard
I know more than 5 women who told their husbands that they voted for Trump, but they didn't.
to admit.
That's good.
We are in the United States of algorithms right now, and MAGA media is very efficacious, it's very effective.
I've been telling you guys this.
And it's very disciplined.
Stefania became disillusioned when MAGA beliefs clashed with her understanding of medical science.
When I really began to wake up was during COVID, because as a trained respiratory therapist with 5 children,
What is it with respiratory therapists in MAGA? God damn it.
the mixed message.
What the fuck? Every single one I know or have even fucking heard of is MAGA. What the fuck is it about respiratory fucking therapists?
Was something like that finally broke
God
through
damn.
the cognitive dissonance.
What is happening in these RT schools where all of a sudden they're just like, and you know what? You gotta love MAGA to become an RT, and they're just like, done.
It's because I was hearing, wear masks.
Fuck.
No, don't. They don't stop respiratory viruses, when I very much knew that they did.
Somebody challenged her and she actually took it well.
Stefania would be forced to return to her work in respiratory therapy in 2022, when her husband contracted long COVID and could no longer work.
It all felt very karmic, like I was experiencing the aftermath of things I had voted for. Downplaying COVID only for it to then hit us.
It's not easy to believe something firmly and then come to the conclusion that you've been wrong for many years. Was that hard for you, just on a factual level, to say, oh, I believed things factually that I now realize were not true?
Yes, yeah. That was something that I just couldn't square, because I couldn't be wrong, because I consider myself intelligent, knowledgeable.
Right there.
I don't.
Anytime that somebody says I consider myself intelligent, immediately I'm just like, that tells me you're not.
There's no way.
That tells me that you're kind of an ignoramus, but all right.
That I was wrong about it, and I held that belief for a long time.
I had believed that when Trump ran that he would be somebody who would be different as an outsider. I think that he was correct in pointing
Do I
out
have this
a lot of the flaws of our political system.
Let's say
It
this
just
guy.
turned out, unfortunately, that he didn't try to solve those or remedy those ills, that he exacerbated them.
Hearing you guys talk about MAGA and about supporting Trump, it sounds like you're talking often about like a cult that's damaging.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But
he took Pump's glasses.
He's the president of the United States, and it's not a cult. It's like
Hey, give those back.
the
Those are mine.
dominant political ideology of the United States in this moment.
You know, we all have.
I just need to address the elephant in the room. Pumps, where are your glasses? This guy was at the gas station the other day, and he decided to grab them, and then I saw him on an interview on MS Now where he was saying he was an ex-Trump supporter, so I guess I'm okay with it since he's walking away from Trump, but I want my glasses back.
Have a need for community. Our species yearns for a communal existence. And what MAGA does provide
Can't unsee it now.
is a place where people feel seen and heard and recognized, and some of their
This is
very
trendy guy.
valid fears and concerns are acknowledged and validated. We used to say, we're not in the cult, the outside world is the cult, and we're not the crazies, the outside world are the crazies.
Yep.
The group says that
Yeah, it's usually how that goes in a cult there, guy.
MAGA often
I'm glad that you're learning how cults work.
means losing relationships with loved ones, but it also teaches them to approach those loved ones with empathy.
When I left MAGA, like I said, I kicked the door open and jumped through. I had a heart full of hate. I hated everything about Trump, everything about MAGA, everybody that was in MAGA. Just hate, 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 hate. Because I was pissed that I fell for it. So I would just go on the offensive and attack anybody and everybody that still supported it. And I've learned over time that that's not going to change anybody. In fact, it's going to push people over. So I've learned to be that empathy, that voice of concern, the caring voice. You can do this, I did it.
As part of leaving MAGA, there's really two outcomes that occur. The first is renouncing the lies, falsehoods, and conspiracies of MAGA politics. And the second part of it is that someone who leaves MAGA decides to build up rather than tear down democracy by making the continued case that we agree more than
Blind faith is learned.
we disagree.
Yeah.
You know, we're doing a billboard campaign right
Well,
now.
again, blind faith is usually predicated on the fact that if you even, like, you have to have this thing where if you question it, you are bad, you're a bad whatever, like, to whoever.
Across the country. And,
you know, as far as, like,
and the message
oh, that's it.
on the billboard
That's literally the fucking billboard.
is very simple, welcoming, and inviting, and it says, having doubts,
Yeah.
you are not alone.
Yeah.
And we have more people than
Wow, they really are all over.
ever who are in MAGA
Yeah,
coming
my
to
sister was over in Nashville and she sent me one off the freeway.
us, asking us for help leaving.
Do you guys think
Wow.
that this group that you are a part of plays a role in this political moment, in the midterm specifically? Do you think it might have a measurable effect on the way that things go moving forward?
Every time we as a nation have been in a crisis situation, the way that we've gotten through it, the way we've pushed forward and progressed is by forming unlikely but necessary alliances. And everybody who leaves MAGA, there's a chance to form an unlikely but necessary alliance with people who have left. We are all living proof that it is possible to change.
That was wow, that was a really good piece by MS Now. I got to give them some credit on that. That was very well done. All right, we will continue the news coverage. Just give me a second to reset a few things. And we will go into the next story. Nashville has some banger Jesus billboards. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I went there not too long ago, and there was like a bunch of them. Wait, Uni, what, if you're listening, what was your favorite one? Oh, shit. It was in Indiana. Yeah, it was like, oh, wait, no, there was the Burn in Hell one, but no, there was another one. My wife was laughing like for at least 10 miles. She just couldn't stop. She was like, that was ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. Middle America is a trip and a half, man. Like, because anytime that I have to go down to like Tennessee or anywhere in this, you know, in the South, because of where I am, I always see it. I either see Indiana or even just Southern Illinois, where you're just like, oh dang, it's a different world down here. Is he in you? That? Oh my God. Okay, that's great. Is he in? You're like, no. And I'm kind of glad. Like, it seems rather intrusive. Ew. Yeah, yeah. Jesus, what are you doing? No, no. And little did they know, Jesus was into butt stuff. Wait a minute! Ah! Why is that cross wiggling? Wait. Yeah, that's kind of gross. Oh, bridge too far. My bad. I'm glad that I found somebody's. I think mine was the one that just said Jesus followed by the adults. Yeah, that was it. The adult store billboard directly next to it. Yeah, that was pretty good. Oh yeah. No, I remember exactly where that was. As I said, I don't know if Jesus ever heard of the concept of people being needing to be willing. Oh, that's awesome. I'm telling you, like I said, middle America is it's wild out there. I remember going to a strip club with my dad, because we stopped randomly at a truck stop, and there was a strip club at the truck stop, and it had a buffet, which, don't judge me, I did eat, and the thing is, the buffet was actually really good. Good fried chicken there. Yeah, not even kidding. So, that was one of the most random things I think that we have ever found. Although there was this one time we were driving through Iowa and we found a Chinese place that was in a old train car. One of the best places I've ever had. No joke. Health Inspector Colombo needs to know about this place. Oh no! Oh, it's gonna be on that one Florida news station that we were watching, where they go and they out all the nasty Chinese places. Which I don't know, man. I'll be honest. After watching enough of those, I was like, I'm never eating Chinese food in Fort Lauderdale ever. If I'm for some reason ever in Fort Lauderdale, and they're like, you want some Chinese food? I will just be like, no. Just hard no. We'll have you talking to God. Exit 3 miles. And then you pull up and it's literally what's with all the neon? I don't see any crosses. Wait a minute. I don't think that this is a church. Wait a minute. There's a nun. I mean, it's a loose church, Yeah, it's a loose church. I don't know. Let's go check. Come on, boys. Let's go repent our sins. How about the Pokestop off the highway in Missouri? That was the giant cock that ended up being a chicken statue. Yeah. The giant cock is up ahead, and then it was this big fucking chicken statue. And yes, there is literally about the world's biggest cock, and it's just there's a random pink elephant too at there's a when we go up north, there's this one gas station. It's a random ass rest stop dash gas station. It's one of the smaller ones. It just has a random pink elephant for no reason. But you know what? I got a lot of pictures with that pink elephant. I will be damned if I'm not going to give into my Americana and take some pictures with some of the wacky shit that we see. Because, there's been some bad ones. Cool. Good for you. You love trans women. All right. I mean, don't be weird about it, but good for you. As long as support is good. And also, trans women need love too. I just have a feeling I'm a little on edge with the next comment that's coming from this guy. I mean, you also have pics with the pot. I brought that up. See, I told you guys. I have I got this random thing where I see Ponderosas and I'm like, Ponderosa. Support my journey. Oh, are you insinuating I'm trans? Is that supposed to be an insult? Oh, all right. If you think that, you do you. You see, like, how easy it is to kind of defuse these guys, where it's just like, oh, wait, I didn't get the rise I wanted. Although, knowing how closeted you are with your stupid comments here, I think you did get the rise that you wanted. Gross. Well, I'm flattered, but you have yourself a good day. I mean, Pep is pretty. Aw, thanks, baby. I appreciate that. Aw. Look at me. Getting compliments from my wife. All right, let's get to some of the other stuff. Here, let's do this Andy Burnham thing. It's kind of random, I know, but I wanted to cover this. So if you guys don't know, Count Benhead did not win the prime minister position. It's unfortunate. I was really, really hoping that Count Benhead would pull it off, but instead we got this guy, milquetoast man, Andy Burnham. He is now the PM. Let's see who this guy is.
Minister Andy Burnham is preparing to set out cost of living support to give households breathing space as he begins his first full day as Prime Minister. In a few hours, he'll also chair his first cabinet meeting. Mr. Burnham has made key cabinet appointments over the
I want to know when the alphabet mafia is going to stop trying to force it. Nobody's trying to force anything on you.
last few hours.
You can, like, if you're feeling forced, that's telling me that you think about this a little more than you're comfortable with, which you should get therapy.
Replacing
and figure out how to love yourself.
All moving.
The gays and the transes and all those people are not what is making you unhappy. You are making you unhappy.
Many of the ministers who worked for his predecessor, Sir Keir Starmer.
Yeah,
The
you're
post of
literally the one who brought it up.
Chancellor has gone to John Healey, who resigned last month as Defence Secretary in a row over military spending. A former leader of the Labour Party, Ed Miliband, has
So he quit to go get a new position?
been given the role
That
of
tells me
Foreign
that's a little
Secretary.
sus.
He replaces Yvette Cooper, who's now been appointed Health Secretary. Shabana Mahmood, who's pursued a
Why are they playing musical chairs with their positions?
tough line on immigration, will stay on as Home Secretary.
I want to force single stalls for all just because no one wants a potty party. Yep.
Well, Andy Burnham
I will die.
has promised a
Die
new
on this
political
hill.
and
I want
economic
to be in
model, saying
peace.
Britain needed to show the world that it could regain stability.
I kind of agree on this one.
Here's our political correspondent, Jack Fennick.
Most Labour MPs had expected one of these two to get the job of Chancellor, but instead a surprise face was spotted heading towards Downing Street yesterday afternoon.
Where are you off to, Mr. Healey? Have you got a new job?
John Healey resigned as Defence Secretary just a few weeks ago because he was unhappy about how much funding
Why am I constantly seeing this thing that I bring up myself? Yep.
the Treasury
No, seriously.
was willing to give
It's pathetic at this point.
the armed forces.
Nobody cares, dude.
Now he'll be the
You're the only ones, like the only ones that are out there even caring about this shit anymore are the ones that are obviously sexually aroused by this stuff. So you can just, just go rub one out and just, I don't know, be normal.
one tasked with those difficult spending decisions.
Fiscal control is the first duty of any Chancellor. It is mine. And fiscal credibility is the bedrock for economic stability and for national security. And you heard the Prime Minister say, in this more dangerous world, we will meet our commitments on defence to our international allies.
As for the favourites, Shabana Mahmood will stay on as Home Secretary, and Ed Miliband is now the Foreign Secretary. So what about the rest of Burnham's newly appointed top team? Wes Streeting, who had been a potential leadership rival, becomes the Defence Secretary. Angela Rayner has gone back to her old job as Housing Secretary, where she'll be tasked with following through on the PM's pledges to end rough sleeping and build record numbers of council houses. Lucy Powell, the Labour Party's deputy leader, is now the Education Secretary, another area picked out by Burnham as a priority. Yvette Cooper has been given a demotion from Foreign Secretary to Health, but could now oversee a much talked about reform of the social care system. And Louise Haigh, arguably Andy Burnham's closest political ally, becomes first Secretary of State, the de facto Deputy Prime Minister. The new PM has promised unity within the Labour Party, though many of those sacked yesterday were notable Starmer loyalists. He's also spoken about economic growth in all areas of the country. The Conservatives have already cast doubt on that.
His analysis of where things need to go is wrong. And if you ask any business out there, what is the challenge at the moment? They are overtaxed, there is no growth, and I don't see anything that he's saying that's actually grasped that as the fundamental problem, because if we do not get growth in this country, he's not going to be able to do all these lovely things that he's pledging.
Andy Burnham's other priority last night was calling other...
At non-refundable 3027 $5. Trump says, "You have the best chat. There is a lot of other chats, but your chat, it's the best. Therese, no comparison. Believe me."
You actually got his vernacular. Thank you for the $5.
International.
That's a good one.
Leaders. The first of those was with President Trump, who said the two had a very good conversation in which they discussed North Sea oil, trade, the military alliance and the Strait of Hormuz, and wished him good luck in the new job. So a busy day one. Andy Burnham's made it clear that day two will see a focus on the cost of living and the support he can offer to families across the UK. Jack Fenwick, BBC News, Westminster.
Well, with me here in the studio is Tim Muffet. So, Tim, lots of changes.
Tim Muffet.
Take us through the most significant ones.
Yeah, some interesting ones, aren't there? I mean, Andy Burnham removed a number of loyalists of former PM Keir Starmer. Out went Rachel Reeves as Chancellor, David Lammy as Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary, and Steve Reed as Community Secretary. Several senior figures did retain their positions, including Heidi Alexander at Transport and Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. But there were some really, I think, surprising names. I mean, John Healey as Chancellor, I think, took a lot of people by surprise. Absolutely, yes. I mean, many speculated that that role would go to Ed Miliband or Shabana Mahmood. John Healey has returned to the Cabinet as Chancellor less than 2 months after.
I mean, it is a little weird that the guy had to resign for being bad at his job, and then he's in a new job. I mean, failing upwards, I guess.
As Defence Secretary. So I think a lot of people were surprised by that. Ed Miliband as Foreign Secretary, moving there from Energy. He had been touted as a possible Chancellor, but I think opinion was divided between supporters who pointed to his experience in the Treasury and opponents who distrusted his views, particularly on energy. Louise Haigh, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. That title is more of a ceremonial one. It is a very, very powerful position. She's First Secretary of State and Cabinet Office Minister. She'll run the Cabinet Office, the department that supports the Prime Minister and coordinates the government's policies to deliver its agenda. So a big, big job for her. Wes Streeting, new Defence Secretary, replacing Dan Jarvis, who'd only been in the role for a matter of weeks. So, I mean, he resigned as Health Secretary in May, saying he had lost confidence in Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister, and eventually decided to back Andy Burnham rather than launch his own leadership bid. So he's now the Defence Secretary. So some really interesting announcements there. I think Yvette Cooper remains in Cabinet, but a new role as Health Secretary as well. So
okay. So I guess they're playing magical musical chairs. I mean, this is the land of Harry Potter after all, right? All right. Here we go. I teased this story a little bit. This picked up some steam in the last 2 days. So, NYC Mayor Mamdani vows to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Mamdani, elected in 2025, cited the ICC arrest warrant from November 2024, alleging Netanyahu's war crimes in Gaza, including starvation tactics and civilian targeting, and pledged to direct the NYPD to act. Trump responded on Truth Social, insisting Netanyahu faces no arrest risk in the U.S., praising his stance against Iran. Legal experts called Mamdani's threat baseless due to federal authority on foreign policy and head of state immunity, while the clash underscores U.S. divide over Israel. I mean, to be fair, I kind of thought that too when I heard this. I was like, wait a minute. But technically, there's like diplomatic immunity that they have that it's not going to work out. As much as I would love that, but it's also a little fucked up that he's going to the UN, you know, like this place that has been kind of calling for this, and like, you know, these heads of states that have also been calling. Like, I don't know, guys. Realistically, I think that it's all performative. It's all for show. Not on Mamdani's side. I'm talking about the like the UN. Alrighty. And then Trump vows no arrest for Netanyahu during U.S. visit. There we go. That story hath been covered. Trump rages after Zohran says that Bibi belongs in The Hague. All right, I'm probably not going to play the full thing out of this, but let's get Crystal's take on it.
Zohran Mamdani, when he was on the campaign trail, indicated that he would have Netanyahu arrested for his war crimes. You'll recall he's a wanted criminal by the ICC. If he were to come to New York, he was asked about that in a recent New York Times interview, and he said, yeah, we're still looking into that. Let's take a listen.
I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague. He's a war criminal who has been charged by the International Criminal Court. And what you will find is that is an opinion that is held by many purely because of what his actions have wrought over these last many years. I've also said that I will follow.
Well, this is weird to see him
the laws that we have
serious,
here in New York City.
but then there he goes, smiling again.
Because I believe that there's an importance in following the law as a leader who presides over our city, and that's something that I plan to do.
Meaning? I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means.
Meaning that whatever the law allows me to do in New York City, that's what we will do, but we won't be writing our own laws to that end.
What does the law allow you to do?
That's an active conversation with our legal.
Oh, you want to order dinner? Go for it. I get a faster reply in chat. How do you want your steak cooked for hibachi? Medium.
In seeing what the prospects are we have
medium
here in our municipality. However, what we've seen at the national level is a desire sometimes to write your own laws, to go outside of the bounds of legality. That's not something we have an interest in.
His powerful dimples.
So I'm very much read those comments as a way to sort of walk back from the promise to arrest Netanyahu, basically saying like, yeah, I'd love to do it, but we got to be constrained by laws and we're looking into it. And the reality is, I mean, we're not even a signatory to the ICC. Yeah. It's hard to imagine what legitimate power he could use, even though I would love for him to figure out one. Nevertheless, Donald Trump made sure to come to Netanyahu's rescue and defense here. I can put element 1 up on the screen.
Now it's just a political issue.
Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. He's fighting against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which recently killed 52,000 innocent protesters. I swear that number goes up every time we see it. And has spent the last 47 years killing American soldiers and others. The only ones that should be arrested are the people that led Iran into this unprecedented spiral of death and destruction, something that should have been dealt with years ago by previous presidents. So there you go. Trump making sure that Netanyahu will be safe and sound when he comes here in September, I think, for the UN General Assembly is the reason that he's planning to be in town. Zohran was asked again about the possibility of this arrest, and
Trump has no authority to tell Mamdani not to arrest him. The thing is, he technically does, as far as like diplomatic immunities go and shit like that, and federal, like the way that this is technically a federal thing. Yeah.
You know, they tried to play like, oh, well, why do you care? So what about the?
Because what's he gonna do? Lock him up? Where's he gonna book him?
Treatment of Iran in New York City? Is there some sort of double standard at work?
Are the Swiss all of a sudden going to fucking be there to, you know, guarantee that he gets, you know, tried at The Hague? Because that's how this works.
This is B3. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran.
The objective realities behind a lot of this stuff sucks because you kind of find yourself coming to to terms with the fact that nobody's going to be punished for this shit. It's the same with Trump. Anybody that is fantasizing that like something bad is going to happen to him, his cabinet, or any of this shit, no. Let's put it this way: if he does leave peacefully and he doesn't like cause a fucking stir, so what's going to happen is he likely is going to pardon himself and everybody in his cabinet, and then we're going to spend the next 4 years cleaning up his mess. Maybe because these Democrats really like. They don't value actually helping us. And this is where I was saying the thing about the impeachment. If the first thing they do is try to impeach him, that tells me that they don't give a fuck about us.
Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate.
No, they need to focus on getting the Epstein files out. They need to focus on, like, there are a lot of things that they could focus on that would definitely sink him.
And as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's prime minister. These are not...
That's not how that works. The numbers keep going up because he's a lying sack of shit that just keeps making up numbers. The fact that you can sit there going like, yeah, it's because that many protesters are getting shot, instead of just listening to the way that he lies. Like, dude, we get it. We get it. Your fucking parents didn't love you, so you have to attach all of this emotion to Trump. Like, we fucking get it, dude. But Jesus, just for a minute, can you back off and stop being so fucking pathetic?
Facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record. And
it is
I believe
sometimes sad
that
to see these fucking bootlickers just do it like just constantly. Nyam, 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 nyam.
when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously, whether it's Benjamin Netanyahu or it's Vladimir Putin or whomever else. What I've also made clear is that my administration will follow all applicable local laws. That is our commitment. That is something that we will follow through on when it comes to an adherence to local laws. And that's all I have to add on that.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Heather from News 12.
Are you looking at arresting anybody else on that list of people who've committed international war crimes?
My point is that if someone is charged with a warrant by the International Criminal Court for these kinds of crimes, that's something I believe that should be honored. And I've also said that we will follow our local laws.
So there you go. Unlikely that Netanyahu is going to be arrested anytime soon, sadly. Although, I mean, possibly if he loses this election, maybe in Israel, but over corruption, not over war crimes. So
over Qatari corruption, which is the best part of it for all the accusations.
Yes, absolutely. But in any case, he's probably safe when he comes to New York City. Sadly, it is wild, though, just to reflect, Zohran, that this is the mayor of New York, who's like under pressure to say that he would arrest Netanyahu. Just a couple.
The fact that he did say it is good. The fact that he has conviction is good. It's just, don't get disappointed by just the realities.
Well, years ago,
I'm
idea
sorry,
that you would have an avowed anti-Zionist who wants to arrest Netanyahu, who is a supporter of the BDS movement, to be the mayor of New York City, of course, the largest concentration
Kim Dong-hyun
of Jewish Americans.
How's it going, Kim?
In the entire
Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here.
Country, one of the largest concentrations of Jews on the planet, period. It just shows you how radically things have shifted.
Also,
and it's not, in spite of opposition from Jewish New Yorkers. It's in part because of support from Jewish New Yorkers who are also disgusted with the war crimes of Netanyahu and the genocide that their tax dollars have funded, along with, of course, Zohran's core campaign pitch, which was very appealing to the city.
I do think what's interesting about, first of all, you're totally, so like I went to GW, which is like the birthplace of Hillary Clinton liberalism. And when I was in college, the median position was Hillary is great, but BDS is support for terrorism. Like that was that was like the Democratic, and most of the people I went to school with, if they're involved in politics, they probably all work in the centrist industrial complex. So, but for them, I think a lot of them shifted also on Israel. It is inconceivable for something like that to happen. I also think it is so obvious that if you watch that first comment, he's backing himself out of what his most ardent supporters wanted, which is like I won't name the person who we were arguing with this about, where he's like, why does Zohran not arrest Ben Gvir whenever Ben Gvir came to the Israel Day Parade? I was like, dude, he's the NYPD, or he's the New York City commissioner, or a mayor. I'm like, he doesn't have any statutory authority to arrest a foreign dignitary. And don't use that word.
This is what I was saying.
In what it conveys.
He doesn't have to protect them, but he also doesn't need to arrest them, which that doesn't. I'm just saying, guys. Like, I get it, but don't let your emotions cloud this stuff. This is where, like, I kind of find people, they tend to get angry about the stuff that they can't control. This is one of those things. It's out of your control. It's out of everybody's control. Just
technical
technicality of what it means. He has zero authority to arrest a foreign dignitary on U.S. soil. Like, the fact is, this U.S. State Department and the United States government at the federal level has total authority whenever it comes to that. So a local mayor has zero capability whatsoever to do that, and himself would be in violation of like multiple U.S. laws. He knows that, which is why I keep saying we're going to focus all our local laws. Even at a higher level, as you said, we're not statutory to.
Isn't it kind of funny to watch these guys, like this one dude in chat, just like nobody's paying attention to him, nobody cares.
The ICC.
This is like a microcosm of just how this is reality. This is where people, dude, no one cares. Trump sucks.
We don't even
deal with it.
And recognize
everybody's upset at him.
Authority. The current administration currently, and actually long in the past, even Bill Clinton and all of them, whenever they were under serious pressure to become signatories, they didn't want to do it because explicitly, not just for this reason, but because it would, undermine the empire status of the U.S. So there is no way that this would ever happen.
It'd be popular if it did.
ICC, I don't know about that, but
no,
with,
it'd be popular
Israel,
if they found a way to arrest Netanyahu,
it would be popular.
Right.
It would be very popular.
I mean, he did live here. Friends of mine in the government tell me basically everyone's guilty of wire fraud in some way or the other. So I'm sure he could find something. But
yeah. Well, he was from Pennsylvania, right?
I think he
lived in Pennsylvania.
There, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe not born there, but he lived around there.
I just know that he stayed in Jared Kushner's bedroom whenever he was in town. So.
And he would brag about it. He'd be like, Jared, I used to sleep in your childhood bedroom. And I think I attended a speech where he said that publicly. And I'm looking around in the press corps, and I'm like,
Does anybody else find that to be completely odd, especially when Jared Kushner's dad was a fucking criminal?
Anyone else hear this? I'm like,
No one else thinks
convicted criminal, by the way.
weird.
Is this, nobody else thinks this is super weird? Or whenever he would, come to America on his frequent visits and visit, I don't know, Jonathan Pollard, the convicted U.S. or convicted spy in prison. But that's what he's all about.
No, yeah, totally not sus at all. All right, so this brings us to Crystal getting in a heated debate with top Democrat. I don't even know who this is. So apparently this guy starts shitting on the DSA and Crystal ain't having it. Let's take a look.
Representative Adam Smith, he is a Democrat.
Oh, it's the guy. It's this guy. It's the guy with the weird mouth. This bird-looking motherfucker.
From Washington. He is the top Democrat, in fact, on the House Armed Services Committee. And your team actually reached out saying you wanted to have a conversation about the future of the Democratic Party and your ideas therein. So very excited to have that convo. Well,
oh, I am now very excited.
Yeah, good to be on. Thank you.
This might be the rest of the. This might take us to the 4th hour. We'll see.
Before we get into all of that, you are at the center of a bunch of very impactful votes as the ranking member on the House Armed Services Committee. So if you don't mind, I wanted to start by talking to you a little bit about the NDAA, that's the National Defense Authorization Act. Section 224 has been of a lot of interest to our audience. This is what would effectively partially merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. You were originally in support of it. You changed your position on it. I just wanted to know about your thought process here.
It wouldn't merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. What it does is it talks about co-development programs.
Yeah, so we can actually put element 1 up on the screen while he's discussing.
Ooh, this guy. Oh my God, did he not know what he was getting into? Because this really has that he did not know.
It has some of
I mean, the Pentagon has 1,000 different development programs that they're put together for procurement of, I don't know, everything from the F-35 to a radio. And when you do that, you develop a program of record, and the Pentagon works on it. We have, over the course of the last decade, had 3 programs that we co-developed with the Israeli military around drones, sorry, not around drones, around missile defense.
I hate to do this. I have to speed this one up because fucking A. John from San Antonio voice.
Yeah, counter drones. And so the point of those programs was for the 2 militaries to work together to develop them. Okay. Now, neither controls the other in terms of how they use them. So those were just co-development programs. And the Section 224, when it came up in committee, said, let's have one person overlook all 3.
It's because the mic picks up that
of those programs, and let's explore the possibility of more co-development programs.
Right. So it says to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation that goes on to spell out what all that means.
Right, and it didn't create any new program. And by the way, missile defense was the big thing that we had there, and it just so that was the point of it. And mostly, I see this as a benefit to the U.S. military, particularly when you're talking about missile defense. The Israeli military is really good at it. They can help us develop those systems so that we have a better system. I think it's an incredible exaggeration to say that this would merge the U.S. military, because out of literally thousands of programs, we would have 3, 4, maybe 5 or 6 that we were co-developing with the IDF.
But you've changed your position now, correct? You oppose it. So what are your concerns? Because I'll tell you the concerns, from me personally, I think shared a lot by our audience, is you are well aware there is a reckoning happening with regard to the U.S. relationship 100%. With Israel, especially in the Democratic Party. Yeah. And so what appears from the outside is that while votes are increasingly becoming difficult for Israel to win in terms of overt aid being granted, this would be a way to secure the Israel-U.S.
For a top committee member, he sure says a lot. Yeah, he does.
Relationship without having that transparency and that democratic accountability that would come from a vote. So that's the concern, is that it would make the Israeli-U.S. military relationship more entrenched in a way that lacks any sort of democratic accountability.
Damn, bring out the Undertaker.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that at all. I mean, we're talking about...
What are your concerns then?
Sorry, 2 different questions here.
She's KOing this guy.
My concern is I don't support the Netanyahu government, and I certainly don't support what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are doing. And that's been, I think, the real challenge for me, is Israel has a right to exist. Israel is threatened profoundly by Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. So how do we help them defend themselves? Well, at the same time, they've got a government that's frankly out of control, particularly in the West Bank. I associate myself with Rahm Emanuel's speech in Tel Aviv last week, where he said Netanyahu has decided that he is going to be able to defeat all of his adversaries. So whether you're talking Lebanon, Gaza, West Bank, Iran, it's perpetual war all the time. And then with Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, you've got people who really do want to drive all of the Palestinians out of Gaza and the West Bank, and they're in the government, okay? So the basic idea of the program, when it was first presented to me, like I said, it's co-development programs, and like a missile defense, something we could definitely learn from Israel on. And it's a program. You can decide whether or not to do co-development programs. And by the way, if we decide in Congress that we don't like that program, we can vote it down. It's not outside of the democratic process. We don't have to vote and approve every single program of record that the Pentagon develops. So I don't agree with that aspect of it. But a couple of constituents in particular reached out to me and explained that, look, at this point, voting for anything that integrates the U.S. and the Israeli government further, given where the Netanyahu government is at.
Yeah, Israel wouldn't be anything without American taxpayers paying for their military.
Just a statement we
and their health care.
don't want to make right now. And I agreed with that. And that's what caused me to change my mind on that particular issue.
So you've said you would vote against that on the House floor.
I would vote to remove it from the bill, yes.
So you are ranking member, House Armed Services. That makes you one of the four most important people in D.C. in terms of what ends up in the NDAA. And for our audience,
except for the fact that I'm in the minority.
You're in the minority, of course.
And I don't control
yes.
what the majority does by any stretch of the imagination.
But what I wanted to know is if you would use that position when it comes to conference, which is when this is for our audience, I know obviously you know this, when the Senate version is merged with the House version and any difference are reconciled.
I will advocate for the removal of that provision.
And if it's not removed, will you refuse to sign off on the
conference this is good.
report?
I don't know that I would go that far. It depends on what else is in the bill. I mean, look, the bill itself.
I can't believe he did this. Like, this was, like, the fact that his team reached out to them.
Has the massive problem.
Did they not watch the interview with that, I keep forgetting her name, not Stefanik.
That it's continuing to fund the war in Iran, which is another disaster.
The CIA chick.
So I am probably not going to vote, almost certainly not going to vote for the bill as it comes off the House floor now, just in and of itself, regardless of that particular section. Just because of that one section, I don't know that I would vote against the entire bill.
Well, that was actually the other thing I wanted to ask you about is why are Democrats considering supporting an NDAA at all while Trump is prosecuting a disastrous, illegal, unconstitutional war, which to your credit, you've been very vocally outspoken against?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of layers to that. First of all, and this is where we get into some of those divisions within the Democratic Party, I believe that we do need to have a Department of Defense. We need to support our troops. We have national security threats that we have to be prepared to deal with. All right, so...
Do people disagree with that?
Well, there are somebody... Look, the Democratic Socialists of America, in their platform, is defund the Department of Defense. It's in their platform.
Have any of the candidates that you're aware of held that position or advocated that position?
I don't know.
I see lots of people advocate for cutting the Pentagon, which I would agree with. That you may agree with as well. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone advocating for getting rid of it, at least nobody who's elected to office.
Yeah, no, they've but it's part of the DSA platform, okay? And also a broader part.
Do you agree with everything, single word of the Democratic Party platform?
I do not. Okay. So yes, but
so should you be held to whatever views are theoretically in some policy position paper, or should we deal with the reality of what your positions are?
Why would they put it in there in the first place? But aside from that particular point,
Elisa Slotkin, thank you.
There's the larger question:
the hot dog queen, the hot dog queen.
Of the role
what the fuck
the U.S. plays in the world, and this is where
I don't even know the context for that, but that's just hilarious.
I do disagree with the DSA. I mean, their general position is that the U.S. is responsible for most of the conflict in the world. And I've heard these arguments about whether you're talking about Iran, North Korea, Russia, China, that everything they're doing is merely in reaction to us. And I don't agree with that. I think we've done some bad...
Oh, yeah. Amazing Asian. Pep, did you ever notice that the Republican leaders and politicians, the second that they are retiring and no longer running, are all of a sudden beginning to tell the truth about Trump? Yes.
Things without any question.
She loves the glizzies.
But I do think we face threats that we need to be in a position to deter. So I'm not, going to say that we shouldn't ever have a National Defense Authorizing Act. The second piece of this I'm curious.
Well, I'm
curious what people think about this.
Just to pause.
Where did that come from?
On that point, for 1 second. The argument I'm making, and I think other people, is not that we should never have a National Defense Authorization Act. It's that in this moment, Democrats, as you know, have precious little leverage that they can use as Republicans control the House, the Senate,
back in the day,
the White
I was
House.
the hot dog queen. I won a hot dog eating competition.
Trump is
was it sponsored by Nathan?
Prosecuting what is an illegal war. There was a war powers resolution that was passed through the House and the Senate.
But I feel like Nathan's hot dogs are like there's a reason that is the competition with Nathan's hot dogs specifically, because I feel like if they were Vienna hot dogs, it'd be too much beef.
Violation of.
Just to be clear,
she's the female Joey Chestnut.
The problem. Even if this war was legal, it would still be a disastrous, stupid, terrible, horrible idea.
We 100% agree on that. But it is also illegal.
Oh, she's the heiress to a hot dog empire? No shit.
Not use this moment when they would dearly like
we are.
Democratic votes.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that at all. Yeah.
So you think that, so you won't support an NDA and you don't think the rest of the Democratic Party?
There will probably be some who will and some who won't. I mean, and again, how do we use that leverage in an effective way? And keep in mind also the National Defense Authorizing Act doesn't actually fund anything. It's not the appropriations bill, it's the authorizing bill, which is the other point I've been trying to get to. Congress needs to exercise oversight of the Department of Defense. We've got a provision in the bill that would bring back collective bargaining for all DoD employees, which we got put into the bill. We've got a variety of different things that fence Secretary Hegseth's budgets if he doesn't begin to turn over more information. It's us exercising our oversight. If we pull back from that and don't do anything, that winds
Imagine
up
a hot dog eating contest using Costco hot
executive
dogs.
branch having all the control and all the authority if we just don't pass anything. So there are some things in this bill that exercise oversight.
Honestly, you can make one of the perfect Chicago dogs just with their relish and onions and the mustard.
You step back from that, Trump just goes and does what he wants to.
Now I want one. Fuck.
Do without any congressional oversight. So that's the balance. Because I
might
think
have
the
to go
mistake
tomorrow
when you
and
say
grab,
leverage,
like,
the notion is if we say we
hot
won't vote
dog
for
for
it, the
lunch.
Republicans will therefore give us this, 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 and this.
Well, it'll put some pressure on them.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of this, the
Sure,
Iran
it
war
will,
is-
but they may not. But it may not result in that. So yes.
But it may be worth a try. The Iran war is already very unpopular, and
100%.
Let me ask you about your vote for the Thomas Massie amendment, which would block aid to Israel. And this is another one where you had told one outlet that you were planning to vote against it, and then you changed your mind and decided to vote for it. You put on a statement saying that you wanted
Kraut. We don't put kraut on a dog.
to send a message to Benjamin Netanyahu.
I mean, I don't mind sauerkraut on a hot dog. Like, that's New York style, though.
I'd love for you. There's actually been a lot of pro-Israel folks who've been attacking you, saying you gave in to pressure tactics, et cetera.
Oh, baby,
I'd love for you to
we go with a little bit of mustard. You got to put that relish on, and then you got to get them those nice diced onions. Oh,
in your own words, how you came to this place, because I do think your vote and others are quite extraordinary, given
that's a
where
dog right
consensus
there.
within
Ooh, I'm
Washington
hungry.
has been on the relationship with Israel. You had even Nancy Pelosi voting for this amendment yourself, given your position and your track record. You're someone who's been supported by AIPAC. Just take us through your
hungry now.
That's fine. Take your time.
Okay, because
and I got like an hour almost until my food's gonna be here. So
the real challenge here is what Israel has historically been. Okay, Israel was historically a democratic state in the middle of no democratic states. They were a very strong ally of the U.S. We partnered with them on a variety of different things, counterterrorism being the biggest thing.
I am totally going to get a fucking Costco hot dog tomorrow. And yes, it is. It's phenomenal.
Fight and
it's
elsewhere.
fucking phenomenal.
So you've got that historical relationship.
Oh, man,
and
I'm
then
hungry.
you've got the reality of what Israel is living in. And that is that they are the only, well, except
If I
in
ever see you in
Ukraine, they're the
person
only
right in front of you, I'm going to eat a hot dog with ketchup, but
country
with
in
nothing but
the world.
ketchup.
Well, they're the only country.
I'll just sit there being disappointed. I'll let you enjoy it because you know what? I don't listen to each their own, but I'll be disappointed because
the world that from the day they were founded, people have been trying to eliminate them. I mean, there's no other country in the world that, Yemen and Saudi Arabia fought, but the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been attacked constantly. And it comes down to a fundamental question: does Israel have a right to exist? Now, I'll tell you, and this is absolutely the DSA position.
you were going to do some yard work and you got a baby deer laying on the
That they
grass.
don't.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, let the fawns do their thing. No. You got to leave them alone.
Well, let's pause on that. I want to get to the GSA.
I love hot dogs. I live so far away from Costco.
I don't want to fight you on all of this, but I want you to get to
I got to get
point
through
out.
this.
Yeah.
I got to get through this.
Okay.
Just remember when you go there, make sure that you do. You go hungry.
If you have a
It's always a good
situation
idea.
where Israel is threatened on all sides, and I know it's like, well, no, I'm not saying they don't have a right to exist. Just they have to let all the Palestinians back in, and then effectively the Jews no longer control
cheese and
Israel.
spicy mayo and habanero
I'm
sauce.
sorry, but don't you as an idea of equal rights for
Chili
all
cheese dog. I love chili cheese dogs.
ethnicities, something that you, in theory, support
Got to have the onion though.
as a Democrat?
Well, sure, but the practical result of this is if you say there should be equal rights within Israel, but if
Portillo's in Chicago, I'll just say this with certainty, has the best chili cheese dog in all of Chicago. And you guys can get that outside of Chicago, even though it's not the same.
Israel allows it, they cease to exist as a country.
No, they cease to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. That's very different from ceasing to exist as a country.
Oh, come on. Hold on.
My other question is why is
no, we got to drill
an
down.
issue for U.S. taxpayers?
We got to drill down on that.
All right, hold on. I'm going to go back. I was not paying attention because we were too busy fucking talking about hot dogs. Here, let's go back here.
Well, sure, but the practical result of this is if you say there should be equal rights within Israel, but if Israel allows it, they cease to exist as a country.
No, they cease to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. That's very different from ceasing to exist as a country.
Oh, come on. Hold on.
Wow, and he's defending this?
Stop.
Damn, dude. She nailed that.
Why is
No, we got
I hate that she's not pushing back on the fact of how Israel is
an issue
created.
for U.S. taxpayers?
It doesn't really do anything right now. The thing is, you can argue that until you're blue in the face. It doesn't change anything.
we got to.
No, she's doing her best with what she has here to change what's going on.
Drill down on that.
Okay.
Okay. All right. They cease to exist as an ethno state. So basically, Jews would live in Palestine and be governed by the Palestinians, by the Arabs. Okay. And maybe that's just what has to happen in the minds of some people, but understand the consequences of it. Understand why Israel was created in the first place, so that the Jews would have some place to go, okay?
Right,
and
but
to just blithely say, well, yeah, it'll go away and it'll be fine. So that's point one.
Well, first of all, you're mischaracterizing my position, but
well, what is your
second
position?
of all,
No,
I
what
think
is your position?
Second of all, you're ignoring that Israel was not created in a land with no people. Land.
There we go.
No,
I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't. No,
there were people there. There were displaced.
Right. Very few countries ever were.
Nakba.
Yeah.
There was a dispute over land.
Yes.
And Israel today, which I think is what you were getting to, is an apartheid ethno-state that, and I don't think you use this language, but that is in the process of committing a genocide. So we can, we can debate the Israel of the past and the various historical interpretations of how we got to this place. But I think you're correct when you say we have to deal with the reality of today.
And I am now satisfied. Cool.
And, I would argue that it's not just the Netanyahu government. We can certainly argue that point.
Yeah.
But, we have Jake Sullivan, who just came out and said that he regrets the Biden policy of the bear hug. He thinks they should have done more to restrain Israel. And I'm wondering if you have any regrets, because now you're voting in a somewhat different way, both with the NDAA shift in position, with the Massey amendment saying, hey, we should blockade. I want to send a message to Netanyahu. At the peak of the Gaza onslaught, you had a complete siege. You had entire neighborhoods that were leveled. They created the largest population of child amputees. Do you have any regrets about your votes during that time period?
I don't, because everyone forgets about October 7th. Everyone forgets about what Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran have done. And their desire is to wipe out the state of Israel and all the Jews living there. Is that not? I mean, that's in Hamas's charter, and Hamas is still extant. They're still doing that. I don't like the way Israel decided to defend themselves, but the solution being proposed is, and this is the consequence of what you're saying is,
if we could only actually vote on these matters.
We had this idea back in 1948. We were going to give you a state, and that way you could protect yourself against all these attacks. Didn't work out, so go back to Europe, go wherever. This just isn't going to work anymore.
I think the question,
and I don't think you understand how difficult that is to just go, yeah, I guess that's fine. Because
I think the question, and this is not, this is my perspective, but I think this is also what the Democratic Party base in particular, and most of the country view at this point, is why should our tax dollars, given all the things in the world and all the things in our country,
that's why I voted for the Massey
could be, spent in much more effective ways.
Exactly.
Why should that be going to prop up an ethno-state that is an apartheid state? And I wonder if you agree with that characterization. That has been committing, if you don't want to say genocide, certainly war crimes with that tax money.
But that's fine. Yeah. Look, no, that's why I voted for the Massey Amendment. I don't think.
Dude, she even did the thing where she's like, okay, fine, don't call it genocide, but it is war crimes, no matter how you fucking break this down.
We should be sending that money over there. But look, I have concerns.
What's up, Jeff? Good evening.
Hamas, about Hezbollah.
Welcome to the show.
That people don't seem to share.
Make sure you guys hit the like button on your way in or double tap that
this
screen.
Plays out the way you
helps get the stream out.
And
also, if you haven't already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so.
There is no Jewish ethno state, and the consequence of that is there is no Jewish state. Basically, you have the Palestinians, as they would now be governing that area, and that means Hamas would be governing that area. Do you have any problem with that? Do you have any problem with Hamas suddenly becoming a much more powerful entity and having the country, from the river to the sea, if you will now be a Hamas-run state on the Mediterranean? Are you okay with that?
First of all, I'm not convinced that would be the reality.
Well,
how would it not
be the reality?
I don't know how you can get away from how illiberal it is to not support equal rights for people regardless of if they're Jewish, Arab, Muslim, Christian,
totally with you. Look,
and then the other piece is,
but Hamas doesn't support equal rights either.
But do you support a two-state solution? Is that your idea?
Look, yes.
So how do we get there? How do we get there at a time? No, but stop. Hold on.
I can answer this
How do we get there at a time when you have settlements that have made it effectively impossible
There's something I have to explain before all this makes
sense in order to create a Palestinian state?
Damn, dude. She is not letting him walk away from this. I love it. Holy shit. And, dude, how is he the top fucking Dem in these committees when he cannot argue his way out of a paper bag?
Look. Let's go back to what you said. I support a two-state solution. I am also aware of the fact that it's probably no longer possible. You didn't let me get that part out. Okay, which is really kind of important to this whole conversation.
I would agree. Yeah.
And it's very disappointing. I mean, and there's a lot of blame to go around for why we got there. Yes, I would like to see a two-state solution. I am not.
If he's so concerned about Hamas, maybe then Benjamin Netanyahu shouldn't have been funding them. Yep.
As you just described, to know that it's simply not on the table at this point. And that creates a massive, massive problem. But the idea, again, that the easy solution is, okay, we get rid of the Jewish ethno-state, and the details of how Israel is currently running, their country, there are Arabs in the parliament, but there are parts of it that aren't. Okay, so we get rid of that.
Okay.
So what's your idea for what replaces that? You say you're not convinced that it'll be a Hamas-run thing.
Well, I've offered that. Listen, I really honestly think that this is something for Palestinians and Israelis to decide. Yeah. I don't know why it is the American taxpayers' business to fund this.
And again, that's why I voted for the massive amendment.
But what is actually your idea? Because if you're saying, you don't support a one-state solution, you don't support a two-state solution. There is no good solution. That's where you are. That is the reality of where we are now.
Right. And I'm
no good solution.
And I'm open to ideas, but let's understand the history of this.
If they're going to call you a socialist anyway, why not just be a socialist?
There's a great book called Palestine 1936.
Oh, might as well be a socialist, sorry.
That described what was going on there. So you were coming to the end of the British Mandate.
Either way,
and you had, the Jews had been coming in since the 19th century. They'd been there a long, long time ago.
He just keeps interrupting.
And they
were because he kind of sees where she's trying to corner him, and she's doing a good job at it.
A place to be. The Palestinians looking to drive out the British. And the Palestinians and the Arabs reached a conclusion in the mid-1930s and said, okay, Jews, you can stay.
This fucking Darkwing Duck tie on.
But you're not going to run anything. Okay. Jews said, no, we can't. So they started a civil war. Okay. And they fought. And then, of course, 1948, they got the country created. Another war was started. A war, and I know people say, well, this is a war to drive the Palestinians out. It was also a war to eliminate Israel, to basically kill Israel in the crib in 1948. And they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and they fought. And at no point was there ever anything carved out for the Jews. And so the Jews have been fighting an existential fight. And it's
so hard for me to, because I know you consider yourself, I think, liberal. You would describe yourself that way, like in the classical liberal sense.
But there's no liberal option on the table here. That's what I'm telling you.
Why?
You keep saying
illiberal
Jews, we cannot have. Illiberal Palestinians are fine.
No, but why should,
and I voted for it. It shouldn't.
Why should
I already answered that question. It shouldn't.
Okay, so and is that your answer for this particular amendment, or will that continue to be your position moving forward?
That's where we're at.
So you're done with the U.S. funding Israel?
I think
working out themselves.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure. I got to say, I mean, look, she
almost had him on it.
If tomorrow there's a peace agreement, okay, and they actually go forward with something where they create a reasonable alternative for the Palestinians in Gaza.
This might be the biggest, I've been a fan of her in a long time, where it's like, no.
They actually stop what they're doing in the West Bank and get to peace in Lebanon.
Wow.
That may change. I don't see that happening, which is why I gave you the answer I gave. But again,
this is what we need more
this
of.
notion that somehow there's a liberal option on
this is going to be talked about all week, by the way. I have a feeling that you're going to see clips on other shows, like Hassan's probably going to cover it.
And how could we possibly support the illiberal state of Israel?
That'd be crazy if he is.
What's going to come in?
Oh my God! He's literally covering it right fucking now! Oh my fucking God!
Okay, it's going to be liberal. Now, I'm with you on the taxpayer dollar.
You mentioned Rahm Emanuel's speech. You said you associate yourself. If memory serves, he supports banking sanctions on Israel. You know, we sanctioned our at the time.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at him. That's fucking crazy. What the fuck?
In South Africa, you support that?
I am one of the original co-sponsors of it's the West Bank Violence Prevention Act, which sanctions Israel for what they're doing in the West Bank. Yes, absolutely. It's wrong. It shouldn't be done. Yes, we should sanction them, and we should specifically sanction Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who are advocating so much of this. Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to some of these broader disagreements. And I guess a good transition into that is, how much do you think the question of the relationship with Israel-Palestine is serving as a litmus test in Democratic primaries? From my perspective, it's been very important because it served as a proxy for kind of a host of other issues and concerns that the Democratic base has with the Democratic Party at this point. But I'm curious your perspective on how important that has become and the reason why you think it has become an important issue.
It's becoming more important. It's not the most important issue. The most important issue, it's not even close to the most important issue in these primaries. The most important issue.
It kind of is, though, because AIPAC is a real big fucking problem. And what are they tied to?
That is driving the anti-establishment feelings in the primaries is two things. Number one, the belief
is the establishment hurt? Oh, no.
That we have not effectively fought Trump. Okay, when you look at what really drives...
No, you haven't. That's an absolutely fair assessment on this fucking...
These people.
What are you talking about, dude? That's probably the most fair take on all of you establishment Dems, is the fact that you guys miscalculated. You thought that just sit on the hands, just sit on your hands, just let them fuck up. Just let them fuck up. The thing is, you didn't capitalize on any of it. With every fuck up, you kept going like, oh, let him fuck up more. Let him bury himself. Just see, here, he's got the shovel. He's got the shovel.
Yes, Israel's part of it, but it's also going after, you were part of the establishment. How come you didn't beat Trump? Now, I have a complaint here, and that is that a lot of the policies of the
I mean, this guy's literally got some grievances. That's part of the problem here, dude, is you're putting your fucking personal grievances with people, calling out your position and not doing enough. And you're just like, well, I take umbrage with that.
ESA and the left, open borders, defund the police, the idea that you can't possibly spend enough government money, identity politics. A lot of those things are what gave Trump his power.
I'm fucking telling you, this guy's he's a covert Republican.
And part of the reason those of us in the establishment struggled to beat Donald Trump is we were having to defend policies like open borders. Okay, and Trump walked right into that. All right, so the notion that there is just the establishment.
It wasn't open borders. It never was. This idea that we just opened the fucking border and just let anybody in who wanted to come in that without any sort of vetting is just a fucking myth. This idea that this is also what we're all about. Jesus Christ, you would think that they'd be about that if they actually read the fucking Bible.
Trump losing, I think, is a misplaced fact.
Can we pause there for 1 second? Go ahead, get to your critique.
And I certainly, but I also think that the establishment Democratic Party, I mean, the whole Joe Biden thing, nominating, even thinking about nominating Joe Biden in
because of his age.
Well, because he couldn't. I don't care how old he is. He just couldn't speak. Okay, he couldn't communicate clearly.
Yeah.
Whether that was because he was old or because he couldn't communicate clearly. It had the same effect. And then the second big issue is income inequality. It is absolutely true that whoever has been governing for the last 20 or 30 years hasn't done enough to create opportunity for enough people.
Yeah.
Those two issues, I think, really drove the feeling of let's try something different. Now, the question is whether or not the DSA agenda is actually going to achieve either of those objectives. Is that what's going to help us defeat Trump and MAGA? Is that what is going to build a more broad-based economic thing? But this is where I am very sympathetic with the DSA. I'm an economic populist. All right, I think we should rewrite the tax code to actually tax rich people. I've been working with
Uni. I just got a text. I think the food's here.
Woman, Ray Madoff. She's a professor at Boston College. Who wrote a book about how we built our tax code so that investors don't ever pay taxes. Let's change that. Okay, I'm very pro-union. Stock buybacks. Why do we have stock buybacks? They didn't exist prior to 1982.
Yep.
So obviously corporations can exist without them. On that agenda, I'm there. Part of the problem I have with the broader agenda is you can't have free stuff for everybody all the time. And another message that the left gave us in the last 10 years was that deficits and debts don't matter. Are you familiar with modern monetary theory?
Of course.
Yeah, it's absurd. The idea that we just spend as much money as possible is not a problem. Now, I want to tax people. That's
exactly how Trump. What are you talking about, you disingenuous fuck?
Better social welfare.
They're literally doing that right now. They're running up the deficit like it doesn't exist. And you're sitting here chastising the left.
State. But to
fuck off.
Argue that we can have a better social welfare state because the debt doesn't matter.
No, dude, I'm so glad that he did this because this is showing just blanketly what the fucking problem is.
I think
these assholes. This is why everyone hates you. Everyone in the country hates you.
I think with the decline of the U.S. dollar and potential risking of the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency, it's something we have to think more about now. But here's let
that's
me drill,
the understatement of the morning, by the way. But yes.
What up, Pep? Oh shit, Golf Marine, how you doing, dude?
Down a little bit on a few things.
Good show, thank you. I appreciate that.
So how
you been, man? It's been a minute.
Argued both from most of your.
I think I saw you in AG's chat not too long ago, and I
argument against the DSA thus far. I think you could characterize as an electability argument. You think
no. It's bad policy.
Okay, so
double check.
I don't think having unlimited immigration is sustainable. I don't think getting rid of the criminal justice system is a smart way to govern. It's not just electability.
So here's a question I have for you. So back in 2018, you worked together with Pramila Jayapal on a bill to abolish ICE, which is a key demand.
I worked with her on here's what the bill did, okay?
Well,
it's a slogan.
We have an article here from the Seattle Times, your local paper. U.S. Reps Pramila Jayapal and Adam Smith aim to abolish ICE, restructure immigration enforcement.
Exactly.
You were one of the Democrats actually who was in office when you voted for DHS.
Can I tell you what this actually does
Creation of
so
ICE.
we can have an intelligent
conversation?
conversation?
Of course, yeah. Well, number one, do you still support this?
Yeah. Let me tell you what it does.
Okay, but do you still support
that doesn't help anything, because what is this? Can I?
Yeah, of course, but first, do you still support it? And you can explain more in detail what it is.
Let me tell you what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
When we created the Department of Homeland Security, we took immigration enforcement away from the Justice Department, and we put it into DHS, and created ICE.
Correct.
What this does is it puts immigration enforcement back at the Justice Department.
And gets rid of ICE.
Right. Well, it gets rid of, yeah, no, but
that's my position too.
But
we're on the same page here.
Yes, but it doesn't get rid of immigration enforcement.
Okay. So hold on. Let me hold you to account again.
Yeah.
Tell me which candidates, specifically, not a policy paper that they're theoretically says, which candidates have said we should get rid of all immigration enforcement.
I forget the name. The woman who beat Andrew Espelot absolutely 100% said it.
Chevalier.
Yeah.
So you have one candidate who said that. Do you think that? Do you think that her views should be associated with everyone under the DSA label, or do you think that each person should be evaluated individually?
Many conversations with many immigration advocates, and I always ask them. And look, I'm in favor of a robust immigration system. I think what immigration enforcement is doing right now is an absolute crime. Okay, and it should be limited. And I think we should go back to the Justice Department. That's what I said.
And you still support the bill that you put forward.
Absolutely.
So you support abolishing ICE.
But abolishing ICE is just a rhetorical.
You don't like the label, but you support it, right?
But the problem is it means different things to different people. Okay, if you're talking about, no, let's go back to a Justice Department enforcement mechanism, that's fine. But there are a lot more people who support eliminating enforcement. And let me tell you the question I always, let me tell you,
giving me one.
Let me tell you the question I always ask and the answer I always get from dozens of different immigration advocacy groups. I said, look, in order for this to work, you have to be able to tell me who would you deport and who wouldn't you let into the country. And they literally never answer that.
Okay. Are
question.
they in Congress?
They are advocacy groups.
Here's my other question for you is, you want to take the most extreme positions that you can find in the DSA platform, or that
let me ask you this.
Let me finish my question, please. That one candidate, Daria-Lisa Chevalier, who I agree has positions that I think can legitimately be characterized as radical, right? Okay. You want to take those positions and you want to tar an entire group of candidates with them.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hold on. Aren't you effectively doing the work of the Republicans there?
Yes,
by
and
saying
that's always
all
the
these
answer.
people,
That's
they're all
the
so
answer.
crazy. They don't want any enforcement, they don't want any police, they don't want any borders,
Let me consolidate for you. Do you think, all right, you've done your thing, let me do my thing.
They could easily characterize your abolish ICE position as just as crazy and radical as Daria-Lisa.
But I can't, because the Justice Department is going to enforce. Let me ask you this. Joe Biden, his policy, okay, so not just one person in a platform, whatever. Do you think his policy was too lax in terms of border security?
I don't, but I acknowledge that politically, that helped fuel the rise of the return of Donald Trump. So let me say
that is something that's widely supported.
But hold on a second. Which wing of the Democratic Party does Joe Biden come from? He doesn't come from the DSA left, does he? He comes from the establishment. And so to go back to one of the original,
wherever he comes from, how did he govern?
Well, he funded a genocide, so he governed in a lot of right-wing ways. But to go back to your original point about electability, I think it's very hard.
I never made a point about electability.
You did. You said that you thought that these positions, if you listen to your original answer, you said you thought these positions with the DSA were part of what brought back Donald Trump.
Fair enough.
No, and the thing is, he keeps exposing himself as being a closeted fucking conservative. He keeps doing this thing where he's just like, well, they got us on this, so we need to abandon this position.
Policy concerns.
Okay, but on the electability point, how can you argue that your camp within the Democratic Party has a lot of credence when it comes to electability when
I argued the exact opposite. I'm with you.
When Hillary Clinton loses to Trump, Biden wins by adopting some left-wing views, then loses to Trump. It was the establishment that propped him up, that forced war, any sort of a primary. So how could it be the fault of the left that we're losing?
There's three things. Okay. I always say that the fall of the Democratic Party is a tragedy in 3 acts.
Okay.
Number one,
we're
he didn't do enough on the economic
DSA.
issues. And I think that Obama and Clinton get way too much of the blame for that. I think they really tried to get after broader economic issues, certainly the Affordable Care Act, a whole lot of other provisions that were put in there. But we didn't do enough on economic inequality. Number two, the left came along and took some positions that weakened us. I'm not blaming one group. Everyone's like, well, you're blaming us. What about them? It's like, there can be collective responsibility here, okay? It's not an either-or choice. Yes, we didn't do enough in economics. And then some of the positions of the left, and there were a lot of people running around. And when people say abolish ICE, do they mean abolish enforcement or do they mean change enforcement? Okay, and that's where you get into that difficult issue. We've had criminal justice problems, that defund.
Harley, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that.
The police movement did not help us in any way. And it was a thing. And everyone's, oh, no, we never did that, okay? And then three, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Those three things are what led to us. And every time, I want to bring them all in, but people say, well, if you blame the left, you're just being a Republican. Well, can't we learn as we go?
Well, my problem is not with I have my own critiques of the left, right? I think that I actually think the identity politics thing came out of the Hillary Clinton campaign and was a way for the establishment to beat back the rise of the Bernie Sanders left. No doubt the left embraced it. I have been a critic of.
Or they are fucking people that have been ostracized and then. What are you doing? Oh my God!
"Quote unquote woke," although I hate the word at this point. Identity politics. That's my position on the class.
The cynical way that they just fucking discount that is disgusting.
So I have my own critiques here. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying when you caricature an entire wing of the party at this point.
Aren't you caricaturing the entire wing of the centrists and saying that we're like,
no, because
I'm not caricaturing.
I'm not trying to say you have the same views as John Fetterman. I don't think that you do, or Josh Gottheimer for that matter.
And I'm not saying they all have the same views
You are
either.
trying to take the views of, let's say, Daria Liza and the DSA platform and saying this is what the entire
I'm not.
DSA
I'm
coalition stands
I'm just
for.
saying it's an issue and it's a challenge.
Let me get you to, so I think the most prominent example of socialist governance in the U.S. right now is Zohran Mamdani in New York City. He got asked a question that's very relevant to this conversation about, what about people who are concerned about socialism or concerned about democratic socialism? Let me get you to respond to what he had to say. This is E2.
For all of the fear-mongering around democratic socialism, the best response is to show what it actually means. And what we've shown over the last 6 months is exactly that. We've shown that a city with a democratic socialist vision is one that paves more than 170,000 potholes, 50,000 more than the prior administration by this point. It's a city that has delivered the lowest recorded number of shootings, shooting victims, and murders in New York City's history. It is a city that is on a pathway to universal childcare, saving thousands of parents more than $20,000 a year. And it's a city that is doing all of these things while fighting for the people who are often left behind, workers who we've secured more than $10 million for, tenants more than $64 million. These are all indicators of what is so scary to a right wing that has built its entire power and framework on the idea of debating who should be left behind.
So is Zoran's version of socialism a version that you could get on board with, since he's really focused on the affordability pieces that you
I am encouraged by what he's doing. And I think that form of trying to get things done. That's the other problem. Is so much of the left, and certainly we experienced this in Seattle, became an academic exercise. They were spending all day long talking about, the history of racism, as opposed to going out in the community and saying, these are people who have been discriminated against. Let's
I hate to say it, but I kind of agree with this.
Get them access to capital so they can start businesses. Let's get them access to capital so they can get homes.
Education's not bad, but it's the browbeating and that takes away from focusing on the actual things we can do.
Let's do a job, let's do workforce development so they can get jobs. It became an academic exercise about the history of the U.S. and about, are we, just an irreversibly bigoted racist? And that's all interesting. What are we doing to govern effectively? And actually, everything that Mamdani said right there, I'm encouraged. If you govern and focus on getting things done, so-called sewer socialism from back in the day, when you had mayors who were socialists because they were going to go out and work, that's great. As an academic exercise, will you want to explain to me the history of oppression when you say things to me like, well, that person can make that argument because of the power dynamic, and we operate in this weird intellectual world that's got nothing to do with practical problem solving and logic, okay? That's where I have a problem. Michelle Wu up in Boston, also on the left, governing really well. There are other folks who haven't
capitalists
governed so well because they got trapped in this sort of ideological thing where the whole focus was on oppressed and oppression as opposed to actually governing well. So yes, I am encouraged by what I've seen in the last, 6-7 months in Mamdani's term. I'm a working class, blue collar kid. I'm in favor of economic populism. And if socialism can work on that level. Now, I think you also have to recognize that private industry has to be part of it. Okay, we have to have businesses that grow. But yeah, I had someone, I was up in New York a month or so ago, and someone said, the problem is we took the guardrails off capitalism. And over the course of the last 50 years, that's what we did. We took the guardrails off capitalism. So let's put those guardrails back on. And if you want to call it socialism, whatever you want to call it, I don't care. But let's govern more effectively.
So let me ask you then, Josh Gottheimer said, if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. It sounds like you don't agree with that.
No, but again, the problem with this is the whole abolish ICE thing. You throw a term out that means 15 different things to 15 different people, and then you're like, do you support this? It's like, well, which one of the 15 versions are you talking about?
I'm not asking you to support it, but he and others have said basically, we don't want these people in the party. We don't want to share the tent with them. And it doesn't sound like you're in that place.
I am not. Now, I think we ought to be able to have a conversation about the issues. I was sick to death, and you did it to me again, when I was trying to say, hey, look, on immigration, we need to show that we are in favor of enforcement. Well, you're just giving me Republican talking points.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
No.
You said something about me like sound like Republican.
No.
Why can't we have a conversation about it?
What I said is that when you take the most radical position of one person or from a policy platform and you paint with a broad brush, you're handing Republicans a talking point. Oh, this is what these people are. And what I'm saying is that you could easily be put into that camp too, given some of your positions that you continue to hold. For example, whether you want to call it dismantling ICE or reorganizing ICE under a different agency or whatever you want to call it. You support getting rid of ICE.
It's not actually a joke. It's how are you going to enforce it? What sort of enforcement are you going to do? And if going back to the Justice Department makes sense to me. And, ICE would no longer exist, but you'd still have immigration enforcement. But this is the biggest...
Could you actually, I am curious your view, because the counter to that would be, well, if you're just going to do enforcement, why not just keep ICE and reform ICE, right? There's some group of people would say, oh, it's too radical to get rid of ICE. We need to just reform it, vet better, et cetera. Why do you think that it needs to be taken apart? Because obviously I agree with you.
What Trump has done with it, I think just puts it in a category. And I don't know, I mean, theoretically, within the Department of Homeland Security, I suppose you could have immigration enforcement that made sense. But I think at this point we need a clean break. And look, the biggest thing that I want in all of this is the ability to have a conversation, all right? And this is my biggest problem with the left. I have been unable to hold a town hall meeting for a year because a bunch of leftists show up and scream at me and don't let anyone else speak. We had a hearing at the University of Washington on whether or not to divest from Israel. After all the protests, we're going to have a hearing. So the first 3 people got up and testified in favor of divesting. 4th person got up and testified against divesting. 2 sentences in, shouted down, screamed at, wouldn't stop. The meeting, you talk about illiberal, okay? Having people stand out in front of my house, screaming death threats at me and threatening my wife, okay? And the left, oh, well, of course we don't support. We're peace activists. We would never do something like that, okay? How about you just say, no, they did it, it's wrong, we're against it, we are going to be liberal, we're going to stand up for stuff. I think that whole thing has created a major problem as well. And that's what I try to have these conversations, and people, you're just a Trump supporter. We have to be able to have an intellectual discussion. I guess positive thing, I think Mamdani has done that. I don't agree with everything he's doing, but he's having legitimate, thoughtful conversations instead of screaming matches over who can threaten the loudest.
Let me just, last question, because I know you have a briefing that you need to get to. As a result of your vote on the Massey Amendment, which would block aid to Israel, AIPAC said, basically, we're done with this guy, pulled your name off their fundraising website. You're a person who, you are in a very important position for them, ranking member. They've given you a lot of money in the past. Have you spoken to them about that decision?
Yes.
And would you, in the future, do you want their money back? Because I know Pat Ryan was in a similar situation. He said, I'm done with them. I don't want their money. I don't think that we should
This is another thing that I've never bought into.
Well, can I finish my question? He said effectively, I don't think we should be in league with this right-wing foreign government and an organization that supports it. Do you share that view, or you would be open to taking their money again?
I'd be open. I mean, given my position, I don't think that's going to happen. It's always been my position. I vote, take positions, and people decide whether or not to donate. And that's another thing that I don't think the left should take no money from corporations. Corporations are evil, or awful, or terrible. I don't think that's in keeping with how the country's going to run. We need businesses. And look, I've had many donors.
AIPAC's not a business, but
well, no,
AIPAC's not a business.
But it goes beyond
I was about
AIPAC.
to say,
We're not
he's trying to conflate this issue, which it's like, okay,
I think
that's technically a separate discussion.
Divides us, and not necessarily. As far as AIPAC is concerned, you understand that they count anyone who's ever donated to AIPAC. I have a lot of friends that the supporters going back decades.
They actually also include J Street in
give
that.
money to me. Okay, I'm not going to.
You have taken AIPAC contributions. That's not in the characters.
No, absolutely. But the whole broad thing of,
Well, they make it, in fairness, because I think it's a very difficult thing to track. They intentionally, they create other groups. And they try to hide some of this money now that it's become a toxic name. But final, real last question for you. Abdul Al-Sayed running in Michigan against Representative Haley Stevens. AIPAC and affiliated groups have spent $30 million in that race to support Haley Stevens. You're someone who is concerned about democracy. I mean, do you see that as a crisis for democracy when you have tens of millions of dollars of outside money, whether it's PAC or Big Pharma or whoever, coming in and backing one candidate? Is that something that should ban Democratic primaries?
I support McCain-Feingold, and I think Citizens United was one of the 2 or 3 worst Supreme Court decisions ever made. You ought to be able to limit IEs, and I don't care if it's coming from business, if it's coming from AIPAC, if it's coming from labor, if it's coming, because left groups have big IEs too. I mean, everyone acts like they don't have any money. I remember
It's no competition for what's coming in on the other side. But just to put a fine point on it, the Democratic Party could itself, it's hard to change the Constitution and the Supreme Court, et cetera. The Democratic Party itself could ban that type of spending in primaries. They can. They can set their own. Of course they can.
No, hold on.
The DNC can set their own rules for how their own primaries are run.
They can't block an IE.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't. What are you talking about?
They can set their own rules for what type of money can be spent in these campaigns. Is that something you would support?
I would, but
okay, you would support it, but you don't believe that it's possible.
No, the IEs are independent. They can do what they want to do. The Democratic Party can't come. You think the Democratic Party could just come in and tell AIPAC not to spend money?
Yeah, I think they could run their own primaries the way they want to run their primaries and set the rules for that. They absolutely could. That's something that was part of the debate for the last DNC chair.
That's very easy. You just say no.
Even if the DNC
but you would
says that,
in theory, you would support it.
I would support anything that bans IEs, but IEs are by their nature.
And you think it's a problem for democracy?
Yes.
Wherever the money's coming from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Congressman, spirited exchange. I appreciate it. Genuinely. Thank you for coming in.
Happy to do it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show.
Okay, no notes for
breakingpoints.com.
Crystal. Like, she pretty much covered it all. There was like that. I guess there was that one little thing where it was just like, it did seem like she was trying to kind of say, well, Hillary, she was focusing on identity politics, and then we took it and ran with it, and blah, blah. Yeah, okay. That tells me that she's made some pretty, she might have made a questionable assessment on the trans bathroom situation. At least that's how I take that. All right. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's make this a family affair.
So Tucker Carlson is asked how the Republicans are going to do in the midterms, and he absolutely panics and tells the truth here and lets everybody know they are going to get absolutely obliterated, assuming it's a free and fair election. He doesn't actually have, like,
he does not
Let's
loyal
watch,
to MAGA,
and then
so, like,
wait
what the
until you
fuck?
see what he has to say about the Democrats. This is surprising. Here we go.
I just wanted to avoid this war because I knew that once we got into this, we wouldn't get out until we were gravely diminished. Gravely diminished. I don't think that's good for us or for the world.
What do you think it's going to do to the Republicans in the midterms?
I mean, they're going to be spanked. Yeah, they're going to be punished for it, of course. But the question is, does that make the country better? No, I mean, not really.
It absolutely would make the country better if Republicans got destroyed. 100%, without a doubt. Not even close. It would absolutely make the country better if it was an historic landslide.
I don't see any political leader right now speaking for the majority of Americans.
Zohran Mamdani, Bernie Sanders.
Majority of Americans.
The left flank Democrats, people like Malakiros, for example. All these left-wing Democrats, these DSA Democrats who are winning.
I mean, the American economy is so lopsided at the moment that younger people are legit struggling, at least by American standards. And I don't see any political leaders really thinking about how to fix that.
Oh, come on. Look at this income and wealth inequality. This is kind of crazy. Somebody should do something about this. Literally the entire left flank of the Democratic Party, the DSA type candidates. This is what we talk about all the motherfucking time. Jeez, he's like, wow, why is nobody talking about income and wealth inequality? They are. And these are the exact people who you shit on all the time. AOC, who you shit on all the time, is talking about it. Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib are talking about it.
This is actually broken through in popular circles.
Moving their priorities from, a whole suite of different foreign conflicts back to the United States and spending the time thinking about how do I elevate my people? How do I help the people who put me here?
So
I just don't see that mindset.
Is your third party idea?
It's such an insane thing to say when, like, this is the whole point of
the
left wing. Like, the whole point is, let's stop the wars and reinvest here at home, and let's actually mean it. But this is what it's like.
I feel
it's
like
so
that's
insane.
kind
So
of
many
like
on the right
it's not organic.
just
I feel like
cannot
it's like
countenance the idea that, like, hey, what if I've just been wrong all along and the left is correct about stuff? Like, just admit it. Just hold the L, acknowledge it, and move forward. It's okay. Start making arguments for left-wing ideas. If Tucker could just stop fucking viciously hating immigrants, he could actually open his eyes to the fact that the left is the way to go.
Idea, a real one. You floated it. You've said you want to help build one.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I gotta go take this
Well, I just want to be clear. I'm not running for any office ever. Okay. I'm not being coy or pretending, and then I'm going to announce I'm not announcing for president. I'm running for president. Ugh. That's a nightmare. And I'm not doing that. But I just want to help. I want the promise of democracy to be real. That you vote for someone and that person makes a good faith effort to represent your interests. It's not complicated. Self-government is not that complicated. It's disappearing. But there are a lot of very ominous trends in the United States domestically that are just completely being ignored. And I would like someone to address them. And after Trump's performance over the past year, it's hard to believe that he's the guy who's going to reform. I mean, he is closely allied with the leaders of both parties.
So he's flirting with a third-party run here, which, of course, would end in absolute disaster and humiliatingly so. So I don't know if he'll continue down that path. But let's continue here. Here he talks about how the Republicans are actually furious at him. Here we go.
The two of you.
No, I haven't. I mean, I haven't been to Washington. I'd love to go see him. I can't. I can't. Trump's all mad at me. They're all mad at me.
I think he's talking about J.D. Vance.
Calling me an anti-Semite or what. It's just so ludicrous. Look, I think at this point, it wouldn't be good for me to contact anybody. I'm seen as disloyal.
Not just floating a third party.
First of all, loyalty goes two ways. Second, the loyalty that matters is the loyalty of our leaders to the country they represent. Okay, and they're disloyal. Trump has been disloyal to the United States. Totally disloyal to the United States. He cheated on the United States with foreign power.
Phone,
so I'm not the one who's been disloyal.
Damn. Okay. Trump has been disloyal to the U.S. Now, here's my favorite part. There's a brief moment of acknowledgement here. That well, actually, yeah, I guess the Democrats have been right. Here we go.
I'm so thankful. We were saved by the Democrats.
We were saved by the Democrats, says Tucker Carlson.
Don't often say that, but it's true in this case. 10 years from now, no member of Congress is going to vote to appropriate money to the IDF because by that point, we'll know exactly what they did in Gaza. So what they're trying to do is codify this and take that decision from a public democratic forum, the Congress, the lawmaking body, and move it to the Pentagon Procurement Office, which is totally opaque, right? So that's why Bibi's like, oh, really? We think we should get off U.S. military aid. No, you're trying to make it permanent in a way people won't perceive. So Ro Khanna, for example, we don't agree on much, but we strongly agree on this. Well, I'm still an outlier on the right, and you guys are too. But on the left, I know from going through airports 2 days ago, this is a huge issue on the left, and God bless them for making it that.
talking about how the left is actually standing up and saying, fuck AIPAC, let's break up with Israel, no more money, no more weapons.
Against the wishes of their leaders, by the way. Chuck Schumer doesn't want to talk about this, but a lot of Democratic voters do. And I just think representatives watching those three races in New York City, those primaries where Mondani got behind three Democratic socialists and they all beat incumbents. Like, wow, how'd that happen? Israel. That's how it happened.
He says we were saved by the Democrats. And God bless the Democrats for saving us. Because it was the Democrats that stood up and said, no, let's not merge the U.S. military with the Israeli military. What the fuck is this? This bill is like literal treason. Okay? But beware, because even though he says this, it's a moment of acknowledging the basic reality, something he avoids like the plague every other time he talks about this, right? Within the same interview of the previous clip I showed you, listen to what he says here, talking about J.D. Vance. Here we go.
The Republican Party, the fact that you've left it, does that mean you've given up on J.D. Vance leading the Republican Party, being the next presidential candidate, and being a different Republican Party to what you see now?
Well, I think if J.D. Vance were president, of course he would not be at a war with Iran. It's impossible for me to imagine J.D. Vance standing up and saying we need to have two wars to defeat a phantom nuclear program. It's like too insane. You know, I think he has too much self-respect to say something like that. I don't think he believes it. I think J.D. Vance would have led the Republican Party into closer alignment with its own voters.
On the right.
But he was not the president. He's the vice president, and he doesn't have the authority.
Yeah, but he could be the next presidential candidate.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I wish he had been elected president in 2024, but that didn't happen. I love JD. I've never been shy about that. I've taken a lot of abuse for saying that. I probably haven't helped him at all by saying that. I don't agree with him on everything, of course, but I think he's an honest, very smart, decent person that puts him above almost all politicians I've ever met. And so I'm on some basic level rooting for him.
So here's the dirty trick that's being played. The dirty trick is Tucker goes out there and pretends like he's all pro-Palestine and anti-genocide and anti-war and all this stuff. And he's
explain the order of food. Japanese hibachi with some onion soup. I got a salad upstairs that I will probably tackle later. But yeah, had some fried rice and
he's against this Iran war.
This will likely be my meal for the next 2 to 3 days.
And what he's going to do is try to take that energy to the extent it exists among young right-wingers. Take that energy. And instead of letting that energy go where it belongs, which is to the left, what he's going to do is redirect it back into supporting J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, who he's giving credit to here, allegedly argued for going in bigger and harder at the beginning of this illegal war against Iran. And he was just on Joe Rogan's show the other day defending Trump forthrightly as Trump was bombing a children's hospital, as we did 7 hours straight of bombing of civilian targets in Iran. He goes on Rogan and goes, well, we're not just going to bomb and bomb some more. That's exactly what you're fucking doing. And your job is to go out there and defend that, you little bitch. And here's Tucker going, oh, I love JD, and JD's great, and oh, I wish JD was the president. All the evidence right now is that he's the same as every other fucking Republican, just like Donald Trump was, and you were warned.
Sleep? Hell yeah.
I warned you, every liberal, every leftist warned you. He's just like every other Republican. If anything, he's worse than them, and he's a bigger warmonger than they are. But you all brushed that aside and said, no, he's anti-war. Now you're going to try to dupe the public.
Ghost Train, have you ever had to use an emergency lane, like going through the Rockies?
Like, again, into supporting J.D. Vance.
One of those rock lanes.
So as Adam Johnson says, Tucker's faux anti-war shtick exists for one reason and one reason only: to sell J.D. Vance as an anti-war candidate, just as Tucker sold Trump as anti-war in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Painting Vance as a passive bystander here is just the chud version of they're tirelessly working for.
And meanwhile, that would mean that the party doesn't need to fracture. That means that you can maintain the people that agree with Tucker and some of MAGA.
He's fire.
Yes, you'll lose like Tucker. The diehard Trumpers, but
I don't want to fucking hear it. If you're going to redirect it all, oh, I'm anti-Republican now. I've left the Republicans. And that's why I'd support J.D. Vance in 2028. Sick joke, bro. We all see through it. All right, y'all. That's the show, man. I love y'all very much. You guys know the drill. Subscribe to the channel.
Yep. You kind of said the thing. I am still not done with my soup, so let's find something to pass a little time with so I can come back here and we can I saw this live on Kyle's show. He nailed it like a boss. Hell yeah. I haven't been watching as much of Kyle Kalinski's content. Reckless Ben, they tried to put me back in jail. Laura Ingraham says, get the... Wait, what? All right, hold on.
Donald Trump and the Republican Party that Fox News is sounding the alarm in a variety of back-to-back-to-back ways, some subtle, some quite explicit, and we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support
some
the
Reefer
channel,
Madness?
please be sure to
Actually,
hit the like.
I will be doing so in a
subscribe, and
little bit
alert
here.
bells
I gotta
before you
finish my
go.
soup here.
All right, folks, I want to give you a snapshot of where we're going.
Oh,
okay?
Golf Marine.
MAGA
Hey, are you on Twitch? Because I've been doing Friday, like my final hour or two on Fridays. I've been going over to Twitch, and we got some that Reefer Madness.
Fox host Laura Ingraham
You know what I
calls on
mean?
Trump to get out of Iran war before
actually
the
really cool.
elections. Quote, the clock is ticking. Pretty
Yeah, I don't have a
ominous.
crop this year.
Fox
I had to
News
take a break.
contributor Britt Hume says Trump, quote, promised to keep us out of endless
That sucks,
wars.
but I
And
got
now
peppers.
he's in one.
At least grew
That
some
doesn't
peppers.
sound good. Fox host Brett Baer weighs in on Trump's Iran war being called a, quote, quagmire, and he doesn't really rule
Oh,
it out.
dang, you did?
And their top military analyst, General Keane, says major combat operations will have to be returned to
Wow.
if Trump wants to accomplish his goals. In other words, the hot war is going to have to
Wow,
escalate.
Ghost Train, that's
and
scary.
boots may very well have to be put on the ground. So, all of that sounding the alarm in a variety of ways. Let's turn first to Laura Ingraham. Fox News host Laura Ingraham called on Donald Trump to find a way out of the Iran war that he and Benjamin Netanyahu started in February. The U.S. bombed Iran for the 10th consecutive
I am
night
done eating
on
my
Monday
dinner. I will be
after
right back, and then we'll
Iran's strikes on
continue the
Jordan
show.
killed 2 active duty Army soldiers over the weekend. Another U.S. soldier was killed in Iraq while disposing of an Iranian drone. At least 17 U.S. soldiers have been killed since Trump and Netanyahu launched the war in February. The conflict has intensified this month after a memorandum of understanding fell apart, leading Iran to reclose the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. to reimpose its blockade. So with that in mind, here is MAGA Fox News host Laura Ingraham, one of the most MAGA on the channel, begging Trump to get out because she sees Trump's doom coming in the midterms.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. And with the midterm elections a little more than 100 days away, the clock is ticking for President Trump to get out of this war before voters head to the polls. It's making a lot of Republicans nervous. It's already, as we know, unpopular. According to the New Washington Post Ipsos poll, 69% of Americans disapprove of the handling of this conflict. Republicans cannot let this become an endless distraction, especially if they want to win in November.
You can see it on her face, and you can hear it in her voice. It's usually like quite smug. She's panicked. She's not smiling at all. She's terrified because she understands that the Republican Party is in deep shit and dire straits when it comes to this particular war. And it's all Trump's fault. And she's worried that the voters will rightly blame Trump and the Republicans and punish them both. But it's not just MAGA Fox host Laura Ingraham. It's also conservative, just general conservative Fox News hosts like Britt Hume. They're sounding the alarm as well and stating some uncomfortable truths.
What do you make of that criticism politically and how much weight it carries as we get closer to November?
Well, I think it points to something that's part of what the president.
All right, guys, we're back.
Is facing here, Brett,
And I'm
that is
fed,
that-
and I'm
that
feeling
some
good.
of the things that he
It was a
might
really
need
good
to
meal.
do to get the strait open, for example, and perhaps even to accomplish other ends in dealing with Tehran, may be militarily feasible, but politically they're very difficult. I mean, we're seeing some casualties now. Now, in military terms, these are not large casualties, but nonetheless, they're politically very important and very sensitive matters, as they always have been. But even and in today's war, of course,
Could you imagine
the rules seem to be
dying
no
and
ground
having them
troops,
talk about your
because
life
that's, of
like
course,
that?
Another source of casualties. So I think
It's
the
very
president's
politically
in kind
bad
of a tough
for them.
spot here in that sense.
Oh.
And you know,
Okay.
he promised to keep us out of endless wars or unsatisfactory wars. And now he's in one, and it's not at all clear how it's going to end. So he's vulnerable on this point. And I was in political terms, he does need to get this over with. But what he may need is time.
Which he doesn't have. Which he does not have. 17 confirmed American casualties, probably at least 18. Again, there are remains that the United States recovered in the rubble in the air base in Jordan, and one of the soldiers was missing.
Right-wingers are fundamentally stupid, like thieves who think that stealing is a come-up.
And so Fox and other outlets are pretty
Yep.
sure, and it seems logical, that the remains are the 18th
No, they really are.
U.S. casualty. That's 5 more.
Like, when we were watching those guys that, like, were talking about how they left MAGA, it did kind of give me that whole, like, oh, wow, they do kind of strike me as rather simple.
Were killed when President Biden withdrew from Afghanistan. And Fox relentlessly rebuked and criticized and condemned President Biden, as did every elected Republican, as did Donald Trump from distant Mar-a-Lago. So by the very logic that Fox and Republicans and Trump and MAGA collectively created, Donald Trump should be even in greater political peril and electoral peril than Biden was after withdrawal from Afghanistan. Biden, again, was ending a war that he inherited. These 18 service members died because Trump chose to start a war, as Britt Hume himself concedes. And not only did he start this war, which got more Americans killed than were ever killed under President Biden, but on top of it, he is now put in a position and put himself in a position where he's not really able to end this war in terms of conventional military capability. Because Britt Hume is right. To the extent that the American people were ever willing to tolerate boots on the ground in a foreign country, that seems to have gone.
No, that ship has sailed, dude. Like, if he does invade Karg Island, he's gonna fuck himself hard.
By the wayside.
He does not understand.
But even if there was,
how much the American public is not behind this war. Like, I think that he's deluding himself. I keep saying this. This is the problem with having yes men in Trump's ear all the fucking time.
Some sort of
he cannot conceptualize that this is unpopular.
That could have been built by Donald Trump from the American people. He didn't even try. He just imposed, he inflicted this war on us stupidly without trying to make a persuasive case. And to the extent that he's offered any sort of justification, which is that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, he already played that card last year. Which means he can't play that card again. When you tell us that you, in the 12-day war, you risked a war with Iran in 2025 to totally obliterate their nuclear capability, and then despite all the evidence to the contrary, you insist that you succeeded, that we shouldn't believe our lying eyes or the intelligence agencies' reports or international reporting. It's all fake news, fake news. I totally obliterated their capability. You can't play that card again. And there's no salvaging it. There's no way Trump can possibly resurrect the narrative on the Iran war. He lost. He lost the political war, and now he's in jeopardy of losing the actual war and further escalating the political damage.
Like, I just saw a post about somebody thinks that we are flourishing, guys. Did you know that? Did you know that our economy is going great and America's flourishing? Because that's what I just saw.
To himself and his party. It's a total shit show. Another word that might be ascribed to it is quagmire. Fox's Brett Baier weighs in on Trump's Iran war being called a quagmire. Fox's chief political anchor joined to discuss the latest details in Trump's war in Iran. So let's hear this particular exchange and let's see what Brett Baier has to say about whether or not the Iran war is a quagmire.
Okay, the Institute for the Study of War had this analysis. Some senior Iranian officials appear concerned that the renewed conflict will deepen Iran's economic problems and threatens Iran's internal security. And then you also have, pick a newspaper, you can read a different headline. Here's from the Financial Times. Trump is slipping into an Iran quagmire. America cannot achieve its aims by negotiation, so regime change is back on the agenda. Is it?
By the way, Golf Marine, I'm not sure if you know, the rest of chat is in the vertical mode, but I hope you can see their chats on screen.
I don't know if it is or not. Clearly, more bombing and stepped-up escalation is, with the hopes that you're going to beat back the Iranians to the point where they say, we can't do this anymore, and we, in earnest, need to be at the table negotiating. I think Israel probably is still in the mindset of regime change, and so there's that dichotomy between the two nations doing this. Listen, I think that you have, on Capitol Hill, there are some Republicans really worried about it. There are others that say, finish the job. Democrats largely are using this as a political cudgel and saying,
oh, shut up,
and that there is no end to...
there's nothing more pathetic than when you're, covering politics and then some dickhead like this is just like, they're making it political. Yeah, it's politics, numbnuts.
This war. Right now, we don't see it, but Iran is in a bad place. And you had Treasury Secretary Bessent on this morning with Maria saying the economic fury, the sanctions, the things that are pressing Iran with 300% inflation and others are really having an effect, in his words.
So, Brett Baer trying to avoid calling it a quagmire, but conceding that it may be. Remember, this is Donald Trump's very favorite TV network. You would think they would be inclined to give it sterling reviews, that they would be inclined to give a sunny portrait of what's
Oh, thank you for the 1,000 joules. Have a good night. Thank you. Heck no, I really appreciate that, man.
what's going on. They can't do it.
Have yourself a good evening as well, and I will catch you on the next one, hopefully.
The best that they can say is, well, unseen, Iran is also suffering.
Jesus, Pep, have some fucking...
That's true. Nobody doubts that Iran is suffering. The difference is that Iran doesn't really have to give a damn to any extent, even for practical purposes, anytime soon.
I feel like I came at that with like this energy, just like, oh, it's okay. I just, if you want to hit the like button and you want to subscribe, it's okay.
Soon about the suffering of its people. At least not now. There's no real risk at the moment of a peasant uprising or...
All right. Yeah, that ain't happening.
This crazy Trump-Cuba problem is way bigger than people realize. We also go inside this young cockroaches movement that's threatening Modi's power. The Tucker Carlson-Russia situation's hit a shocking new low. And how and why a whites-only society is about to get exposed. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. We need to talk about Trump's war on what he calls far-left terrorism instigated by Cuba. Right, because the State Department, they just put out a 100-page report titled Cuba, the capital of 21st century communism. And it's genuinely kind of insane. First, it claims that Cuba's singular goal is to conquer the United States. Then, it claims that Cuba's fundamental objective is actually to erase the United States from the earth. And then it's like, actually, Cuba wants a revolution against Western civilization itself. And how, you might ask?
Yeah, it's almost like I'm not going to buy any of these fucking narratives about other countries anymore because they just blatantly fucking make shit up.
Does this poor, isolated, resource-starved island intend to pull off a feat like this? Well, by, quote, the novel and insidious method of persuading the children of the West to turn against their own inheritance. But according to this report, for nearly 7 decades, Cuba has
that's what did it.
Infiltrated
these motherfuckers, dude. You want to talk about dangerous shit? These motherfuckers are trying to say like, oh, these millennials and all these kids, they got brain poisoned by Cuba. We need to re-educate them.
The highest reaches of the U.S. government and carried out one of the most durable and damaging foreign intelligence penetrations in American history. It is a conspiracy that encompasses universities, nonprofits, activists, media outlets, politicians, and even the internet's Hassan Piker. And apparently what ties them all together is a new and distinct kind of Marxism focused not on class struggle, but on racial and civilizational conflict. In fact, according to this report, you have everything from the BLM protests to the rise of Antifa to pro-Palestinian student activism being linked in some way, shape, or form to Cuban influence. And you've got this report naming dozens of examples of what it calls front groups and fellow travelers, basically the people it claims are somehow a part of this Cuban network. And yes, it includes people like New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, Congresswoman Maxine Waters and Ayanna Pressley, but also former British Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn, Ilhan Omar's daughter, and even the co-founder of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. There are then also media outlets like Mother Jones and Democracy Now!, as well as activist groups like Code Pink, the People's Forum, and the National Lawyers Guild. And just to round things out, you've got the Amazon Labor Union and its founder, Chris Smalls, plus Antifa, Black Lives Matter, the NAACP, and just a whole host of other orgs. Now, as far as how these various people and groups are linked to the Cuban regime, the ties, we'll say, are a bit flimsy. Some of them have just simply made comments supportive of Assata Shakur, a Black Power activist who was convicted of murder after a shootout with police in the 70s and then escaped and took refuge in Cuba. Meanwhile, you have others being called out for their work with the Venceremos Brigade, which is a group that organizes trips to Cuba and advocates against the U.S. embargo. And you then have even more being targeted because they participated in the recent Nuestra America convoy to Cuba, which is how you have creators including Hassan Piker being among those. But one of the more interesting names in the report is the Democratic Socialists of America, which, quote, represents a significant advance for the Cuban influence operation. Right, because while you have this report admitting that, quote, DSA was not shaped by the direct or tangible influence of the Cuban government, it still insists that the group is part of this so-called network because it freely adopted the ideology. Which, if to you, that sounds like, hey, isn't that kind of like the criminalization of free speech? You wouldn't be alone in having that thought.
This is a gross violation of the First Amendment. This is a not so subtle way of bringing McCarthyism back to the United States of America. And the targets are, ironically enough, also identical. History Doesn't often repeat, but it rhymes, is what they say, right? It's a cliche. Well, right now, history isn't even rhyming. It's just repeating.
And he's by no means the only one drawing a comparison to the Red Scare. In fact, even the report itself credits blacklists, McCarthy-era investigations and prosecutions, and a slate of anti-communist laws for weakening the American Communist Party in the 1950s. And you also have our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, ringing all the old bells last week during a summit on political terrorism, right? The paranoia, the guilt by association, the fear-mongering about an organized transnational conspiracy.
These are not distinct and isolated cells. They are interconnected networks. They do not recognize our borders. They do not believe, in fact, in the nation state itself. They coordinate, they communicate, they travel, they train, and they act together, sharing the same infrastructure, sharing the same enemies, sharing the same mission.
Yet if you're wondering with all that who they is, Rubio wasn't exactly very clear. Right? Most of the examples both he and his department's report gave you came from the 1960s and 70s.
Yeah.
Groups like the Symbionese Liberation
It's
Party,
the broader
Weather
left.
Underground, or the
I mean, it's the way that they literally say they killed Charlie Kirk, they killed whoever the fuck.
Panthers. And then you have them just seemingly transitioning from there was left-wing terrorism to there is left-wing terrorism in a sleight of hand that's kind of easy to miss if you're not listening for it.
Between 1970 and 1980, 93% of terrorist attacks in the West came from the far extremist left. These are numbers that would shock most Americans today because we've been taught to believe that this kind of political violence, it simply doesn't exist or it's being exaggerated. But it does exist. And we're actually underestimating it.
And you had him just citing isolated cases today, like the assassination of Charlie Kirk or the attempts on Donald Trump's life, and then asserting that they're all somehow connected. And Cuba, it's the key. But then also, like, a very key thing with this is that, the report and the summit, they're not just empty propaganda, right? Because you have this Trump White House making very clear that its paranoid delusions, they're going to be translated into real policy, saying that the, quote, far left extremism will be treated with the same seriousness and ferocity the world has long reserved for jihadist terrorism. And that's as you had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent explaining that includes literally using the same tools meant to disrupt funding to foreign terrorist groups for what it deems domestic left-wing ones.
Violence requires money. And now we are mobilizing some.
Yeah, and then they want to give fucking, billions of dollars to insurrectionists who actually did storm the Capitol, who did actually fucking commit crimes. Isn't that wild?
The same tools that we have deployed against terrorists abroad to confront this emerging threat here at home. At President Trump's direction, Treasury is expanding its efforts to identify organizations that abuse charitable and nonprofit structures as vehicles for illicit finance. We are examining where tax-exempt status has been exploited.
And so you have the Trump administration's critics right now putting all this together and going, oh shit, there is a clear plan here. First, you have Trump in the White House establishing some kind of link, however flimsy, between its political enemies and the island of Cuba. Then it claims those enemies are, in Bessent's words, financial conduits for foreign influence activity. And then finally, it takes legal action against them, whether that means revoking their legal status, freezing their funds, or arresting their leaders. And you had Stephen Miller seemingly like preempting the criticisms, and he gave this kind of what felt like a evil movie villain speech at the summit with Rubio.
When the leftist who does not believe in freedom, who does not believe in civil rights, who does not believe in any ordered notion of justice, protest that we are violating his rights, understand that he is lying to try to persuade people who are not closely following the political scene that some injustice has been perpetrated against him. We must stay the course and be completely unflinching in the pursuit of justice against these enemies of civilization.
Right, and that's as his supposed enemies of civilization often seem to just be people calling out the administration for their abuses of power. And while you're gonna have to wait to see how all this develops on just a number of fronts, we then also need to talk about these protests in India. Because there, you got this.
Here we go. Shit. I think Natch is gone.
Fake political party that started as a joke just a couple of months ago that's now behind one of the largest. It's actually all thanks to this controversial exam that's been linked to dozens of suicides. And you got the people who are a part of this movement now being tear gassed and beaten in the street.
I didn't even mean to hit that.
So this all goes back to May, when you had the country's Chief Justice comparing the country's unemployed youth to parasites and cockroaches during a Supreme Court hearing. And you then had 30-year-old Abhijit Deepke, who recently graduated from college in the US, jokingly putting out a call on social media, writing, "What if all the cockroaches came together?" And he then launched the Cockroach Junta Party, or the CJP, where it was meant to satirize Prime Minister Narendra Modi's ruling BJP party. And you actually had the CJP's new website showing a manifesto targeting Modi's government and slogan, "A political party for the people the system
That's
forgot
actually
to
kind of
count."
funny.
And within just 2 weeks, you had the CJP's Instagram page having over 22 million followers. That's more than double the BJP, which markets itself as the world's largest political party. And so you had Modi's government actually try to block the CJP's social media accounts on the basis of national security, which has kind of been this common excuse for Modi to crack down on speech in the past. Or you've had him ruling the country for 12 years, and over that time, he and his party have steadily consolidated their grip on power at national and state levels. Power you've had them often use to suppress dissent, including by routinely prosecuting and jailing critics and political opponents. But the CJP, its focus, at least on the surface, is on one very specific issue, something called the NEET, or which is the mandatory entrance examination for undergraduate medical programs in India. And this thing, it's very difficult, and it's incredibly competitive, with more than 2 million students vying for only around 130,000 spots. And that means that many families, they spend their life savings and incur massive debt to pay for their children to privately be tutored for the exam. In fact, more money is now spent in India on private tuition than the government's entire higher education budget. And a huge key thing with all this is that back in May, more than 2 million students who took the test found out that they'd have to retake it because the results had been leaked and sold online. And that's actually something that's happened several times in the past now, and it's reportedly contributed to dozens of young people.
Please take that sound off the board.
But also this time, as I mentioned, the test cancellation was followed by those comments by the Chief Justice, and then you had the creation of the CJP, which quickly called for the Modi government to be held accountable and for the education minister to resign. And also, of course, another mention here is, like we've seen with other youth-led and let's call it Gen Z protests around the world, many of these in Nepal, Madagascar, Bangladesh, these movements, they may start with a focus on a very specific issue, but they're really also about more. And in India's case, the exam controversy is just one reason that you've got people fed up with the education system. And those concerns, they're also tied to frustrations within the job market. Just last year, the unemployment rate for people between the ages of 15 and 29, who make up more than a quarter of the country's population, it was roughly 10% compared to around 3% overall. And according
to another country where it's like the majority of their populace is being ignored and also not handed the fucking keys to the, because we're going to be the ones running the countries in the next few years. I mean, this is just how time and death works. This is why I can't stand it. This is why, this idea of fucking perpetual life usually comes from this inability to conceptualize death, right? So these boomers are out here fucking literally just hoarding up everything and then telling us how we're the biggest idiots. I've been beating this point down, but it's the same in fucking India too.
One recent study, you have that number going up to almost 40% for graduates under the age of 25. So with all this in mind, you had the CJP's first in-person protest taking place in Delhi in early June. And then later that month, you had CJP supporters holding their second major demonstration less than a mile from Parliament, where some vowed not to move from until the education minister resigned. And a big thing here was that you had a prominent education activist who was arrested and detained under anti-terrorism laws last year, announcing that he would start a hunger strike in solidarity with the students. And as far as the Modi government, they also labeled CJP protesters as terrorists and refused to speak with them, which then brought us to Sunday, 20 days into the activist hunger strike, and you had police taking him to a government hospital against his will. And they said they did this to protect his health, but also his wife slammed it as an illegal detention, right? And so then it sparked one of the biggest anti-government protests the country's seen in years, with thousands flocking into the streets of Delhi early Monday morning. And this time, as far as the government, they banned public gatherings and sealed off roads across the city. They shut down the internet, and they funneled protesters into an area about a mile away from Parliament. But then people, they just kept showing up, and by early afternoon, more than 20,000 people were estimated to have gathered. And you had attempts by some to move towards the Parliament building. They were met with tear gas and beaten with batons, with at least 60 arrested, according to the lawyers that were representing them. And that's as you had Indian media reporting that at least 100 people had been brought to 2 hospitals in Delhi, with security forces claiming that over 100 of their members were injured as well. And while the Modi government did also finally agree to meet with the CJP, the two sides reportedly chatted.
Just lock them into their big fucking barricades.
For only about 10 minutes.
Fucking just put a little triangle.
They presented their demands and that no commitments were made. You then later had the group claiming that the protest would continue, at least until the education minister stepped down, or with several hundred remaining camped out at the protest site into today. And they also weren't alone. You had an opposition lawmaker and several lawmakers from his party also staging a sit-in protest outside of Modi's home and calling on him to step down. And while very notable, I will say it is not clear right now if this movement, it poses an existential threat to Modi's power. But also with that, I'll say that that's kind of the situation with any spark or sparks. If and how and when they catch fire, that can be a hard thing to predict. But the fact that this has gotten so much attention, you have people jumping on board, at least online, it just becomes a question of, will we see more of it flood into the streets? And if so, what does that look like? And then I've got more for you to dive into in just
all right. There's like one more story here. DOJ targeting journalists. Yeah, we know. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do the DOJ bit.
For details. And then diving right back into the news, we've got to talk about this whole Air Force One confidential informant situation. Right? Because you have Trump's Department of Justice trying to find out who the sources were for the New York Times journalists in their coverage about the security concerns about the new Air Force One jet, right? That Boeing 747-8, which was given to Trump by Qatar. And earlier this month, you had the New York Times reporting that confidential sources confirmed that federal officials had some serious concerns about the security of the new jet. Right? One of the big things being that it doesn't have some of the defensive features that the previous jet had, like advanced anti-missile capabilities. Something that this report saying was mostly thanks to Trump's insistence that the plane join the fleet as quickly as possible, right? Because it's said to just be so much more luxurious. And with all this, you had Frank Kendall, the former Air Force Secretary, saying time didn't permit all the normal Air Force One modifications, so some mix of security, communications, and support is missing. And adding that he was surprised the Qatari plane was taken overseas as quickly as it was, especially considering the escalating war in Iran. And so you had that, coupled with the reporting also citing confidential sources that Trump switched from the...
I mean, the fact that he swapped that jet, like, what happened to America first? What happened to America manufacturing? How come it wasn't like, how come he didn't commission a new jet to be made by fucking American factories? It's because he's full of shit and he only cares about the nice things for him.
Qatari plane back to the old Air Force One when he left Turkey.
Have you seen the inside of the thing? It's gaudy as shit.
Apparently really pissing Trump off, because he had him ordering FBI Director Kash Patel to oversee an investigation to find out who those confidential sources were, which then led to an avalanche of subpoenas. Several times journalists served subpoenas that tried to order them to testify before a federal grand jury in Manhattan. Some, they even had federal agents show up at their door. The Times then pushing back against the administration, essentially telling the DOJ where they could shove it, specifically saying the appearance of federal law enforcement agents on the doorstep of news reporters should shock the conscience of any American who believes in the Constitution.
But I'm glad that they did exactly what they should have done. Hit the fucking bricks.
And the press freedom it protects. Adding, this brazen act should be seen as nothing more
than... What are
you
going to do? You actually going to break the Constitution? We got to make this a bigger story than it needs to be?
An attempt to prevent the public from knowing what is happening in their country.
That's how you play these games. You call them on their own bullshit.
Intimidating journalists from doing their job. You had the DOJ responding by saying it's not the reporters they're targeting, but rather their sources. Or rather...
Yeah, that's that, and they are protected under the fucking law. Sorry. I know, it's such an inconvenience.
As they described them, those leaking classified information. And a spokeswoman for the department added, we value and appreciate the important role that the press plays in this country.
This is an inconvenience for us, and we need this to be gone for us because it's an inconvenience.
Do what they're supposed to do with that information. And in fact, now, as I'm recording this, we've just learned that the DOJ took things to a whole new level by getting subpoenas seeking several journalists' phone and text messaging records. And actually, not just from the journalists themselves, but also from their family members, including 2 of the journalists' spouses and even another one's mother. And so with this, you have the Times filing to squash the new subpoenas over the weekend with a motion getting unsealed yesterday, and that is on top of their other motion filed last week to squash the grand jury subpoenas. And also a thing we've seen in the most recent filing is that the Times argued that the DOJ violated its own guidelines for media subpoenas because it waited a week to notify them about the phone record requests. We're saying that this whole thing, it's nothing more than, quote, a bad faith effort to intimidate the journalists and chill their ability to report on the administration. Especially considering that 2 of the phone record subpoenas date back to way before the incident the administration claims that it's investigating. You have the Times saying that the DOJ is requesting phone records all the way back to January 1st. That's months and months before the Air Force One reporting was even kind of a twinkle in anyone's eye. So you have the motion reading, that time frame strongly suggests that the department is using this investigation not to focus on any purported concerns arising from the July 8th and 9th articles, but instead to forage for information about the journalist source relationships more broadly. Which I'll say, it doesn't feel baseless or like it's even coming out of nowhere. The Trump administration has been waging war on the free press since, he got back in office, especially regarding confidential informants. Back in January, you had the FBI searching a Washington Post reporter's home and seizing all of her electronic devices as part of a leak investigation. And then, of course, there's the whole Pentagon press corps dumpster fire, and that's without mentioning Trump's own lawsuits against the Times and the public threats that he's made against the so-called fake news media.
Yeah, surprise, he's weaponizing all this shit. What's this called? Why Tucker Carlson's new Russian propaganda rant is so dangerous.
that not enough people outside of his sphere of influence are noticing or talking about right now. And it's important because it gives you a little insight into where things might go, right? Because yesterday on an episode of his podcast, you had Tucker doing this lengthy interview with Steve Jeremy. Right? And if you're unfamiliar, he's this retired Royal Navy Commodore who's become known for pushing pro-Russian narratives. And while you've had him pushing a wide range of ideas, his basic thesis is that Russia is fighting a justified defensive war for its own survival. Right? He claims that the West has actually provoked the war through NATO expansion and rhetoric from EU leaders about breaking up Russia, arguing that the country faces a clear existential threat to its statehood. All while he argues that Western countries have also failed to understand Russia's objectives, which has resulted in strategic failures that prevent them from ever winning the war. And so the best path
guys,
forward
we'll be going into the fun half in about a half hour.
Negotiate Russia's terms. And you have him claiming that failure to do so risks drawing Europe into a much bigger war that they won't be able to win because the EU lacks the capabilities to defend itself against Russia. Though a big key thing for you to understand is that basically all of that has been thoroughly and widely disputed by experts. For one, the overwhelming consensus is that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a clear violation of international law, or with most international scholars rejecting this idea that the war is defensive, noting that even if Russia did have some legitimate security concerns, they do not justify the full-scale invasion of Ukraine or Russia's sweeping territorial claims. But of course, the reality on the ground, it didn't stop Tucker from blasting these pro-Russia talking points out to his millions of subscribers. And you had Tucker just openly embracing the argument that Russia, they're just
telling me that he's a Russian asset, even though he went to Russia and was just like, look how awesome it is. Like, what? No. All right, let's do this Troy Jackson thing. That's enough of that.
And then for your final block of today's Philip DeFranco show, we've got more news you need to know. We're going to cram in, and it starts with Troy Jackson, right? Because you've got Jackson now set to pick up where Graham Plattner left off in the race for the Senate in Maine. And if you're unfamiliar, Jackson, he's a...
Looks like I was wrong, too. It looks like he is going to carry the momentum that Graham Plattner had because, man, I'll tell you what, that ICE shit, that might have saved this race, which is a horrible way to look at it, but it's true.
Democrat with a working class background that so far has helped him a lot in his career. He had him stepping on the scene back in the 90s, but also he's changed a lot since then. He actually started as a pretty socially conservative guy. At one point, I mean, his voting records were getting perfect scores from anti-abortion groups in Maine. You also had him voting against gay marriage in the state back in 2009. And since then, he's voted for pro-abortion bills, saying that abortion is healthcare and that he believes in healthcare for everyone. And so Troy Jackson, and now his voting records are getting perfect scores from gay rights groups, with him saying, people in LGBTQ circles know that I am one of their strongest advocates. And when it comes to economics, as a fifth-generation logger, he's a populist, but he seems focused on the working class and wants to tax the rich. So overall, he says, this movement is about taking on a system rigged against working people, fighting for Medicare for all, strong unions, higher wages, reproductive freedom, an economy where billionaires and corporations finally pay their fair share. And so you're seeing, for a lot of people, he seems like the obvious choice as far as policy compared to Platt. But it turns out one of his challenges is going to be making sure that people focus on his policies and not his alleged temper, because there is a bit of a reputation there. He's reportedly thrown a water bottle at one of his peers during a meeting. Others have also said that he's gotten in people's faces, cursing them out. Some even saying they think of him as a bully, saying it's one thing to be screaming when you're just mad about the world, but his screaming felt like intentional intimidation. And you're seeing more reports like that resurfacing as he's been getting closer to a potential nomination. But then with that, what you're seeing his team say is that he's always taken responsibility and apologized whenever, quote, his frustration got the better of him, and adding he regrets the moments when disagreements
as someone who has a bit of a temper himself, I kind of get that.
Became too heated. But passion for the issues he advocates for should not be confused with physical intimidation or bullying. But as far as if any of this is actually going to derail him, who really knows? For some, those instances in the past might represent something they don't want to see in a representative. But for others, they might just see passion from a person they want to see as a fighter in Congress. And honestly, something we've seen post.
Which, honestly, are we really going to do that? Are we really going to do that from, like, Mr. fucking throws the plates?
Plattner.
Like, fuck off. This is the shit that I was talking about. They play on this idea that you need a perfect candidate. So they're dictating to you what you should be concerned about from this guy. He might have a bit of a temper.
Allegations is a lot of people kind of just want Plattner's policies without any of the Plattner baggage. Baggage that to many Republicans made Plattner very beatable by Susan Collins closer to the election. Then also in the news, this whites-only separatist group, they're being threatened with a lawsuit that could expose every one of their secrets. Because this is Eric Orwell, the founder of Return to the Land, which you've had since 2023, operating 2 communities in Arkansas that are designed to be exclusive to straight, white Christian people. And they're actively trying to set up 4 more with long-term goals of creating cities of thousands. And so far, you've had them raising over $200,000, and one of their communities is over 40 residents living in makeshift cabins, including 12 kids that many people argue are being actively indoctrinated. And at least,
that's usually how that goes.
Among their goals is installing a Hitler 2.0.
And so it's natural that we get excited thinking about, oh, well, maybe we'll get like Hitler 2.0, and
he'll just fix everything. We'll have a dictator that will just fix the country from the top down and inspire us.
That guy even reportedly tried to hide his copy of Mein Kampf while giving a tour to reporters. Now, publicly, we don't know what's laid out in the RTTL's membership rules, and depending on what's in there, it could violate state or federal laws. But it argues that it can discriminate through a loophole in the Fair Housing Act of 1968, right? Legally screening members by organizing as a private member association and then tying that to a for-profit LLC. They're giving any member who buys a $6,600 stake in the LLC 3 acres of land that they can build a home on rather than buying the land outright. But now what you're saying is that could all come crashing down for them because a real estate broker saw an opportunity to snatch up land for cheap. Right? You had her saying that she thought she'd sneak under the radar since she's white and Christian, and adding that she didn't care about clashing politics, saying a good investment's a good investment. And with that, you had her claiming that the application included questions about her views
That's kind of cool.
on gay marriage, COVID, abortion, and how often she thinks of the Roman Empire. But RTTL, they ended up barring her after they discovered 3 things. 1, her husband's black. 2, their kids are biracial. And 3, she has Jewish ancestry. But the point there being that RTTL doesn't consider Jewish people white. And so now, you've got her suing with the backing of the NAACP, with them seeking a court order that would ban the group from discriminating. And a huge key thing here is if this lawsuit reaches the pre-discovery phase, which is a pre-trial phase where each side starts collecting evidence, it could expose RTTL's actual membership rules, their land agreements, and the active plans that it has for other communities. All details you've had this group fighting to keep private to this point. And then actually for your last story today, let's talk about the Senate race in Texas, right? Because you've got Democrats there worried that James Tallarico could lose the seat to AG Ken Paxton. Because while a Democrat running a statewide race in Texas, it's already been seen as kind of a long shot. The polling has been very positive thus far. So with every vote mattering more than ever, you got some people thinking that it's up to Jasmine Crockett to actually make or break his campaign. Also with that, you're seeing people speculate that she's holding back because of how their primary race turned out.
We've all seen the attack ads that have come on behalf of my primary opponent.
Oh, fucking get over it.
Ads that are dark.
Can you do what's better for your fucking country, or are you gonna just fucking do what's better for you?
My skin, and this continual
Fucking
kind of,
over
if
it.
she wins, we lose. It's not even undertones right now. It is straight up racist.
Right, you had racial issues coming up there, people wondering if these are the same issues that are keeping her away from his campaign trail. Right, and reportedly, she's not going to be at their Democratic Party convention later this week, so you have some speculating even more. But there, I should note that she actually already endorsed Tallarico after conceding a few months back, and she said that she'd spend time.
Yeah, well then do it a little more openly so Ken Paxton doesn't fucking win. Jesus Christ. The amount of fucking smoke they blow up their own ass. Well, Ken Paxton isn't a good candidate. Well, Ken Paxton's cheating on his wife. Well, Ken Paxton, he let a pedo go. Well, the thing is, guys, you're not doing a good job of selling this shit when you can't even fucking endorse each other. Like, fuck.
Time on the road.
It's the same thing with Cat with not endorsing Daniel Biss.
The midterms trying to support down ballot candidates. But still right now,
just gonna say it, guys. Like, this is the shit that really pisses me off.
you're seeing people worried that black Texans aren't going to show up for
We can't
Tallarico
afford to
at
be
the
playing
polls
this
if
type
she
of
is not
politics right
helping
now.
out
We're
the
still
campaign to make
pretending
sure.
like
That's
this
why
is
some
like we
political
live in
experts say
normal
not having
land.
Jasmine Crockett will be something that may come back to bite Tallarico and other
Yeah,
Democrats.
good.
And you're seeing
Great.
some voters agree, saying he'll have an uphill
You know what?
battle.
Fuck it. Just give him a seat.
Turning out the
Fuck it. Same with Maine. Fuck it. You know what? Let him win.
black vote.
At this point, I don't care.
And adding, if he narrowly
If they don't want to fuck, like, dude, what? If you put a lot of time into these campaigns, you should feel like a fucking asshole. I'm sorry. It's just a fact. These people constantly burn you.
loses this race due to decreased black turnout, then Jasmine Crockett is going to go down as an all-time villain in modern Dem politics. But then that's also where you're seeing some other voters pushing back, saying that Crockett doesn't decide what black Texans do with their votes, arguing that any struggles that Tallarico has with black voters, they're his fault and his fault alone. And actually, as you have a lot of people sounding off on one another, at a recent town hall, you had Tallarico speaking on all this.
If you claim to be my supporter, if you claim to be a part of this movement that we are building, please keep Congresswoman Crockett's name out of your mouth. And so it is not the Congresswoman's job to win this Senate seat. That is my job. Treat the Congresswoman with the respect that she has earned.
And in the meantime, as far as some voters out there, they do seem like they're going to be holding Tallarico's feet to the fire between now and November.
You stay here, you answer our questions, or you suffer the consequences.
And I appreciate you traveling in. And I
I
appreciate
did it
you.
for my people, not for you.
But for now, we're going to have to wait to see what happens. And that, my friend, you beautiful bastard, is the end of your Tuesday.
Okay, so what's the answer here? You're going to let Ken Paxton be your representative? Fuck off. Like I said, lose. I don't care. Let Ken Paxton be your representative then. If this is how you get, like, if that's the way that you're going to treat it, where it's just like, holy shit, man. I'm all for holding candidates' feet to the fire and fucking, especially, like, a guy like James Tallarico, where it is kind of like, yeah, you have this opportunity, but that shit right there, pretending like you're gonna somehow fucking, you're gonna change the outcome, like, it's too late. It's too late. Jasmine Crockett lost. He's not going to get replaced. Like, dude, is that what they think is going to happen? Because Ken Paxton is just going to, like, whatever. This is where I say it, guys. Like, I just want to disengage a lot when it's that shit. Because what's the point? You could spend fucking months campaigning for somebody. Like, and then just, it all derailed because of some shithead. Like, what was that? Fuck. I'm gonna sit here representing your community. Okay. I hope that she puts the same amount of fucking gusto into going to Ken Paxton's meetings and challenging him the same exact way. Is that gonna happen? Doubtful. Fuck, this is what I was talking about, like the safety, like the whole, like, oh, well, we gotta hold each other up to higher standards, and this just means that we gotta go make a public spectacle about it, and then make it into something that the Republicans can disingenuously use against you and your party, and then, like, Jesus Christ, whatever, man. I'm sorry if I start fucking disengaging, like, after this election cycle, if we somehow can't get, like, a Tallarico in there, if they do fucking, like, even if they don't even rig it, like, do you know how embarrassing that is? You know how fucking genuinely embarrassing this is? Fuck. We're right back in 2024. But fine. Whatever. Fucking keep arguing your fucking semantical bullshit, like, because it really it makes sense when we're not in power. That's bullshit. Trump is desperate. Yeah, he is. No, Trump is very desperate. That's why he's making all these fucking really poorly thought out moves, but by the way, guys, if you haven't already subbed to the channel, I really appreciate it. Also, if you guys can, yeah, there we go. Yeah, fuck off. You know what? Fuck off. If this is how it's going to be, all right, cool. I'm glad that I checked that. Sub to the channel. Otherwise, I don't care. It's like I'm at this fucking point of I can't even speak my mind with this bullshit and then have somebody just be like, yeah, you know what? I might not agree with that one point. You know, but big babies have to fucking go run and be like, no, I'm going to go find a content creator that 100% agrees with me on everything. Because I need a safe space for my content. Seriously. Anyway. Please tell me you covered the Stephen Miller Nazi speech. Ish. I mean, I covered it on last Thursday on our This Space show. But, yeah. Like, why are we, oh my god, we're surprised that he fucking called the left, or called for the left to be arrested, like he's been saying that he was going to do for a long time. This is also where I'm getting pissed off. Oh my god, they literally broadcast to us what they're going to do. Why do we just sit here waiting and then, like, we do this thing where we just pretend that it's not going to happen, and then we're just like, oh, and then when it happens, we sit here going, oh, it's happening, they're doing the thing, they called us communists, oh, they're going to lock us up. No, the difference between me and a lot of people is the fact that if I got a knock at the door and there were marshals there, I would tell my wife, start recording immediately. And then it would become a thing because it's a thing. I'm a fucking American citizen who uses his free speech. And if they want to lock me up for that, you know what? I guess that's just how the bricks are going to fall. The problem is I have a lot of people that are out here telling me that I don't do enough, that I say the wrong things. I don't fight for the fucking right causes, and somehow, some way, I'm going to be one of the first ones to get locked up because I actually put myself out there. Sorry, like, I'm genuinely fucking pissed about that. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, sure you are. Whatever. There's not going to be any fucking revolution. There's not going to be anything, dude. Because nobody can fucking agree on anything. They won. They literally won. The billionaires won. We're living in the end stage capitalism. We constantly fight against each other. Literally, dude. I'm fighting to do what I want as a fucking, to live my dream and talk politics with these people. But nah, for real, like, nah, if you're too real, like, this is the thing. Apparently people want me to couch my opinions on this shit. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm fucking... Alright, you guys want to explain to me exactly how that's gonna work? Especially when... Yeah, you have flock cameras everywhere, you have Palantir everywhere. How in the fuck do you think that's gonna work? We have to focus on building infrastructure and providing or doing privatism or pragmatism. Okay, how are you gonna do that? We're gonna better people's lives? Is that how that's gonna go? What are we actually gonna do? What's the first thing that we're gonna do to pressure anybody politically, or to pressure to do what we want to do? You have to be you. Oh, I'm unapologetically me. No, it's just bullshit where I'm getting sick of doing this where like every fucking stream I say something and then it's either somebody leaves or YouTube. I'm just getting a little tired of this. I'm getting tired of chasing this so fucking hard and just constantly getting reminded no, fuck you. Sometimes, dude, I'm gonna just be real with you guys. Some days I feel like I'm fucking wasting my time because I should be out there with another gig, because that will actually, provide way more comfortably. And I'm not doing this necessarily for the money, but this is the shit where, again, that I'm finally getting to that point, guys. So that's okay though. I've come to terms with the fact that I'm lucky to be here, and everything. I'm lucky to even have gotten to the point that I'm at, but it's just, yeah. I'm just saying, we can't do revolution without building infrastructure. Yeah, but it's also, when you say infrastructure, people actually want, that. They want actual infrastructure. They want roads and shit. Nice roads, nice buildings, things to be fixed. They want to feel like they're paying for something and seeing what they pay for. But we've never had that, and we've never had a system that actually provided for us in a way like that. But this is where I'm saying, right now we're literally fighting fascism, and it's we ignore that. We really do. We want to pretend that it's not happening and that somehow, some way, everything is just going to be normal, and we're just going to somehow get our chance, when they constantly are pushing us farther and farther away from even getting to that possibility. So, via communities, good luck. Is it working? Is it working now? Don't doubt yourself. No. No. I will just say, it's getting frustrating, man. I'm not even talking about violence. I'm really talking about, oh my God, when are people actually going to want healthcare? When are people going to stop buying into the billionaires constantly telling them, oh, well, how are you going to pay for that? It's the same bullshit, dude. Always. Joshin! Hey, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. I get imposter syndrome all the time. I struggled with that pretty fucking hard, but this is the stuff that I've had it, guys. I spent hours, fucking hours, talking about this shit, to finally just come to terms with the fact that it's just oh, yeah, they're much more effective at doing all this than we ever could be, and it's because at the end of the day, we can't do what's needed to be done. It's just a fact. Maybe you just need to change your scenery, Pep. Maybe. That's not really, I don't think so. No, I mean, I talked about this on Friday. I don't want to fucking, like, go into it as much, but... And I mean, I've been talking about this pretty, like, openly. No, it's literally something as dumb as just... Yeah. I fucking hate this game. I hate it. I hate the subscription game. I hate the fact that I always have to fucking do this shit. You talking about the Democrats versus Republican shenanigans, and what's the topic right now? Oh, I'm just kind of fucking crashing out because I don't know, just sick of shit. Get a punching bag? That wouldn't help me. That wouldn't change my actual, like, position here and what I'm dealing with. Fighting is for the last resort, but if I can feed 50 people, then I gotta think that's a win. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's great. Like, let's go out, volunteer, let's go out, like, great, right? You know what's fucked up? If you do a soup kitchen, they'll probably label you a fucking terrorist for some reason for trying to fucking feed the unhoused. Oh, this wokey just said the unhoused. You mean the homeless? Like, dude, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it all. Like, I really am. I'm just so beaten down by this shit. And then to kind of get to the point where it's just like, if I have a disagreement with the left, like somebody on the left, like, you know what I've been met with is, fuck you, I never want to deal with this again, I never want to see you again, like, which is fine. I don't care if, like, my content's not for them, but realistically, it's usually over something innocuous, is what I would call it. But when the people are ready for the revolution, there needs to be an organization that has the trust of the people, one that has been organized alongside them the whole time. Still have programs like Hunts for the Homeless, where you get a couple tags. I mean, yeah, we got bread, we got all that bullshit, dude. 9 minutes until the fun half? Fuck yeah. At least maybe we can take that and run with it. I'm sorry, like, this kind of, like, shit's... Yeah, you hear Stan the Man? Yeah, he's being cute. You haven't been to the Midwest in 10 years? I live in Chicago. It's not the fucking Midwest. It's the Midwest in, like, proximity, I guess, to everything around me, but I live in a fucking city. I live in a metropolis. The people around me would probably get really mad if you even tried to call me, oh, he's not a true Midwesterner. He's not even in Illinois and he's in Chicago. Like, we got all that asshole bullshit, too. Sorry. I kind of hit that point where I'm just like, fuck this. People who are against soup kitchens ate alone at school cafeterias and hold grudges against everyone for it. At least some anecdote. I don't know. No, they're just miserable cunts of human beings, dude. No, some people are just miserable fucking assholes that want everybody else to be a miserable asshole. Saddest part is when they're like people with, like, you know, kids, they're rich, but they're still miserable because they're narcissists and they can never fucking figure out how to actually be happy. Spicy mode engaged. Oh, listen. Spicy mode is literally like almost a default at this point. Because I'm so tired of, like, having these conversations and then just getting fucking browbeaten. Like, it's just fucking, it's insane. Like, I sit here, like, no, and this is where, like, the placating thing. It would probably be so much easier if I was just like some guy that read a fucking script, did my fucking, you know, my few minutes of content, and then just released my videos out the way that I used to before I started live streaming. Because realistically, I would probably have more, you know, chances to grow on people, I guess. But, no, I'm getting dangerously close to doing that thing. Like, if you don't want, seriously, if you don't like my content, you don't like me, then fuck off. Please leave. Like, don't play this game. I want to know what my actual sub count is. I want to know who's actually fucking, you know, enjoying this content, because I'm over it. I'm literally so over it. I'm over this bullshit where it literally says that I have 0 people watching. That's cool. I mean, right now, I could see that, because... Oh, here... Eric, you should go get some Taco Bell. Alright. Get the quality of food you donate. Meaning what? Oh my god, people aren't donating the right things? Jesus fucking Christ. What's my content? I usually do like politics, news, and like I try to bring like a fun comic spin on it, and also try to cater it for normies so people can watch it and not feel like they're, you know, getting a civics lesson every single time that they watch me. Like, some people do that, and some people, you know what, they're good at it. Some people actually, like, I'm all for it, but that's not what I do here. I support this move. If you don't like this, the content, you don't like the person and what they stand for, go somewhere else. Yeah. It's kind of where I'm at. This is like what I do a lot, where I'm very positive. I try to be strong. I try to keep everything, you know, hunky-dory and just, hey, we have fun here. But this is exactly like when you push somebody like me to that, then yeah. I stopped watching Joe Rogan when he sold out to Spotify. You were actually, wait, I support this move if you don't like the content. Don't like the person. Blah, 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 blah. You're trying to do good in Newark, New Jersey. What's my political focus? More local, state level, or national, international? I actually do both. I like to cover like local stories for me, and also local stories for pretty much, you know, like the smaller stories. So if it's like a local news from like Texas or like any other state, I'll check out a few stories here. But you were intentionally donating cakes past their expiration date and got upset when homeless people asked you if you could donate fresh ones instead of expired ones, and then you just stopped donating altogether? No, I swear to God, if he's gonna do the thing where he's talking about cakes and homeless people, it's like, I think he's gonna try and do he's gonna try and claim that he did the cake stomp that Opie did. Now, if Eric is the edgelord wannabe that I think he is, then that's where this is going. If not, then whatever, dude. You tried to fucking donate cakes. Honestly, you got a problem with it, then don't do it. Sick of trying to push people into being good people. They're not good people, and they're not good people. Like, what are we doing? Like, why do we waste so much goddamn time? Why do we waste so much just fucking time on assholes? Fuck! Anyone else notice the UI change on YouTube? Yeah, so did the algorithm. It's fucking awesome. Love it so much. But anyway, to the guy on Twitter or on Twitch that's asking me about my politics, I'm a leftist that, you know, again, tries to get people to get more engaged and get involved. But I also don't try to fool myself into thinking I'm some fucking activist, like, hub or any of this bullshit. Isolate is ignore the assholes. Yeah. Well. I don't know. Now I'm just at this point of like, yay, I get to lament the fucking shit jobs market. I get to lament my fucking shit works. I don't get the fucking... Totally gonna believe the person who says that they were donating expired cakes. You're back again. What's up, Mitch? Good to see you. Sorry, I'm in a swimming fucking mood right now. Let them eat expired cake. Am I right, Eric? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let me guess. He's now gonna do the thing where he's just like, yeah, and then I used to take it home and I used to shit in it, and then I would feed it to him like that. Can just that sucks. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm gonna just say this much. I'm kind of well peopled out. Sell-by date, I have to throw them away. Listen, if this is like coming from a bakery where technically the sell-by date is passed, but you're donating them the same day, then you're fine. That's not fucking, like, honestly, that's not taking expired cakes. Jesus Christ, do you guys need to be mad about everything? Are you actually, like, are you in bad faith taking these fucking cakes to a homeless place because you think it's funny that you're giving them fucking bad cakes? You donate them because they're still edible. Then he's fine. Why is everybody getting fucking mad at him? Jazz, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that. Also,
at just two,
great timing. Stannis came downstairs, and also it is 4:21 because I was too busy yelling and getting mad. Ooh, that needs to be cleaned. That needs to be cleaned hardcore. Ooh. That tasted like high school. All right. We missed 420 because Pep Talks. Pep was more... Yeah. I'm having my moment. Been having a lot of these moments, and I don't mean to, but like some people have said here that they appreciate the uncandid nature, or the candid nature. Thank you. Because he was emphasizing that the homeless people ask him if they could get him fresh ones, claiming they basically accosting him. Okay, yeah. What's the point, Eric? What's your broader point here? You trying to make yourself... Are you trying to say, hey, I actually try to help homeless people, or are you just being a dick? Because honestly, Eric, if you're just being a dick, then I'm not interested in it. I'll say that much. I don't believe that unhoused people are... That's bullshit. No. You know what? No. I have had unhoused people be fucking complete assholes to me. Hell, I had an unhoused person piss on my friend while we were waiting for a fucking concert. No. Don't do this thing where you make them a fucking monolith either. Like, no. Enough of this, dude. People suck. everywhere. This Eric guy might suck, but some homeless people also might suck. It's how it is. I don't know why I'm getting so angry about this, but I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of everybody defending one fucking side without actually acknowledging that that other side or that other person could suck too. Fucking asshole is non-discriminatory. I was donating to the homeless. I didn't have to do that, and I could have thrown them out. Yes. Yeah, I get it. I think that what Sylvie's doing, no, what Sylvie's doing is literally, like, I think that she's literally seeing it as, like, yeah, you were, like, you're trying to make it like homeless people are the fucking problem, and that they're too hoity-toity to eat your fucking cake. Okay, I guess I will literally never ask anybody on anything ever. Got it? Was that what I said? Was that what I said? Or are we doing this again? I'm also in New Jersey, so people are already crazy enough as it is. No. No, I'm solving this one because I'm getting tired of it. Like, we end the discourse between Eric and Sylvie with a simple, Eric, were you being bad faith about this? Sylvie, what were you trying to accomplish with all the intense questioning of him? Because I feel like if I'm wrong about this, I'm more than willing to fucking admit it. What's the temperature you are? It's fucking 85. It's actually really nice where I'm at. Well, I'm not interested in fighting. I was surprised, and I was going to donate if they, or wasn't going to donate if they didn't appreciate my effort. Okay, so that is actually a dick move on your part. Why not just change up the thing from cake to something else? Why did it have to be cakes? Are you a baker, Eric? What the fuck? Why are you? Why do you have access to these cakes that like are not even like one day out? Can I just? No, it's not a big deal at all. I just want to get to the bottom of this now. Yo, what up? What are we ranting about today? Oh, we ranting. We ranting. Come on, let's go. You had a cake route. Oh, see? Okay, a cake route. He did say it's from his bakery. Oh, shit. Okay, well then wait a minute. Then tell me what the fuck is the problem? Jesus Christ. Even if there were homeless people that were like, hey, can we have a fresh one? Yeah, it's a dick move on their part. If he's telling the truth about that, that's a dick move on their part. Like, although, if they can tell, hold on though. Hold on. If they can tell, how long were these cakes there? Wait, now you got me into the cake discourse. God damn it. I was more so just getting pissed off at the fucking bickering back and forth about pretty much nothing. He could be lying. It doesn't matter, to be honest. Unhoused people aren't all the same either. Donating food is good. Unhoused people can be bad. New Jersey's crazy. TLDR. Yep. 1 or 2 days old. 2 days old's a little fucked. I'll say that much. Maybe it's some kind of troll if he already has me blocked. Still edible, you ate them? Well, that actually takes care of like the whole if it's not good enough for you thing. Because somebody did say that. They said that they hope that you're eating whatever the fuck you give them, but... No, it's just I'm tired of this. It's never fucking good enough. And you know what did it? You know what actually did this? The fact that I've spent so much goddamn time in the last year talking about how the Trump administration is literally weaponizing the politics against us. And we just argue semantical bullshit points that constantly keep the left and even a broader fucking democratic movement to push it even towards democratic socialism from ever permeating, because they nip it in the bud. They thought killers right there. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, no need to even engage, because you saw how much of an asshole they were. You don't even want to fucking engage. My problem is it sounds like he's over-exaggerating his efforts and then pinning the fault on the homeless people. Why he stopped donating, seeking affirmation that his efforts should be appreciated. Oh, okay. Now that is firmly articulated, I can see where you're coming from. I missed that. I just saw the challenges. I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from? Okay, yeah, if he's over-exaggerating his efforts, pinning it on the homeless, and then, yeah, he's like, this is why I stopped donating. Okay. All right. You didn't get anything? From what? From us? I mean, pats on the back if you're into actually donating to the homeless, but if you're doing it, like, here's the thing. Like, you own a bakery, right? I'm assuming that's a write-off. And if it goes in the dumpster, it's a write-off, right? So it's technically if it goes to, the homeless, still a write-off. They grab me and tell me they want good cakes. Where are you at? Like, what area are you at? Like, you can just say state. You don't need to give, city or any of those details. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Now that Sylvie kind of articulated it that way, I do kind of get it. New Jersey? You're in New Jersey? Oh, okay. Sounds full of it. Oh, he said Newark? Oh, I missed that. I thought you were talking about where you were, Bloodstone. My bad. This doesn't make me any less mad, by the way. I don't care if you believe me. No, it's fine. I'm actually more so curious. I don't care if they believe you. I might not. I'm gonna just give you my 2 cents. I do believe you. But I'm kind of wondering, do you... Yeah, number one, is it a write-off? It does sound like they need to be reached out to a nonprofit that would pick up the leftovers. Yeah, wait, do you work with any nonprofits that do that? Because I know that we have that. So we have a few places around here. We got a butcher, and we got a few bakeries around here that have it's like this. It's not Meals on Wheels. I forgot who the fuck it is, but it's one of those charity groups, and it's exactly what they do. Also, they always have free. I've actually there's been a few times where I just was walking by and they were just baguette. I'm like, fuck yeah. It's I will take a fucking baguette. Let's go. Bakeries here do it too. Yeah. Well, I was about to say, because I know that some bakeries, I talked to an owner of a bakery once, and I asked them why they don't just get because I saw them throwing everything away. I was like, why don't you work with the same thing Meals on Wheels or whatever, or why don't you donate to people? And she even said, she was like, oh well, because this is a write-off for me, so technically I'm incentivized to get rid of it, and I have to have a certain amount of documentation for it. I was just like, oh, okay. That was disappointing. I don't like where our system is with that, but yeah, okay, so I'm literally reading 0 people on my stream. How many of y'all are here? This is the shit that's sending me over the fucking edge. That's what did it, by the way. I saw that somebody not only unsub, but then I saw that, like, yeah. I was reading zeros, and I'm just like, you know what? Fuck. Like, if YouTube is going to do its thing where it's just going to glitch out and I'm going to get fucked by it. Like, uh-oh. DJX is going to, he's going to leave here and go rat me out to, Cosmopolitics. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, cool. 9, 10. Oh. Yeah, this is what really makes sense. Hey, YouTube, get on your shit. Seriously, get on your shit. What are you doing? Like, this... Whatever they did, it ruined... Why do they constantly do this? Why? Heck, in my day, I remember where they didn't change the interface every fucking update. Back in my day, I remember when they didn't play a bunch of these games with the fucking algorithm, where every time I logged in, my homepage would be completely different. When can we stop thinking? Do we just... when we stop thinking, do we just stop existing? No. No. Sometimes not thinking is just existing. Sometimes I wish I could just be okay with that. I have no problem with people getting a write-off. There has to be some incentive. I am thinking, so therefore I am. Very philosophical, Sylvie. Yo, brother, do you play Steam at all? I do. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Eric. I'm not trying to suggest you are homeless.
0808 $19.99. I'm not trying to suggest you are homeless.
Shit, we getting philosophical? I mean, that's kind of what's going on, like, honestly. Where the problem is, weighing the concept of writing off versus donating it to people who need it. I'm here, don't see the person y'all are talking to, though. When we stop thinking, do we stop thinking? YouTube, go home. There we go. Again, thank you for the $20 donation, Eric. I really appreciate that. I do have Steam, by the way. It's, you know what? Fuck it. My Steam name is just PepTalks. Go look up PepTalks. It's my my logo from YouTube. You should be able to find me there. Yeah, try and find me. Suck on that, Dakar. You are, therefore you think. Suck on that, Dakar. Good looking out, Cake Eric. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Here, let me update this because I think that we're very close to the goal. Oh, shit, actually. 75. Yeah, we're at 95. Cool. Thank you, guys. It's not lost on me that these little bitch fests that I have are probably getting old, but I'm also just it's been a week, like just going from last week to today with the BS that I've been dealing with on YouTube. I'm just fucking so over it. But we will prevail. All right, every day doesn't face me in Tekken. It's the day I get stronger. Yeah, I saw that you were playing. Yeah, wait, who were you playing? Actually, Asuka. Yeah. Oh, damn. Asuka's actually one of the ones that Asuka and Taki are the ones that I have a problem with sometimes because I play martial law, so. No, funny enough, actually, I was gonna say, Sylvie, you should check out after you play Tekken, Soul Calibur. Check out Soul Calibur and then play Sylvie, because there is a character named Sylvie. Plays Sword and Shield. Thinking about GNN, I can't imagine the stress you guys go through with YouTube shenanigans. Yeah, it's it's maddening. It's actually like it. I understand why people quit streaming and doing YouTube specific. Like I get it. I fucking get it, man. I 1000% get it. You know, that's why I understand Letterhack and some of their, you know, decisions to walk away, because fuck. You ain't kidding. It's rough. But I also gotta, like, I try to put it in, like, this is where I'm running, like, this into this problem, where I understand that I'm luckier than a lot of YouTubers to even have the platform I do, to have the watch count I do, to have the, the community I do. But there is this other side where I feel used. And I think that's what it is. I've talked about this a little bit, but that's like the long and short of it is I just feel like I'm being fucking used, and it doesn't feel great. You know, I play a custom character using Tongfa, nice, and win styles. Oh, nice. Oh shit, you use the Tongfa. You have Soul Calibur. You like playing Yoshimitsu. I'm a Keelik player. Oh, dude. Yeah. It sucks. Like, it sucks. Getting more Kafka-esque. Well, I'm just... I think I get the reference. This is where stupid Pep comes in. It's just like, I think I get it. I'm genuinely like trying to keep a positive like head on my shoulders here and just not give in. Like, I know that's exactly what this is about. They want me to fucking quit like today. They would love for me to just shut it all down. And when I say they, literally they, the fucking powers that be, the Epstein class, the fucking Trump administration, and the Democrats, all the same, would be very... And the saddest part is they don't even know who I am. They just know that I'm a voice... Like, they just know that they want voices like mine silenced. Eat a... Wait. A block of graham crackers. Just smoke one and eat a block of graham crackers. I'm okay. Thank you, though. That's what you're doing. I live every day. Live every day like it's your last and fight for what you believe in. I try to do that. I mean, a box of crackers. Oh. You're just eating a box of graham crackers, huh? Damn. That's a lot of fiber. Like, damn. All right, well, enjoy that box of crackers. I'm just, I have a prediction. Wait, I see in your future Metamucil. Oh, wait, actually, no, that'd be the opposite. No, you actually need, big poop, here I come. You got that one that when you flush it, it makes your toilet do the little like it chokes. There's a stand-up that told a joke like that, or it's just like, you know, that's like one of the games that I play. Is I go to the hotel, and it's like you can only jerk off so much, so you got to find some fun to do. So I like to clog toilets. I like to see like how he's like not like children, like just filling it up. He's like, no, this is organic. Like I try to have like the biggest dookie that I possibly can and see if I can get that you know, that choking sound. Hey, let's be real. When you hear that little air pushback from the fucking the toilet, you're just like, yeah, that was a good one. Hey, welcome to Poop Talks. There we go. Wait, these are cinnamon graham crackers? Even better! Oh, damn. What's too much cinnamon do? Pep having Dookie wars with Sam Cedar clogging toilets. Oh, dude, if I ever get invited to the Majority Report office, I'm totally taking like the biggest shit. And I'll be like, this one's for you, Tim. I'll have Tim Pepper on my hand, just fucking, yeah, this one's for you. Do it. Do it. Fuck. Doctor, he's overdosing on cinnamon. Oh, dude, you guys, the cinnamon challenge, God. Like, that's one of them challenges that was so dumb because it was just like, yeah, you're gonna, oh, dude, if you block your airways, you're so fucked. And yeah, people didn't understand that one. But yeah, you should probably face me and Tekken before I do the smart thing and actually go play the tutorials and figure out how. Oh no, I want you to be good. No, I want you to be good. I play a game called Elite Dangerous, which has a PvP scene. CLUG is an acronym for. Oh, nice. You have a bidet. I do not have a bidet. I have had a bidet. Actually, I moved out of my last house, and the new tenant, when I went back to go grab my toilet seat, because like I told him, I'm like, hey, if I leave this, like I asked specifically, if I leave this here, is this okay? I will come back for this, like tomorrow. Like this, it's important to me, and I will bring you a new toilet seat. He was like, yeah. I come back, and the next day, he said he threw it in the dumpster, and the toilet seat was already replaced. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Like, yeah. I respect you more as an opponent now. No, I want you at your best. No, I don't like, no, I hate playing. I don't do the noob thing. I love when, you know, somebody new joins a video game, and like, my wife is like good at button mashing, but when she figures stuff out, that's when I get really happy, where I'm like, yeah. Although, like, this house does get competitive with Mario Party, I'll say that much. Please live stream it. Oh yeah, no, I'll totally do that. No, I'll play, no, because I'm gonna have to buy that one on Steam, and just, it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing, because, yeah, I'm gonna have to... Never mind, I'm not gonna talk about my stuff. Again, thank you everybody for donating today. I really do appreciate that. Very kind of you guys. Wait, 25, 30. Oh yeah, no, we're okay. Tekken Wars sounds like so much fun. Are there even universal control flows in Tekken? What do you mean by that? Universal control flows? Like, are you talking like if I use an Xbox controller, then it's like the same thing? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Interested in knowing though. All right, here, let's go back to this. Zohran 0. Just remember, guys, if you get the chance with YouTube, try and like reach out to them via email and just be like, hey, what is up with this new interface, and what is up like with the algorithm? Like, you as consumers are the ones that can kind of make them aware of this kind of stuff. So I know that like we're a smaller stream here, and yeah, but it's a good start. If I swap between characters, are there any universal mechanics via combat that flow the same? Alright, so that's more like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter in my opinion. Because like... Street Fighter especially, because like controller flow, like now I see where you're going with this. Yeah, like the styles will be different, but yeah, it's essentially kick, punch, block. Like, then it's just, you got to use the D-pad to kind of do like, oh, special up kick and uppercuts and blah, blah, blah. I'd say it's balanced. It's not everything always different. It's not always different. I would just have a hard time articulating. Oh, Jesus, excuse me. I'm having a hard time articulating it because it's like, yeah, actually, it's a perfect way. Balanced. Yeah, it's balanced. All right. You know what? I'll do a goal. Okay. 1 super chat. There we go. Oh, shit. That's right. I have one more thing that I actually really wanted to watch with you guys. I forgot. He had Clavicular on, and everybody kind of took the same thing from this. I think Clavicular's popularity is almost done. And I don't know, man. After seeing enough of this guy, like, I would feel bad for him if he wasn't such a tool bag of tools because of just, like, the people that are also around him, but you can't protect people from themselves like that. And sometimes you just got to be like, nah, you know what? You get what you deserve. So I guess he was on Piers Morgan having a debate about looks maxing.
And as clavicular, he'd face some criticism remedies. They'll send it straight to your door for zero hassle. New customers can say. Last time I interviewed Braden Peters, better known as Clavicular, he'd faced some criticism for a trip to Miami, which he appeared with, among others, Andrew and Tristan Tate. Well, Kanye West's song Heil Hitler was played in a nightclub, and videos showed Myron Gaines performing a Nazi salute, while the likes of Nick Fuentes and Sneeko laughed along. Well, this time it's a visit to Israel, which is stirring controversy, whether it was designed to improve his image with the Jewish community or for him to improve Israel's image with everybody else is a matter of debate. Either way, it didn't all go.
Oh, he's getting called out on being
Many
honeypotted,
Israeli
huh?
commentators condemned his past association with anti-Semites. A fake photo of Clavicular and Ben Gvir was viewed many millions of times. A young female IDF soldier was struck off and given a suspended jail sentence for appearing alongside him in a live stream. The Israeli news station I-24 said, quote, "The visit of the anti-Semitic blogger Clavicular has come to an end, but the consequences are still being felt in Israel." Well, Clavicular rejoins me on Uncensored now. Welcome back to Uncensored.
Hey, thanks for having me back, Piers.
So look, there's a lot going on in your world. I'm going to get to that very quickly. But just first of all, obviously the last time I spoke to you, you just had this big furore in which you'd been in this club with the Tates and others. And we've got this big breaking news this week, obviously, about Andrew and Tristan Tate being arrested in America. What's been your reaction to this?
So I actually pulled up about 5 minutes after that whole situation took place. It was at a boxing event. So that was quite surprising to hear because, you know, I thought I was going to run into the Tate brothers. You know, I don't know anything about the case personally, but, you know, obviously they're innocent until proven guilty. So we'll see what happens. But
is that how it works in England?
You know, I really don't know anything too much, but let's see what happens.
Have you had much contact with them since the Miami nightclub incident?
Yeah. I've talked to Tate, I think once or twice, and we've done collaborations, more so with Andrew than Tristan. But yeah, I've seen them once or twice.
Does this, I mean, how do you feel about this sort of situation? They're facing 58 charges now, incredibly serious charges across a wide range of different things, from rape and sexual abuse to, you know, child pornography and so on. Will you now distance yourself from them completely? I mean, how are you viewing what is happening here?
Well, I mean, it's really not too surprising because this is what happens to a lot of different influencers. Is there's a lot of, you know, political attacks with, you know, a lot of these strung up charges. So, you know, it's happened to me in the past. So political persecution through legal means is nothing new.
It's just weird, you know, like how much he cares about how much he looks, but then he doesn't recognize how depressed he is.
It's another case of that.
I mean, how do you know that it's that? How do you know for sure that these are not charges with merit? 7 different women, They're making a number of very serious allegations. How can you be so confident this is just a trumped up, as you put it, political persecution?
Well, I could say this. Once again, they're innocent until proven guilty.
That is true, but you've already
you think you're smart with that one.
effectively convicted the alleged victims as being liars.
Well, I mean, in the last proceedings of this case, if I remember correctly, there was people who were paid to make certain statements. You know, so that whole thing really calls a lot into concern. So, you know, I do believe in due process. So that's what I have to say about that.
I mean, my final question on this, because I want to move on to you, but when you say you believe in due process, but you also say it's a trumped up political persecution, those two things can't be true at the same time.
Why not?
Well, because in the second part of that, you're basically saying this is all trumped up, it's all political, there's no merit here, these charges are ridiculous. But in the first part, you think due process matters. Does it not matter for the alleged victims?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit ridiculous, the entire thing about the extradition. I think it's a bit of an embarrassment to the United States to allow the UK to come in and do an arrest on United States soil in a very public way.
Well, to be fair, the Americans did the arrest, and we have an extradition treaty between the US and UK. I mean, most of the crimes were allegedly committed in the UK. Why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they do this?
Well, it's just a bit of an embarrassment.
But is that because essentially you don't believe any of the allegations?
Well, no, I believe that, you know, the United States shouldn't, you know, be extraditing to the United Kingdom, but that's besides.
Oh man, this guy's a fucking genuine Einstein. He is.
Good point. So let's move on.
Okay, let's move on to you and Israel, because like I said in the intro, the last time we spoke was after this huge thing went down in Miami. You were in the van. They were playing this Heil Hitler song. The Kanye one, and you got a lot of flack for that. You came on and you defended yourself to me very vigorously in that interview. And I did draw a distinction,
Vampire Gracie, what up?
Personally, between you and the Tates and Fuentes and these others. And I did sense in that moment you were a little uncomfortable being caught up in what happened there. And I guess that leads to the obvious question: was your trip to Israel partly with all that in mind, to show people that you're not anti-Semitic, as many seem to think you were?
You know, that wasn't the entire goal for it to be like, you know, an apology tour. I think that would almost make it sort of inauthentic if that was the thing. Like, look at me, guys, you know, I'm in Israel, you know. But I would say that that's certainly the case, just based on the different things that we did there. We showed a lot of different sides of the country that might not be so well known in the mainstream, as well as on short form media, which is often a lot of people in Gen Z posting, you know, a lot of anti-Israel stuff. You know, whether I believe that or not is besides the point. But I think going and doing
that could have been an easy answer, because she could have just said, I believe in due process. But I also believe the charges are trumped up, but I will believe the verdict.
18-hour raw.
Oh, yeah, he could have said that.
Uncut live stream, you know, is helpful for the entire world to see the state of the geopolitical conflict.
Except that the criticism about what you did is that you just saw a very...
You guys out there thinking he's Hassan Piker. That's even... Oh, my God, dude.
...sanitized version of what Israel would have wanted you to see. You weren't able...
That was the secret. I just needed to do gaming or looks maxing first and then do politics. God, I made a mistake on that end.
Well, you weren't able, for example, to go into Gaza or to go into southern Lebanon or any of these areas where
How you doing, man?
the IDF have, you know...
By the way, if you guys have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so.
You were in an area of Israel which, you know...
Really helps me out as a content creator.
Yeah, you could argue that you were being used as a bit of a propaganda tool on this trip, because they would want you to go back as a very influential young man in America. They would want you to go back and say, yeah, you know what, Israel's a pretty cool place, when in fact they're involved in multiple wars that many people feel have crossed a line and become war crimes. Are you not concerned about that?
Oh, am I? I'm all right.
Well, listen, I don't know anything about the war, to be completely honest with you. But regardless, I did enjoy my time in the nicest hotel.
Shit, I think you've been look
in all
smaxing.
of Tel Aviv,
Yep.
rather than going in the middle of an alleged war zone. So I'm not too upset about that.
Too bad my cortisone levels are too high right now.
Who actually organised your trip? I mean, where did the idea come from?
The idea came because one of my buddies in Mykonos was headed over there to DJ at a wedding. So we decided, hey, why not? No one's ever done a stream in Tel Aviv before.
What?
It's supposed to be this.
No one's done a stream in Tel Aviv before.
War zone going on. So, let's go check
This guy's so fucking dumb. It's actually painful.
it out and see what the vibes are.
And what were the vibes that you experienced?
Well, I had actually a really good time. And if you watch my stream on Thursday, we made a house remix of one of the popular Jewish songs. We played it in one of the clubs. We were behind the bar bartending for a little bit, just walking around this busy strip called the Rothschild Street or something like that. And overall, we were very well received. A lot of people were very appreciative that I went to Israel because it's not really represented in any live streams, any media, besides stuff about
Democrats need to stay far away from this guy. Hassan Piker is developing a following on the left, especially with young people. Just yesterday, he announced that the Mao Zedong is one of the greatest leaders of the world, and recently, that while in China, told Chinese authorities there is no patriotism for America. He also stated that America deserved 9/11, unacceptable. There are Democratic candidates that are having him appear at their campaign rallies. We need to distance ourselves from people like this. They thrive on controversy and strife. He's become the Nick Fuentes of the left. The more he's a part of any Democratic campaigns, the more a wedge he'll create with voters in blue messaging. More AOC, more Talarico, more Ossoff, less Piker, less hate merchants. We have to win elections.
The war.
Are you a little naive, Clavican? I say this respectfully. Are you a little naive in saying, I know nothing about the war, and I went there to show the good side of Tel Aviv and Israel to young people because they're getting a wrong idea from TikTok? Obviously, if you remove...
Is Mao kind of like an American president where he did some good things, but he also did some really bad things?
The war from your thinking...
Or is he a monolith?
Then that's fine. But
that we can all just agree, like, did 100% good.
Is it right? Is it not naive?
And Sheridan, what's up, man?
I haven't even bothered to look into this stuff. And then to what many people think what you're doing is providing a sanitized version of a country that right now is at the epicenter of multiple wars in southern Lebanon, in Gaza, against Iran, and therefore divorcing anything to do with the war or a war, any war, from the story is naive at best, and to many people's eyes...
He did some good things, but ultimately he also did some extremely bad.
Overt propaganda for the Israeli government. You must have been thrilled by what you've done.
Oh, well, I mean, I prefer the term blissful ignorance because it allowed me to go and have a great time without a care in the world, really. So, low cortisol lifestyle, individualism, this is always what I've talked about. So this is really nothing new that I don't have to constantly be worried about a geopolitical crisis all the way across the globe.
Did you feel that Israelis in Tel Aviv live in fear? I mean, how did you feel when you were walking around?
No, I felt like at certain points when I was walking on the boardwalk, it reminded me of some elements of Miami Beach.
Yeah, I mean, Tel Aviv, it is. It's an amazing, under normal circumstances, it's an amazing place. But of course, the argument of the Israeli government is that the reason they're having to fight multiple wars on multiple fronts with multiple countries is because they're under constant threat. But you didn't get any sense of that.
Well, there's always rumblings and there's always media about the ceasefire ending with Iran. I think that was around the time of my trip. Actually, that occurred the day that we were planning to fly into Israel. So that definitely called into question the safety, but it was a bit of a nothing burger. And my time in Tel Aviv was, extremely well received. The locals there were extremely nice. And I had a good time.
There were some bits of it which weren't quite...
He's repeated himself like 4 times.
...as positive, I guess. One was when you were interviewed on Israeli TV and asked if you would apologize for the Heil Hitler video incident, because you were there, obviously.
I felt like I was talking to you again. You know what I mean?
What's
I didn't
that?
have my soundboard ready. I said I felt like I was talking to you again back in February.
Yeah,
but,
I remember asking you that question. And
regardless, I mean, I said all I have to say about that. So, like, once again, and I had an interview with Sean Hannity the other day where I basically said to him, like, how many times is this going to be asked in an interview? Is it until I'm 40 years old? Because there's really no statements and nothing new I could say. How about you focus on the positives, is what I said to the interviewer, that I'm over here, no one else is. And quite honestly, like, really, that's the hill you're going to die on, is attacking me, someone who's in your country, to represent it in a positive way. You really want to come after me? Like, come on.
Well,
I think there's bigger.
Let me play devil's
PR.
advocate. I'll play devil's advocate, because you called it a poor journalistic tactic. If you're going to be negative and talk about all situations that aren't positive, I don't want to talk to you. And you left the interview. Now, I as a journalist, I would say, look, come off it, Clavicula. You're going to Israel, right, which is almost exclusively Jewish people, right? And the last thing that anyone really was aware of you in terms of a big news story was the Heil Hitler.
Whoa, are you saying it's an apartheid state?
No, I think the argument might be that Gaza is.
Do you want to make that statement on the? Do you want to make that statement on the air?
But
Israel's
anyway, I'm not saying it's no. I think you misheard me. I'm just saying that. Let me ask you the question, then you can decide. My question would be this: I don't think it's a poor journalistic tactic, given what happened in the Miami nightclub, given that Heil Hitler, Kanye's song, was the one that caused so much offense because it was being played and all you guys were there. It's an obvious question when you go to Israel with so many millions of Jewish people there. Obviously, the media there will, in an interview, would have to ask you about it. Why would you get so defensive? Why not just say, you know what happened was terrible. I shouldn't have. Well, I've said
all I have to say about it, because really, they could have played the clips from my, entire media run that I've done, hundreds of different interviews where I've been asked the same question and it's been the same answer. I had nothing to do with it. And so
why didn't
really
you give it? Why, out of interest, I'm genuinely curious. Why
do you have any more questions? Do you have any more questions besides that Miami night that was 7 months ago?
I do.
Do you have any more?
I do.
So why don't you go with that? Let's get some new content.
I'm gonna get some new content. I can give.
All right, but could we just call it on that segment and that line of questioning?
I'd like to ask
because I really think, and people have said this to me quite a bit, is that we could actually get along well, and I think we would.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Listen, last time I interviewed you, my daughter, who's nearly 15, at a French school in London, came out and said all the kids in the school were talking about our interview. Now, that's a French school in London talking about me interviewing a young 20-year-old guy, as you were at the time in America. Right? I found that an extraordinary cultural phenomenon. Right? So let's
move on to the good questions.
Yeah, we will. I've got plenty of good questions for you. My final question on that point, and you can choose not to answer. No, well, hang on.
Okay. No answer and don't read it. You're just trying to go for,
I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. It's just something that came to mind when you. Can I ask you one more thing about it without you losing your shit? You don't want to ask one. You don't even know what it is.
No, I'm just going to interrupt you. I'm not going to answer it in good faith, and I'm just going to interrupt you because I've said all I need to say.
Okay.
Damn, I hate to give him credit on that one.
The other incident that was reported apparently happening in Israel was that you were supposedly kicked out of a club for this furore. We got a clip of it. Just give me a response to this and tell us what actually happened.
No, not true. I had a bit of an issue in that club, and the security was being quite disrespectful to me. And there's a lot of different rules about having your own foreign security. Apparently, there's stuff about licenses. So they were just talking about how we were unlicensed, and there was a huge miscommunication between the manager there, not actually the owner, and myself. So that's all it really was. It had nothing to do with that. I saw people claiming that as I was getting kicked out of the bar, and that's just quite ridiculous. So that was complete propaganda.
So it had nothing to do with that whole thing in Miami?
No, and I was offered the entire night of comp, free drinks, really everywhere I went in Israel, and the same was true there.
As your
Don't you just love how like they comp rich assholes? Isn't that fun? Isn't that awesome?
Popularity's grown, Clavicular. And like
I genuinely hate this fucking planet.
I said earlier, I see you as a very different character to someone like Andrew Tate, who my issue with him from the start has always been his brazen misogyny. Because I don't want young men to think that it's cool to be a misogynist or to be repellent about women. And I'm sure you would agree, right?
Yeah, I'm not a misogynist myself. I love women. I love having them around. So I'm hanging out right after this with a couple of girls we got over there. So it should be a good time. Good vibes.
The question I was going to ask you was, in terms of your rising influence, how seriously do you take that?
Does that feel any vibes, considering that it seems like he doesn't feel shit?
Think more carefully about stuff you say publicly, because you're aware.
I get why people are like, I kind of feel bad for him. I don't.
Aware that millions of young people will be watching, listening, taking it in.
Correct. Yes. No. Of course. And I'm very responsible about how I use my platform. And I think I reflected that quite well in the tweet that I made the other day, that I find it kind of ridiculous how one of the Israeli reporters was trying so passionately to get me to choose a political stance about the foreign conflict. And I said, look, I'm not an expert. I'm making it very well known that I'm quite ignorant on this issue. So other people, like yourself, like other reporters, should be talking about this kind of stuff, not me.
Yeah, but I guess, again, I don't think you're a smart guy. You would know that by going to Israel, it would attract a lot of attention. And I guess the argument that's critical about what you did is that whether you intended it or not, you've been used as a bit of a propaganda tool by the Israeli government, right? Who
that's
obviously
undeniable.
recognize how influential you are and that you saying great things about Israel and everything without going into any of the negative stuff about war is good for them. So do you understand why people think that may be an issue?
Yeah, no, I can totally see that. And the criticism makes sense, right? Because we didn't go to any of the controversial places like Gaza. But once again, I think that should be the responsibility of reporters, not the responsibility of a 20-year-old live streamer, quite honestly.
That's the smartest thing he's actually said.
There's let's put it here. Hang on a second. There's a Polymarket thing I wanted to read you because it was quite interesting. Speculating, they're speculating on your next move and where you may go next. According to Polymarket.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Like I said, can the planet just blow up already? Like I'm so over the fact that this is where we're at. Wait, is this the whole thing? Oh no. Okay. 20 minutes.
Market. There's a 41% chance you might visit Russia in 2026. Is that true?
By all means, my guy.
Yeah, I wanna visit Russia. I think that's another controversial place. And I'm views maxing at the end of the day. So I'm using politics and what people say about these different countries as a way to engagement farm. But really,
I want to fucking. Oh, I hate everything. I fucking hate everything. I hate it. I hate it. I hate this fucking game. I hate it all. I hate it all. Views maxing, engage. I want to fucking vomit. This shit sucks.
Really,
this shit sucks.
You could attribute all these trips to just.
This is what gets platformed.
I
think it broke me, guys. I think I'm. Oh boy.
Exploring different nightlife.
Oh,
and doing
fuck.
A bit of tourism.
Right. So I would say, okay,
wow,
you're going to go to Russia as you've
go straight
to Israel. Well, why not go to Ukraine and go to Gaza?
Well, probably because they're losing. So.
Because they're losing.
I feel
that's your criteria.
Well, I mean, quite honestly, it might be a little bit more volatile there if I had to guess.
Right, and I don't think Ukraine are losing, for example.
Well, I wouldn't know once again, but I know there's the whole situation with the war, but it's going to be a lot safer, in my opinion.
And he's disingenuously just using fucking politics and the geopolitical fucking atmosphere to fucking views max.
In the capital city of Russia than the capital city of Ukraine. Is that not accurate? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking you.
Well, it probably would be, but I think the argument again against a visit to Russia would be, the Russian government, Vladimir Putin, I'm sure would love to have you in Moscow, for example, saying lovely things
for the future
about
of the human race.
how great
I'm starting to not care anymore.
all is. But if you keep going to these places which are at war without any...
This is the shit that pushes me deeper and deeper into fucking true nihilism every day. Seeing this shit, having these realizations of just like, oh, this is what wins.
Attempt to involve that in your thinking. Again, you're just going to be accused repeatedly of being a propagandist, a tool for these governments. Does that not concern you?
No, honestly, I'm fine with whatever people want to say. I'm fine with calling me a selfish prick, whatever. Really, this entire thing that I do, the reason that I get up and live stream every day is not for world peace.
That's what they want.
Is not for some political campaign. It's for myself, right? So,
that's why they make this shit.
God forbid I want to go to Russia and explore Moscow and go out and have a good time there. And I'm really not going to apologize to anyone for it.
If Vladimir Putin invited you to go and see him when you were there, would you go?
I'll see him tomorrow.
Really?
Yep.
And you wouldn't see that as a political move?
Nope.
Really?
I would just be intentionally ignorant to all of the political implications.
But
I want something very bad to happen to him.
But why?
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Please, by all means, go to Russia. Can you just perhaps schedule it like right around the time that, I don't know, like something, Ukrainian might happen, like, because since you're willfully ignorant and you don't know shit about this war, well, then guess what? I guess you don't know that, Russia's getting pummeled by Ukrainian drones, but since you don't know that, by all means, my man, go for it. Fucking go for it.
Begs the question, why?
Because it's too much controversy, too many questions, the media trying to be not so friendly to you. And that's really not what I want. I want people to ask me on interviews what they could do to Looksmax, right? And to rate them or something like silly and, a playful question like that.
Yeah, but the argument,
true justice would be this guy getting in a horrible car accident and being fucking unrecognizably mangled. I'm not even fucking kidding. This is why I don't believe in karma, by the way, guys.
The argument will be from your critics.
Shit like
will
this.
Be that what you're doing is war crime maxing.
I think what I'm doing is I'm getting global attention, and then I'm talking about a cause exclusively that I am someone who's an expert in, right? So when I talk about looks maxing, and when I talk about
one of the funniest things that I did enjoy was how like Paris wasn't having it.
Things that are amazing, how people shouldn't be drinking from an early age because it inhibits important growth pathways. I think that's a message that should be spread to the youth all around the world, right? And people say all these things, oh, clavicular, you talk about this, you talk about that. And it's like, I've talked about how I've personally done things in the past, but I've never advocated for them. I've never advocated for people to use recreational substances, for people to consume alcohol. I've actually done quite the opposite. And anything I've ever talked about in terms of looks maxing, I've always said quite carefully to do under the supervision of a doctor. So we are going on a worldwide media tour and then talking about a very good thing, which is looks maxing.
If Donald Trump invited you to the White House, would you go?
I'll see him tomorrow.
So is there anyone you wouldn't see?
I don't want to say anyone because then you're going to say some dictator who throws people out of helicopters as a gotcha. But
well, you've already said you see Vladimir Putin. I'm pretty sure he's done stuff like that.
Oh, well, once again, blissfully ignorant. But to a reasonable extent, yes,
human being
I
maxing.
would want to see anyone because anyone who I could, spread my message to, I think it is a good thing for men and women all around the world. That's the reason why all these kids in the primary schools, like you said, are talking about me, because it is good. It does help people, feel more confident to look better.
But you accept that when you go to these countries, you're not really interested.
Oh, Pap, did you see that where a guy moved to Russia or went to Russia because he moved out of the U.S. because he didn't like LGBTQ in an area he was living, so he moved to Russia, him and his family.
In revealing.
Turns out he got treated horribly in Russia and was sent to the front lines. Since then, no one's heard anything back.
The full story that you see, yours is a more superficial one, right? It's about.
Why can't multiple things
a second ago, did I hear that right? Did Pierce just say he's war crime maxing? Yep.
be true at once?
No, they can. Of course they can. But if it's
There
not,
you go.
But if you're not giving any of the negative, are you providing a responsibly balanced insight into these places, or are you just saying, "Hey, nothing to see here"?
I shared the negative. I shared the negative. How a lot of the times I didn't have Wi-Fi in Tel Aviv, and things like that.
One of the consequences of the trip.
How sad for him.
Was that the IDF?
He didn't have Wi-Fi, guys. No.
Said last week it had removed a soldier called Shira Braun from her position in its international communications division and imposed a suspended jail sentence because she appeared in an online broadcast with you. What did you feel about that?
I think that's a little bit ridiculous. That's just people on the internet making a lot of noise, and they shouldn't have did that to one of their own who really did nothing wrong.
So the IDF shouldn't have done what they did.
That was literally the IDF, you moron. He's trying to make it like the fucking online left was who had it. This is why I fucking hate this asshole. I can't fucking stand this shit. I can't fucking stand the anti-intellectual bullshit that goes on. And then this is what gets platformed. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
I'd heard that, or it's been reported that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to get you involved in various product lines and stuff. Is that true?
Product lines?
Well, stuff that you could sell, which would be promoting Israel and so
on. No.
Have you had any conversation with the Israeli government?
No, there was so much Well, yeah, I had a conversation with the Israeli government, but really it was nothing about product lines, and that was the same amount of propaganda that you saw with like all these fake pictures of me with who is the guy Ben something?
Ben Gvir, yeah.
I have no idea who that even is, quite honestly.
He's a national security minister.
Right. So like that's the thing. A lot of the tour people were making all these AI posts, making all these outrageous claims. And a lot of it was it turned out to be a hoax, as you've probably seen. But once again, when this kind of stuff happens, it just makes me go viral.
And is that ultimately what you most want?
To go viral?
Yeah.
Of course.
No, fuck this guy.
Above all else?
It's almost over. I can't stand this asshole. Clavicular on AOC discussion.
I mean, not above all else, but it's certainly nice.
The American...
Here, do you not want to go viral? Do you not want more people to watch your show?
Of course.
So that your Polymarket deal gets juiced?
Of course.
How much?
Polymarket just fucking burned.
You get
what the fuck?
Paid from Polymarket, by the way, because I want to get a deal with them.
A good sum of money, yeah. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, yeah. They're one of our sponsors. I like working with them. I actually find that journalistically, I find all their prediction odds and stuff very interesting because it gives us an insight into what the markets are saying and where the money's going, what people are thinking.
He's a walking UTI.
What they're predicting and so on. So I have no problem with that in terms of any impact on the journalism.
Give them a shout about me?
Sorry?
Could you give them a shout about me? See if I could get.
I'm surprised they haven't already been in touch.
Well, I mean, I met the guys once at the club, but it was a bit of a controversial thing.
How much are you worth at the moment?
I don't really like to get into that. I don't think it's anyone's business what's in your pocket. That's something that my parents have always taught me, is to keep your cards close with how much money you have.
Oh, fucking! I'm so fucking over this. What is this AOC thing?
Role models of people who love them.
Acknowledge a really important element. Pickup artist courses.
Insane. that your language is now talked about around the world? Do you ever?
Right. So AOC talking about looks maxing, phenomenal. I think she's very good looking, to be completely honest with you. And I'd be more than happy to have a conversation with her.
Well, she said to me, it's less about himself as a person. It's more about what leads young men to go down these types of rabbit holes. At the end of the day, there's always going to be something. We really need role models of people who love themselves. And you reply, why do people act like you automatically reject
so high right now, he can
charisma
barely function.
and personality when becoming a looks maxer?
Holy shit, dude.
It's always
All
been
right,
about...
That's it. I'm fucking over him. We're going to watch... I don't even like Willie Mack show, but I got to watch something dunking on this fucking turd.
One of these guys that thinks he's so much smarter and deeper than everyone else around him.
I feel like I just am able to see past like the facades and lies of people and institutions so easily.
Why are we platforming people that are famous for trying to be famous?
That nothing could be fun. And
why are we... This is what I can't stand. Asmongold, him. Why are we constantly going to people that have nothing to do with politics at all, even by their own admission? But then you have an asshole like Piers Morgan that has to go and be like, well, don't you see the political implications from your shenanigans, blah, blah, blah.
I can't enjoy things the way low sentience people can. For example, sports.
Even though he routinely does some of the dumbest things online.
Dude, I feel so much I'm fucking tweaking.
Last time we saw Clavicular, he overdosed, promised to stop doing drugs, and then bought a nightclub. Since then, he's gone back to doing drugs.
Those clubs were fucking crazy yesterday. I don't know how you handled it.
Drugs. Yeah, I was doing a lot of next. Pre-gambling, drinking, cocaine.
He justifies it because he can't talk to women without them.
Literally can't function in public unless I'm...
He now lost the nightclub because he took a handshake deal from an Israeli mobster. Yes, this is real. He's had to hire a lawyer to try and figure it out for him. Clavicular is such a selfish loser. He has chlamydia, but he's still having sex with all these different women. He's not informing them.
I have 2 more days of my chlamydia medication.
So you're bitches, but you have chlamydia.
Yes. You could still pass on chlamydia even if you're taking medication. How is this not illegal? And maybe the most hilarious part of all, he got a nose job and ear surgery so he could mog in Paris Fashion Week, only for every girl to turn him down, causing him to crash out and call everyone in France ugly. He's coping by getting involved in French immigration politics.
Yeah, this is interesting demographics, I'll say that.
And had to resort to flying out an American girl so he could still look cool on Twitter. It destroyed his entire worldview.
Stop cold approaching for good? Yeah, I plan on it. I'm never doing cold approach again because I'm too famous and good looking. It's intimidating. So that's actually the reason that it doesn't work, right? You're hideous now? Show face.
Why go to a butt doctor for a nose job? Giga Jester.
None of you guys understand looks maxing.
Clavicular has built a fan base off of looks being the most important thing, so it's not...
Apparently, I just need to... You know what, guys? You understand how cynical this makes a content creator like me, seeing him just playing Ghostblade or whatever the fuck this is on Kick, gambling, just all of the shittiest behaviors get fucking rewarded in a way that is just beyond comprehension. This is fucked. It's so fucked. Again, how am I supposed to not be nihilistic about this shit?
Not surprising to see them turn on him when they don't like how his surgery turned out. Clavicular's relationship with his parents seems to be that they're very worried about him, and he thinks they're stupid and annoying for doing so.
My parents kept texting me, and I blocked my mom because she kept texting me while I was trying to get high.
Oh, I'm trying to do ketamine.
Yeah, it's just so annoying when people say, oh, don't do drugs, and you're making way more money than them.
His dad tried to have an intervention with him. Clav avoided it.
My dad said full-blown drug addict, sad. My dad said that.
Don't say that right now.
Oh, Dad.
Don't say that.
Dad, I'm making money. What the f*** do you want me to do? Next stream we'll give shit to the homeless or something.
He's completely intoxicated in this clip. His parents have never been supportive of his looks maxing journey.
Is there any family member that actually supported you through all this?
No.
Really?
Yeah, no, my parents really don't like content that I put out, things that I do. Not a fan of.
When he went to get his nose job, he claims that his mom was calling the office, begging him not to do it.
You guys know my mom tried to call Dr. Miami's office? My mom called and was like, he's a drug addict, don't give him surgery.
He goes through with it anyway. He ends up stealing this Asian woman's nose. Nobody likes it. He's getting made fun of constantly by his chat.
Nose looking okay, bro. My nose mugs. Botch, alright. Fat nose, goofy nose, yeah, alright, bro. Dumbass up his face with that fat nose. Your looks like a bad tit job.
He's trying to convince his community that it's actually made him ascend.
Fuck. You guys cope, bro. Dude, I'm looks maxing. I'm committed to the ascension.
He acts like that before this surgery, everybody was just hating on him for his nose. That's just not true.
I think people remember like how cooked my nose was. It was pretty bad. Like, had to be done. Better than this, cope. It was so bad before. It was genuinely so shit.
Literally only you would notice or care. But his chat doesn't approve. He genuinely looks so sad about it.
Those yeah, whatever, dude.
Hello, Braden. Good to see you are transitioning into a Jew more and more every day, including the no love from Tel Aviv.
And the funny part is he can't turn off the stream. He's contractually obligated by Kick to stream himself gambling for an hour.
I hate this. This is the worst job ever.
So he's sitting there, literally counting down the time till his stream ends.
Only 6 more minutes, bro.
A few days later, he gets ear surgery.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. He doesn't even have passion for any... Fucking I hate this shit. Such an idiot sometimes. Sorry. Okay.
Surgery to pin his ears back because he thinks they stick out too far. Even his girlfriend thinks it's stupid. I don't care if clavicular gets cosmetic surgery or not. I think it makes him look worse, but if it improves his self-esteem, he should do it. But moments after he gets the surgery, he's talking about how he's mogging all the subhumans who don't get their ears pinned back.
You got, you know, protruding ears in your subhuman. This guy might get you an ascension that could change your life.
So in return, his audience is comparing him to Michael Jackson. Clavicular then decides to give his new nose and ears a test drive by hanging out with Dean the Great.
What made you get the Michael Jackson surgery nose?
Well, I had a super wide ailer base. Like, my nostrils were really bad. Like,
nobody cares.
He knows Maxon.
Your nose fishing. If a woman have your child, she's gonna think their nose is gonna be like that, and it's not.
Catfish, you catfishing me.
Nose fishing.
There's gonna be no child to begin with if your nose looks too wide, you know what I mean?
You're sitting next to 2 black guys with wide noses, and they got a bus full of women.
So it's like, you have to look max in order to
That's
find
not true.
a partner. Yes.
I'm pretty sure you had when you had a wide nose.
I have because I'm famous. And I have everything else.
So there was a point of getting a nose in.
So now I'm like,
hey Jeff, how's it going?
Nah, you got a nose.
Wow, now we're just loser maxing.
The reason why Clavicular got all of these surgeries was to mog when he went to Paris, but it did not go how he expected. His first mistake was going out in this blue button up and then rolling up the sleeves. It's quite the look. I'm convinced he's not even into women. He's just jerking off to himself the whole time.
Yeah, bro. I'm getting lean as holy shit. I'm lean as fuck. Miss, should I roll up the shirt or no?
Here, show him.
She don't give a Yeah, hopefully this will get me some hoes.
It doesn't.
Oh, hey, ladies. What's up? Oh, no English? Wow.
Oh,
What do you miss?
I love this.
Bonjour.
I love this. This is the part I needed. Oh, cathartic.
Bonjour.
Oh, that's enough right there. Just seeing them walk right past him, not even paying attention to him in the slightest.
All good. Well, I hope you guys enjoy your dinner.
He then starts being really annoying, blasting music while walking down the street. He's getting frustrated while walking down the street because girls aren't looking his way.
Really?
Really? The no IOI? Bro, whenever I walk by a girl and there's no IOI, I'm like, what the f am I being trolled? Like, they must be a lesbian. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not an IOI, like they like me, like they have to be a lesbian.
You know, the only added thing is the looks maxing side of this. I remember this was the pickup artist guys, like that Tucker Max guy.
The cope is unreal.
When I was in high school.
Him getting rejected again isn't that big of a deal, but his worldview, looks maxing, is supposed to prevent all of this.
Saddest part is I don't even like Willie Max.
Done the drugs. He's got
this guy annoys me too.
The surgery. He's smashed his jaw with a hammer, and it isn't working all because he has no social skills. For instance, Clavicular walks into a sports bar. Everyone is watching the World Cup. But Clavicular doesn't watch sports. He doesn't even like them. So he starts off LARPing, pretending he cares.
Yo. How's your day going, guys?
Good. How's yours?
Just coming to watch soccer. Is that what it's called? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm in France.
Who's gonna win?
She's enjoying the conversation. Just name any team.
I don't even know who's playing.
Look how confused and annoyed she is. Just pick a team on the television. You could have named any country and it would have been a better answer than that.
I hope you guys have a good day.
Clav, here's your problem.
And I like how
You're in a sports bar
like,
telling everybody you hate sports.
And the guy's just like, who the fuck is that loser?
No.
Do you like sports?
I hate them. I think you're pretty, but I'm fine with that arrangement.
I think you'll find a better arrangement. We're in Paris, so.
Brutal. Clavicular leaves the bar and he starts trying out a new technique, and that's telling everybody that he's a kick streamer.
I'm a live streamer. I'll
You
show
guys all friends? They don't care, so he leaves.
They don't care.
Hey, can we get an extra
That's enough.
Like this street.
That's all right. Well, anyway, ladies, take care of yourself.
This is fucking cringe as fuck.
Clavicular then meets
that's cringe as fuck.
Up with another streamer called Prince of
wow.
Paris, and he's gonna teach him how to pick up chicks, even though he hasn't even been able to hold a conversation once all day.
Prince of Paris. You ready for the first experience shopping game?
All right, bro. Yeah, sure.
All right, follow me.
But he just sticks with the tactic of showing off his viewership.
That's what I'm known for, like live streaming. We'll watch, like, live.
It never works. He's so awkward that he makes it seem like he wants to have a threesome with Prince.
If you're up to it, this is Here, wait. This is the Prince of Paris right here.
Nice to meet you.
He knows his way around the city like no other.
Gabby.
So Gabby, if you want to join me and him, we'll show you a good time later.
Why did you guys not invite her friend too? That would make this seem so much less weird.
I'm hanging out with my friends right now.
Hey, listen, I said later. You know, if you want to come to the clubs, that's totally fine. If not, all good. All right, take care.
Lev then thinks it's the camera stopping him from picking up girls, so he has the cameraman secretly record him across the street. He interrupts their guy friend. Everything he does is so unnatural.
Is he dropping game?
He then panics and resorts to showing off his viewer count again, which does not work.
Yeah, I do live streaming, so let me show you. It's live. So he always records.
Ah, okay.
So to try and save himself from looking like a dork, he starts to pick on their guy friend to look cool.
Do you know what a jester is?
No.
Are you a jester?
You don't speak English.
Oh,
French.
Okay. All right. How do you? Jester. Yeah, tell him in Spanish. It's a word. It's like a word I pretty much made into mainstream. You know?
Oh, I want to die.
Like I influence like a lot of the words you hear, like maxing. You know about that? Looks maxing.
Clav then bails and goes to a different group of girls to show off his viewership again. They don't care either.
Peak for IRL streaming, you know?
You streaming?
Yeah, look.
They end up just telling him to leave.
Have a good time in Paris. I hope you will enjoy it.
All right, take care of yourself. Bye.
Bye.
I can't cover every time he gets rejected. This goes on for 8 hours.
Yo, she's hot right there. No?
But it gets so bad that Cleb actually sends someone out to buy him a suit and roses to hand out. His friend Prince actually gets some girls interested, but Clavicular makes it seem like he's going to kidnap them.
Hey, if you want to roll with us, we're gonna head to one of the clubs.
Yeah, we got better plans than whatever you'll have planned.
Promise you that.
What are your plans?
Nah, you tag along and find out.
Listen, yeah, you just gotta look at us and trust us a little bit. What do you think? If
Yeah.
you want to take a leap of faith that will show you a good time, then
She's like, what the hell? She shakes her head no.
Because even if it's a setup, like it's gonna be the nicest setup in the world.
correct. So, whatever. We'll grab one of your numbers. If not, have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. We have other friends coming. We'll see with them.
All right.
Well,
you're lost.
In his next live stream, Clav would come up with every excuse in the book why his looks-maxing worldview is crashing down around him.
stop cold approaching for good? Yeah, I plan on it. I'm never doing cold approach again because I'm too famous and good looking. It's intimidating. So that's actually the reason that it doesn't work.
Wow, so he's looks-maxed so hard that it no longer works. He's not joking, he's serious.
It's not a cope. It's not even a cope. It's actually real. So I'm just not going to do it anymore. It just doesn't make sense. Drake doesn't cold approach. Like he just goes in on DMs. You know what I'm saying?
So Clav pays for this American girl to come to Paris so he doesn't look single. He buys her all of this stuff. And thank God he does, because if he didn't sugar daddy her, she'd leave. That's how weird Clav is acting.
And every time we kiss, I swear I could fly.
Oh.
This is even too cringe for her.
You start DJing.
Yeah, you should.
I'm not going to say the next part. Haha, chat knows.
What's the next part?
DJ the VJ.
Oh.
He's crashing out on Twitter because people are making fun of him. He's tweeting about how French people are ugly because too many people died in World War II. This ended up getting community noted with clips of Clavicular at the Paris fashion show. He looks like he's about to cry because he's getting mogged by French people. These other models are fans of his, so they're asking him for pictures, but he's getting upset because he feels like he's getting mogged.
Sure.
Thank you. You look sick, man.
Thanks. Me too. I love how they all try to
Damn, dude.
do like the autism face. Like all these motherfuckers are like trying to mog and shit. It's like, bro, you don't look like that all the time.
That guy's a fan. Why are you so insecure?
One thing I don't get is like why they want you to do a different face than your normal wrestling face. It's like, bro, you're not gonna look like that. You just look autistic.
You are autistic. He's asking why a model would pose for a picture. Dude, it's literally their job. Another model.
You're going to a concert Friday watching this is like, When we watched Happy Gilmore the night before the golf
Adler,
tournament.
who's clearly a fan, came up for a picture. Clavicular starts molding because he feels like he's getting mogged again.
What's up, man? How's it going? Cool, man. That's really cool.
He's so mad.
Cool, bro. Sure retarded. Dude, those people, like, some of them are being kind of rude in there. I'm not gonna lie. Random gestures.
They're not rude. You're just insecure. Even his chat was grilling him for it.
Boring right now and had so much anxiety, bro. No, I was just tired, man. I still haven't slept yet.
Clav's on stream talking about how he had to fly out an American girl, not because he couldn't pick one up in France, but because Americans are better looking.
This was American. Way better genetics, taller, a very good looking face, ideal coloring. Pretty common to see in America, whereas that type of gene quality non-existent in Paris, in France.
He's talking about gene quality. Dude, half of your face is plastic. He's getting into French politics, talking about how dirty Paris is.
This is the average block in Paris. I'm not gonna lie, it might be even worse than this. This is not even a cherry pick photo. This is walk outside your house anywhere in Paris and it looks like this. Anyone who lives here will agree.
It is totally cherry picked because it still has the fucking watermarks on it there.
Great.
I've watched
Where's your fucking photo? You just walked Paris. What the fuck are you talking about?
over 15 hours of Clav streams. He never saw this. He just Googled trash in Paris, and this is the first image that pops up. You can see the watermark on the image. He starts going off about France's economy.
GDP in France, in Paris, is worse than the poorest state in all of the United States. That's Mississippi. Lower GDP per capita. And they're coping when they see a good-looking person, or a good-looking couple.
Why does this exist? Do you have teenage kids? Or like teenage boys? That's why.
Like,
that's literally why. That's who's watching this garbage.
Just walking around, just mugging everyone.
His chat's roasting him.
Richard Maxer just tipped $2, got mobbed by half of the EU guys. Stop having URNTN, not enhanced.
Yeah, sure, bro. I got mugged by them. I need to get better at carrying combos. This shit. Yeah, maybe I'd have a better chance of cold approaching, but probably not because I'm too famous.
He's tweeting that the French raped their woman. He's talking about immigration politics.
You would think the citizens of Paris would be more mad at the immigrants sexually assaulting all their women and children, not Clav giving out flowers.
That's kind of funny that he literally has the Superman picture.
Exactly, bro. Yeah, you really would think that, but
how do you feel that you just shared a brain cell with Willie Mack?
This is not the case. It's not the case, dude.
He's begging his audience to tweet negatively about France.
Everyone.
Like I said, I'm glad that Willie's doing this. There's actually a better video that I wanted to check out. Actually, it's this one. Yeah, Brianna.
Everyone tweet out pictures.
I think we'll watch that one tomorrow.
Vandalism, spam that all over the internet. Spam pictures.
I don't know
of the trash.
Maybe not.
Spam statistics about the
I don't
wages.
think I can handle much more of this dude. Like even just like passive content.
Spam.
He then starts tweeting about how everyone in France is an impolite shitbag, all because he got rejected by some women. He says, I took over France faster than Napoleon. This guy was terrified in France. He's tweeting about the whole city is trying to cause him physical harm. But if you watch the clip, it seems fine.
Bro, be safe. Bob, be safe. Yeah, this is interesting demographics, I'll say that. Paris ain't safe, bro. Fuck this shit. This is not safe. This is like giga risk maxing.
He's saying this as an entire group of women are walking around in the background just fine.
Bro, why is this so fucking ghetto here? Like, what is this? It's the most ghetto shit ever.
There's two chicks behind him walking alone. This guy is such a baby. During my time watching, the only time Clavicular was honest with himself is when he was completely intoxicated, getting turned down for the 50th time. So he starts to open up to this girl before walking away.
I got really drunk, I'm on meth, and I'm on free gas. I literally can't function in public unless I'm f***ed up because I'm autistic. It's unfortunate, I literally do, or else I can't stream. That's why I want to retire. It's like so bad.
Get a therapist, bro.
I hate my life. But all right, let's go.
I hate my life.
You would think that this is when Clavicular would have an epiphany, that looks aren't everything, and that he could pursue a more fulfilling life if he just practices his social skills instead of relying on drugs. But no, he's right back to it the next day.
I wasn't even sober, dude.
I mean, at least there's this where I'm like, at least he's miserable.
Dude, I was fucking sneaking off to the bathroom every like 15 minutes, ripping bumps. Yeah, dude, that shit, I wasn't even sober. And I said to myself, no more cold approaching, because like chicks want to have an ego and fucking, like do all this shit. Like, fuck.
I don't wanna set the world on fire.
Unfortunately for Braden, it's not just his looks-maxing worldview that's falling apart, his business deals are too. 2 months ago, Braden became a partial owner of a club called Baccarat. He did this because he was 20 years old and he kept getting thrown out of clubs for being underage. He'd call his dad crying about it.
I'm getting kicked out of bars 5 minutes. I did nothing.
You're not 21. Just relax, okay? Just relax, okay?
How could I relax? I'm on my last nerve right now.
His parents thought buying the club was a bad investment.
Dude, even my mom, you'll lose enough money at the club. Don't need to lose even more money at this stuff. That's a block, dude.
And then only 2 months later, he's talking about how he sold his shares and made all of this money.
I'm not going to be going to Baccarat. Let's just say I made a bag. I don't give a shit about Baccarat anymore. I already made my bag. I flipped the shares for a prof, bro.
But that doesn't even make sense. How would selling your shares of a club after only 2 months mean you made all this profit? How would the evaluation change that much? His chat points out how little sense this makes.
Were you forced bought out by the majority shareholders? How did the valuation of it increase so much in only 1 month? 1 month and out damn.
It was more like 8 weeks, bro.
It still makes no sense. The club promoter is on stream talking about how clavicular streams hurt the club.
I don't care streamer or not, it does nothing for this club. The streaming has in fact hurt this club so much. I wish Clav would leave, to be honest.
Clavicular then started tweeting all these weird reasons for why he sold. First, he was saying that owning a nightclub is too much of a liability, which, like, did you really not think about that before you bought it? But then it's revealed by TMZ that Clavicular was duped into dumping $400,000 into this nightclub in exchange for getting 50% of the profits. But they refused to give him anything because he never signed a contract. He just took a handshake deal. He says his business partner told him handshakes are how men
He deserved every second of this.
do business. You know who we are. What's the contract? This guy's always talking about how smart he is. He says he's too smart to overdose on drugs. Then he overdoses. Next, he says he's too smart to take advice from his parents about investing in the nightclub. Then he forks over $400K without ever asking for a contract. Clav's own lawyer says he was never paid a penny from this deal. So he was just lying when he said he made a bag off this deal, just like how he was lying when he said he sold the club because there was too many liabilities. But now that the story's out, he's coming clean, saying he was pressured into this deal. You want to know who he went into business with? A man named Highwick 9, who is an Israeli mobster. I'm serious, this is real. This man pled guilty in 2006 and was sentenced to 10 years in prison for racketeering. He helped launder nearly $2 million in embezzled funds through his businesses. In them, he was trafficking ecstasy. So this man spent the majority of his money from his streaming marathon on a handshake deal with a mobster.
I was a part of one of the biggest real estate deals in Miami recently.
But he never got it in paper. What an idiot.
I love drugs and sketchy pills and the favorite ones.
Damn.
So the ones that kill quickly.
So his looks-maxing worldview is crashing down, his business deals are crashing down, and now his grift is finally catching up to him. During his rise, Clavicular spent a lot of time grifting red pill talking points and values, like how you should never date an OnlyFans woman because they're evil.
I don't like OnlyFans girls. It's degenerate. I think you're ruining, your image. Absolutely. Their souls are gone at the end of the day.
There should be more societal shape.
Good news, Pat. My new cat, Sweet Pea, got out of surgery today. Is in recovery. I picked him up. I pick him up tomorrow. Oh, well, good on Sweet Pea.
Overall, for doing OnlyFans.
But he doesn't actually believe any of this. He's lying for clout. He lied about not dating an OnlyFans model to try and look cool.
You guys wouldn't date OnlyFans model, but I'm pretty sure our special guest has dating Jenny Popatch, who is an OnlyFans girl.
No,
you
absolutely
guys
not.
have pictures posted.
Oh, pictures posted. That means I'm dating.
I've heard that you guys are dating.
He literally has an assault and battery charge because his two girlfriends confronted each other. Then he started his own
That's kind of funny.
OnlyFans management company, and he
whatever, trash be trash.
started dating one of his models named Lily. This has turned his own fans against him. Now, I don't know if she's doing OnlyFans content with other men or not, but his fans seem to think that she is, because he says that she gave him chlamydia.
Yeah, well, I'm on it right now.
Because, so you're f***ing bitches, but you have chlamydia.
I took Lily's too.
Why did she have it?
So she gave it to me.
Which, how else would that happen if she wasn't cheating? His former red pill viewers start eating him alive.
I find it sad Lily gave you chlamydia, and you still stayed you buy her all the stuff you buy.
Am I mistaken? Isn't that what killed Al Capone?
Her flowers, and she still wants to cheat in New York WTF.
Dude.
Damn, that was cold.
Dude,
that was cold.
The copes.
Nah, you're the one coping.
2 weeks, just tip $2. You got 2 weeks max. Your whole fan base hates you as person because you are dating Mudshark porn star. Get a f***ing grip, loser.
I understand you are sad because Lily cuffed you, but come on, bro. Focus.
The fact that it's Andrew Tate's voice saying this to him is kind of funny.
Whatever, bro.
He's silencing donations as they're reading out because they keep calling him a cuck loser.
I hate myself for wasting so much time looking.
Told your fan base for a porn star we'd just retire, bro. Nobody likes you anymore. You are getting ratio in your own comp.
But the weird part is Clavicular does have chlamydia. He's talked about it on multiple streams for months.
Size condoms you use.
What's that?
You know I'm black.
I recently learned what condoms are because I have chlamydia. I didn't even know how to put it on until about 5 days ago.
Oh, you have chlamydia?
Yeah.
Me too.
Really?
Yes, I just got the papers today. You gotta take the pills for the 5 days?
Yeah, I haven't started it yet.
What day are you on?
I ain't started yet.
Syphilis.
Just like I just ignore it. Like
Yeah. It'll go away some point.
that's what
it's natural. It'll just go away.
I think that's how it works.
That's not how chlamydia works. He does eventually start taking his medicine.
That's not how chlamydia works.
But he's been hooking up with girls the entire time, and that's
I like how he posted the entire thing too. It's like that's not how it works at all.
What you're supposed to do.
How many times have you been STD tested?
Every time I'm at the doctor, they STD test you.
I
was at the
I
hospital.
have 2 more days of my chlamydia medication.
You're on doxycycline, which is for STD treatment or acne. It's for skin, like bacteria.
Technically, I had extra. So like I've been on it for like
Jesus.
more than the treatment.
I hope this doesn't trigger the, you know what, I'm going to speed this up just so it doesn't. Just to be safe.
Suck lilies too.
Why is she not taking hers? He's been having sex this whole time. How is that not illegal? As for his community turning against him, I don't really feel bad. Live by the grift, die by the grift.
You look like you're the type to think the stripper actually likes you.
Baby nose, polished SpongeBob. All right, dude, I gotta stop reading this chat.
To wrap things up,
It's chat's cooking up.
Clavicular has been facing
Okay, now I kind of get why people watch him, just so they can make fun
a
of
lot
him.
of reality checks recently, but I don't think he's learned anything. He should be learning that looks aren't everything.
You look so bad now. Dude, you need the nose touched up, it's uneven. It's really not. Cokes.
He should be discovering that people don't really care if he's a famous streamer, if it means he comes off like a weirdo.
Dropping game, but like it's not hitting. Like airball.
He should start realizing that maybe he's not as smart as he thinks he is. After losing 400K by going into business with a mobster, relying on only handshake deals. After ODing, Clav said he was done doing drugs. He gave a big speech about it.
I ain't gonna be doing any of that shit anymore.
Truly, if you have to poison your body and take drugs and alter your mind to make a bitch talk to you, then she ain't worth fucking talking to, bro.
I know.
And if you have to do the same thing,
not for girls.
Oh god, I'm so glad that you're gonna fucking arrest us.
no, but if you have to do the same thing for these people at home to watch you, them too. Like you are who you are,
Yeah.
and it's not up to you to poison yourself to entertain any of these people. If they're unhappy with how you act and the things you do, unless you're going to take illegal substances, then let them all off.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I mean, really, the drug stuff is for anxiety because, you know, I really could give.
I think it's illegal to not disclose that you have an STI or STD, and yeah, no, I'm 90% sure that that is a thing.
About low stake interactions with like girls and college. That's not the shit I care about.
I think that that's not even a state by state thing. I think that that's like a federal thing, right?
It's really situations where you're in an environment where everyone is important. Your first impression actually matters. That's what puts me under a lot of stress and could like give me a panic attack.
Bro, you've never talked to anybody important. He's making up fan fiction about himself.
It does get to me sometimes.
I get it, but you have to obviously adjust to the new lifestyle. You can't always.
That was the cope. The cope was the drugs.
And I hope the recent thing that happened, I hope it's a wake up for you.
No, it absolutely was. I haven't touched anything since.
That lasted about
Yeah, it's very illegal. That's what I thought.
5 minutes. He's right back to it. And although he says otherwise, he is doing it for the girls and for the viewers.
I literally can't function in public unless I'm up because I'm autistic. It's unfortunate. I do. I literally do, or else I can't stream. That's why I want to retire. It's like so bad. I hate my life. But all right, let's go.
He's listing off all the substances he's been taking on this trip.
Those clubs were f***ing crazy yesterday. I don't know how you handled it.
Drugs.
No, but I mean, you're going for a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was doing a lot of cocaine, ecstasy, pregabalin, drinking, cocaine and meth. So I was doing uppers, downers, sideways, and like a little bit
Upper
of
is like cocaine. What's a downer? What's a downer?
alcohol.
He'll make all of these mistakes again. He will overdose again. And that's not me wishing for it. That's me pointing out the logical conclusion of where this is going, because he really does think he's so much smarter than he really is.
I feel like I just am able to see past like the facades and lies of people and institutions so easily that nothing could be fun, and I can't enjoy things the way low sentience people can. Like, for example, sports.
Wow, he's so high IQ, he can't enjoy sports. Hey, Braden, maybe you're not that deep and complicated. Maybe you just ruined your social skills because you spent all day on looks maxing forums. Stop blaming everything on your autism and go learn how to make a friend. Other people manage just fine, dude. He'll look like Michael Jackson in 15 years. That's if he lives that long. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and subscribe to the channel.
No, I'm good on that. Because, yeah, this is the one that I want to
This
watch.
20-year-old self-proclaimed Giga Chad and full-time public relations disaster has become the face of looks maxing, amassed a cult-like audience of young boys online, and somehow convinced thousands of men that
I don't know. My wife kind of turned me on to her content. She did a really good breakdown on the whole like New York roommate drama, which if you're not up to date on that one, there's this girl that made like a 30-part fucking series on her roommate. And it turns out that it's just like, nah, she's just lazy. Doesn't want to get a fucking job. Doesn't have the pay stubs to actually get the apartment. Hearing Willie Mack say, live by the grift, die by the grift is funny. Yeah. Full-time public relations disaster. That's not even a joke. Oh, yeah, but again, yeah. I mean... Have you guys seen this shit? Here, fuck it. You know what? I'm gonna get going after I play this, but... We'll play the other one. Since this reminded me... When did we watch that? Wait, did we seriously watch? Oh, yeah, wow. Okay, here we go.
30-year-old artist in New York has spent the past month having a very public meltdown on TikTok, making a 30-part series apparently accusing her roommate of sabotaging her life and forcing her to the verge of homelessness. But now new information has come to light that turns her entire story on its head. Now, she seems to have been framing this whole thing as like, my nightmare roommate is ruining my life and now I'm a starving artist who's been wrongfully evicted and now I'm destitute and I'm about to be homeless and all of that. That's like kind of the implication here. And she, quite dramatically in my opinion, describes the situation as traumatic and her being under impossible circumstances.
Earned my badge of honor of being resilient in the face of...
Just be ready. This chick sucks.
It feels like absolutely impossible circumstances. No one can take that away from me. And as I move through this next couple of weeks, I know that energy is going to carry me. I know I belong in New York. New York is home. I'm not going anywhere. I'm so proud of myself. What is New York if not your back is up against the wall, your dream just out of reach, unsure how you'll make your next rent payment, and looking at those 99.6% odds that are against you and smiling because in that 0.4%, New Yorkers find a way.
And for weeks, people believed her. She started a whole GoFundMe about it, somehow getting thousands of dollars in donations, uploaded again like 30 videos about her apparently
This gets so much worse.
evil roommate. And now from what I can see, she's having a public crash out about the whole thing. And this is also apparently the 5th time that this has happened to her within
Fake tears? Oh yeah.
1 year. She's exposing their text message threads left, right and center. And the roommate now that she's been talking about and that roommate's friend have clapped back online with their own receipts. And if you think that you can predict the turns this story takes, you are wrong.
You made 30 videos about me consecutively, wishing bad upon me, saying...
I mean, listen, I'm going to say right now, as someone who has lived in like certain roommate situations, I've lived with my best friend, and like there was another, like we had another subletter for a hot minute that turned into a shit show. I can sympathize with her in this story where it's just like, oh God.
I'm getting karma, calling me names, calling me out of my name. I don't even know you, babe.
I know you all love being anywhere but in your own business, so sit down, grab a snack, we're unpacking this one together.
Yeah.
So before we get into
drama 2, let's fucking go.
To the arguments and the passive aggressive text messages and the GoFundMe and the emotional terrorism of having to share a kitchen shelf we're about to hear about, we need to talk about EK because this is where the internet got hooked onto this.
24 hours ago, I was told by my current roommate that I was getting kicked out at the end of June, even though I moved in a month ago. Quickest backstory on me. I'm a full-time artist in New York City and I've always wanted to live here. I broke up with an abusive ex, quit my job, moved here and it felt like she started policing me over things that were so elementary. I'm about to turn 30. This person is mid-20s, but acting like they're in high school. She would not allow me to store things on the top two.
Anybody else just like red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag.
Shelves in the cabinet.
I have no idea where I'm going to be living 3 weeks from now because my roommate is being a EK is a full-time artist in New York making like plastic fidget toys. So straight off the bat, we do have a 30-year-old who has moved to one of the most expensive cities in the US to pursue her dream of making.
I will admit that these are kind of, I mean, like if I saw these at a trade show, I would definitely buy the little pepper cat. I tell you right now, like I'd buy the pepper cat and okay.
Cats
I don't knock the hustle.
Clay.
I'm gonna say that much.
EK, and I'm a full-time artist in.
But the fact that you're doing it full time is wait. Are those little peppers? Shut up. Are those little peppers? Oh no. Wait. Are they? Or tomato cats.
New York City. It has always been my dream to live here, and in December of 2024, I finally made it happen. I broke up with an abusive partner, quit my job, moved here with not a lot of money, and have sacrificed a lot of stability for this. None of this last year has been easy for me. I have lived in 5 different subhuts, just bouncing around, trying to find home. I have the unfortunate knowledge of how this plays out, and I have been pre-annoyed by her antics, so yes, I
have been pre-annoyed by her antics.
I'm being a little bit judgmental of EK here, so bear with me and tell me whose side you're on at the end of this. Honestly, at the start, I can absolutely see why people were on her side. She's an artist trying to make it in New York. She makes fidget toys for people with anxiety. She's had a rough year. She's been bouncing between multiple subleases that just keep falling through, not working out. She's down on her luck. And then she finds this apartment that she talks about like it's the first place in a long time where she's actually felt settled. And I feel so angry right now because I'm looking around at my room. I love my room. I've lived in 5 different sublets since moving to New York City over a year ago. And of all the rooms I've lived in, this is my favorite. And I'm looking around and it's like, this is all of my stuff. And it gets incredible light and it faces the backyard so I can hear the birds. It has a fire escape. It has a rooftop where I can see the skyline. I like the neighborhood. It's big enough so I can keep my art shop stuff here and have my desk. I'm just like, I might lose all of this because of my roommate being a It does sound like the exact kind of apartment that would make someone in New York start acting like Mamdani personally handed them the keys. And I get that. If you've been unstable for a while, especially with housing,
she's flashing red light at over 100,000 lumens.
You can get attached to a place very quickly. Sometimes it's not even about the apartment itself. It's just the first place where your nervous system goes, okay, maybe we can stop living like a hunted animal for 5 seconds. The problem is that I think a gentle breeze would make EK act like she was being hunted for sport, but we'll get to that. EK also seems like the type of person who, in my humble opinion, overshares way too much of her private life online. Quite literally did the journal factory explode.
I decided to break up with my boyfriend. I'm moving to New York. I'm terrified. I deserve better. I'm gonna be okay. I always am. And I just feel so lonely right now.
She made a movie trailer about her fucking life. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yo, dude, I like am always so self-aware of what's like gonna be like perceived as like cringe. And I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, some is subjective, but like, no, this is fucked.
Point being, at the
like making a movie trailer about your move to New York.
The story that she was telling seemed to be
EK
along the lines of like, I finally found somewhere safe, and now.
Oh, this creator? Oh, this here, this is Brianne Worth. Yeah, she's great. I caught up with a few of her videos.
Someone is taking it from me through absolutely no fault of my own, and I've been blindsided. That's the version that people initially responded to.
See what I did right there? Hit that subscribe button.
Is the version that people don't
and liked it. If you guys can do me the same favor, I really appreciate that.
That's the version that made everyone go, oh my god, this roommate is an evil bog witch for absolutely no reason. Poor EK. That is until we find out that this whole thing, this long-ass TikTok series, the poetic soliloquies about her supposed resilience in the face of impossible circumstances, the extremely loose usage of the word traumatic is all over a 2-month sublease that was always meant to be temporary. This woman never actually lived there on any lease at any point. And that's where the roommate Marlon comes in.
I genuinely don't know how any of this is my fault. You started subleasing a few weeks ago. A sublease is temporary by definition, meaning I don't owe you.
But this is like kind of where the story starts to crack a bit, because there is one tiny detail sitting underneath all of this that makes the entire thing look very different. And conveniently, that detail is the part that she keeps talking around. Apparently the kitchen in this apartment is a war zone, but yours doesn't have to be. So before we keep going, I want to say a thank you to the sponsor of this video.
That was actually pretty solid as far as going to your library.
About someone being unfairly pushed out of their home and made destitute, or someone fundamentally misunderstanding what a temporary sublease is and having an unjustified meltdown about it online. According to EK, she moved into the apartment in May on a 2-month sublease. She said that there was apparently a verbal agreement that they would revisit re-signing in July.
It seemed like everything was fine. There was a verbal agreement we were going to be re-signing in July, and that was when I was going to join the lease.
And that shaky verbal agreement is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this story. That is a load-bearing verbal agreement.
Oh my God, I'm so tired of the word trauma. It's overused, and that's coming from somebody that has an actual diagnosis of complex PTSD. Yeah.
He's saying like there was a verbal agreement that we were going to revisit potentially putting
We
her...
appreciate a good ad read transition. I do. The thing is, I really do. Where it's just like, ooh, that was smooth.
On the lease.
Still not gonna watch it, but smooth.
Is not the same thing as saying I am guaranteed this apartment, I'm on the lease with my full government name, and now I'm being kicked out unfairly and I could not have foreseen any of this coming.
When I moved in May, her tone changed, and it felt like she started policing me over things that were so elementary. I'm about to turn 30. This person is mid-20s, but acting like they're in high school. She would not allow me to store things on the top 2 shelves in the cabinet because it, quote, stresses her out.
Yeah, so this is really the pot calling the kettle black, and you will see why in a second. And the thing that just really, really steams my veggies and is so grating about how EK approaches apparently everything in this story, and I'm interested to see if you guys feel the same way in the comments, is that she dramatizes and romanticizes this story and apartment with like the emotional intensity of someone being told that they have 3 weeks to live. But the practical reality is that she simply needs to leave her temporary sublease, which was meant to be temporary from the start. She knew she was meant to be staying temporarily and had a half-assed we'll see how it goes kind of agreement with the roommate to see if she could stay longer and maybe sign long-term if they meshed well, which they certainly did not. So this is when we run into like the actual roommate
if they didn't mesh
issues,
well and it was
a lot
already
of
a
it is
2-month
just like
sublease, the writing was on the wall there.
Mildly annoying roommate stuff that almost every single person on earth has experienced, and shit that does not need to be on TikTok at all, let alone in a 30-part series being posted by a 30-year-old, might I remind you.
When I moved in, I had a different dish rack than her, the one that has walls on this side. She just had a flat dish rack where she would just kind of awkwardly and haphazardly pile up the dishes, and I was like, hey, I've got this other dish rack. Would you be open to us giving it a try? Immediately she shut it. My entire issue with her through this last month has just been her lack of compromising.
According to EK, when she moved in, Marlon started policing her over these tiny little things. She said that Marlon didn't want her using the top shelves or something in the cabinet because it stressed her out. There was an issue over LED lights or fairy lights being left on in the living room. There was a fridge shelf situation, and none of these things are real issues worth expending more than 10 minutes of energy on.
It's literally
None of them.
normal
All of
roommate
this
shit.
is like low-level domestic bickering and
Yes.
not a hostage situation. And look, I do understand why that would be irritating. Nobody wants to feel like a barely tolerated guest in the place that they live. And her main complaint seems to be about Marlon's unwillingness to compromise on things like the dish rack.
Yeah.
And so a few nights ago, I received a text of her being like, please remember that the top shelf in the fridge is mine. I have just my gallon of milk stored up there in my creamer. Like, you can keep your milk here, but you need to move the creamer. And I was like, is there a reason why? Because you don't have that much stored on that shelf. She's like, because it's my shelf, that's why. And it was end of discussion. And I was too tired that night. And I deal with this in the morning because I need to say something.
This is the risk of moving into someone else's
yeah.
established apartment, especially on an extremely temporary basis. You kind of don't get to start switching up a bunch of established household systems in that extremely small and temporary period of time, in my opinion. Would I personally care about someone using a different dish rack or putting their creamer on a different shelf? No. But clearly Marlon does, and EK has moved into Marlon's established apartment where she's been for 3 years. The separate fridge shelves and kitchen shelves I do understand to a degree because it's really not uncommon in share houses to have your own separate shelves.
Yeah,
and
me and my roommate have
whether
that.
you feel someone else is using their shelf to its full potential doesn't change the fact that it is their shelf and you should just leave it alone. Especially in a
Well, dude, I mean, we used to get into arguments about overfilling the fridge too, where it's like you'd overbuy groceries and it's just like, dude, come on.
notoriously like space constrained place like New York. She's only there for 2 months. It's not exactly like move in and get comfortable time, but EK had just arrived with like a cat and a dream and a tendency to emotionally regulate via TikTok drama, it seems to me. So I don't think either of them are automatically insane at this point. This is, again, mildly annoying housemate squabbles. I think this is just two people who definitely should not live together. So EK sends Marlon a very long text message that she said she worked on for an hour, which is just absolutely unnecessary, although she does explain why.
Wake up and I type out very long text. I spent over an hour working on it because I grew up in an abusive family, in an abusive relationship. I just overly analyzed all of my words because I was afraid of things being used against me. The last few months I've been working on that. I'm coming into myself and feeling more at ease and confident in all the things, but I can still really struggle with taking up space. Of course, I'm gonna have screenshots for you. This is exactly what I said. I have nothing to hide. She immediately came back with this, announcing that she was still looking for someone else to live with her. This is the first that I'm hearing of this. I thought everything was fine, besides her sort of hostile.
Again, no. You guys were definitely having some,
to me whenever I would bring something up as like
some
a compromise,
problems.
because that's what you fucking do with roommates. We don't even interact. She has her own front door in her bedroom. She doesn't even come through the living room. I stay in my room most of the time. We're kind of on different schedules. I'm giving all of this context because the further that you get down in these messages, the weirder that it gets. I got some tea from the girl who lived before me, and it gave so much context into some intuition that I had about my roommate, as well as what my role was in this scenario. Okay, here we go.
And I'll be fair, the message itself is like whatever. It to me is a bit much, but it's not that bad. She's just trying to say that I live here too. I want to feel considered. I want this to be peaceful. Fair enough. She is a little bit preoccupied on those goddamn fairy lights and the dish rack, but fine. A peaceful living space is a normal thing to want. Yeah. But the issue is that Marlon's response is basically, thanks for telling me how you feel. I think we're just not a good fit, which is also reasonable.
Yeah.
Marlon didn't respond like, I am the cosmically ordained keeper of the cabinets and you will respect my authority. She's just able to identify the obvious, which is that they're not a good pairing to live together, and they should just make the last month as peaceful as possible. They both agree on at least that they want to live in peace. And again, these are two adults. One is 30 years old. You should be able to set aside your dish rack and fairy light disagreements for 1 month and just move on peacefully. Most reasonable people would just drop it, but nope. Nobody wants to be told that they're not a good fit for the apartment that they've already started like romanticizing and falling in love with, but we are not a good fit.
No, but then you just move on and you have to kind of figure out where you're going.
It's not the same thing as I am plotting your downfall actively. And I think that's a core problem with this whole story as we go on. EK seems to interpret basic incompatibility as malice.
Okay, here we go. Immediate reaction was just despair and desperation, and you can see it in my response to her. It's like, are we for real? Did I do something that offended you? Because I really want to stay. I'm very happy here. Mental health is so much better. And it was funny seeing her come back with, really, you're happy here? Your text says otherwise. And it was like, what do you mean? My text is specifically about your communication style.
This is where I start side-eyeing EK a bit, because why are you, a 30-year-old, reacting to someone that you're on, I repeat, a 2-month temporary sublease with, who just doesn't want to sign with you on a longer lease and has been pretty reasonable about that? Why are you reacting to this inconvenient but extremely manageable problem with the words despair and desperation? If something this minor and manageable makes you feel despair and desperation, how do you react to actual issues? And again, everyone processes things differently emotionally, but come on.
How unwilling to compromise. I like having these LED lights on that cost $5 to $10 a year. She was like, I don't want to spend the money on it. It's like, then don't. I will pay extra. Con Ed is in my name. And she's like, I still don't want to. And it's like,
I'm not even explicitly siding with Marlon on this either, because she could for sure be some sinister antagonist in this all, but this nonsense is how I would expect a teenager to handle the situation, not a grown woman. Why is this on TikTok at all? This isn't even an issue, let alone one that warrants a whole TikTok series. I'm going to pause you right there and say thank you to all of my upper tier patrons who keep this channel going. If you want to become a patron, there's tiers for as low as $3 a month. There's bonus content over there. There's a whole catalogue of bonus content. We talked about Tyler Catastrophe moving to England. We also watched the entire episode together with that woman who is in love with her AI boyfriend who is like really mean to her. And that whole saga, and there's a bunch of other stuff up there. And depending on the tier you choose, you can get up to 20% off my clothing brand Rift Supply Co. If you like any of this, head to Rift Supply.
Hey, keep it simple.
Co.com, and if you want up to 20% off, head to patreon.com/BrienneWorth. And thanks again to all of my patrons. Then she takes a really weird, wild tangent and starts talking about a hawk capturing a small bird, and that's apparently some metaphor for her roommate squabbles.
I have this bad habit of just rolling over to keep the peace. Look at the sun. I was in the park a few weeks ago. I saw a hawk capture a smaller bird and flew up into the trees, and I hear all of the little birds squawking around it, and it was very traumatizing. I absolutely sobbed watching the feathers float down. But I knew I was seeing that for a reason. Posted about it on my Instagram story, and some people responded being like, I don't care that, the hawk needs to eat, it's just not right. Nature is neutral. Hawks exist to balance the ecosystem so there isn't overpopulation. They aren't doing this to be evil. They're just existing. They're just eating. A couple of days ago, I was like, holy I continuously keep the peace because it was never safe for me in the past to speak up, because when I did, I'd either get physically hurt, verbally assaulted.
Then she uses this to springboard a TED talk on her tendency to not take up space and just to keep the peace, which I'm not seeing here. But I do understand what she's trying to say here. She's saying that for a long time, keeping the peace felt like survival, and speaking up for her was not historically safe. So now standing up for herself feels like this huge act of self-protection. I do see how she's arrived here, and I can sympathize with that. You spend years swallowing everything, and then one day someone says, hey, can you not use my fridge shelf? And your nervous system responds like they are threatening you with a knife. But also this is where the story starts to completely spin out of proportion.
There we go.
In my opinion, this is just a rental. That's it. Not every mildly uncomfortable.
No, and the fact that she's not even on the lease
situation.
That's the craziest part. It's like she went in there knowing that this wasn't permanent.
Is like a predator-prey situation. Sometimes a hawk is
so
just
she fell
a
in
hawk.
like what I'm seeing is that she fell in love with the place, could not cope with the fact that this was a sublease and that she was not going to live at peace with the person that was on the lease. So she was going to lose this room no matter what.
Not a metaphor sent by the universe to describe your maladaptive.
Just look at it like it's a nice Airbnb for a minute and then just move on.
Coping mechanism.
That's how that goes.
And sometimes your roommate wants your temporary 2-month sublet to stay as a temporary 2-month sublet.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes. And me and my ex-roommate dealt with something like this where it was just like, you going? What's going on? And then you're gonna pay us? What's going on?
Really abused. Last few months, I've been really working on myself. I'm recovering a lot of that, and it is calming my nervous system. And that is what this place has given to me, is peace. And it was sort of one of those moments where you're like, I either eat or I will continue to suffer and eventually die by not taking up space.
This struck me as really immature and
still on?
short-sighted.
Yeah, Ron, what's up, dude? How's your visit?
Because nothing outside of yourself can ever give you peace. Nothing. Ever. A room can't give you peace, a location can't, a relationship can't, nothing can.
Oh, someone's actually had actual therapy, not just this new agey therapy that fucking tells you that nothing's actually wrong and that you are owed the world.
Inner peace and inner resolve comes from you and you alone. I feel like this is...
Fortunately, I've run into some of that shit where dude, if you run into a therapist and they're telling you how the world is the problem, that's not a therapist.
Common knowledge now. If this woman
at that point
being
you're just
told
paying a fucking a Yas queen just
that she can't stay in her room past the agreed sublease period can take away her peace, then she never had it to begin with. And it is difficult to watch because clearly she seems like...
Is that your therapist? Yeah.
A highly sensitive person, and I'm not saying she doesn't have her reasons, and that's not an inherently bad thing either. I'm just naming what I'm seeing. And because of that, I feel like a lot of things can seem like threats that aren't. Like being told no fairy lights being left on, or hey, you need to move out on the timeline that we originally agreed on, even though you don't want to. The issue that I sometimes see with this brand of person is that when someone frames a normal conflict as part of their healing journey, any pushback starts to look like malice to them. If this is potentially being framed by EK not just as a roommate disagreement, but actually EK learning to stop abandoning herself, then Marlon is no longer just an incompatible roommate. Marlon becomes the obstacle in her character arc. She becomes the villain that EK has to defeat to prove that she has grown and she can defend herself and take up space and whatever else. The fridge shelf then is not just a fridge shelf, it's a boundary. And the dish rack is not just a dish rack, it's a test in her self-abandonment. Right. And saying shit like, if I don't take up space and keep this specific room.
I get that. I do see how you can attach that to something very small. During my wife's cancer, I did have moments like that where it was like the straw that broke the camel's back moment. But I would articulate that where I'd just be like, it's not it's literally not like I had it on stream a few times where I'm like, it's not even the stream, guys. It's just the fact that this is just cascaded kind of thing. But if you're literally saying just like, you know what, this is the world against me, and I just have, like, I'm gonna eat
for some reason, and if I don't,
but I just have to make sure that I, vibes max my way into peace, like a peaceful thought process.
Metaphorically eat, then I will suffer and die. That is objectively insane when speaking about, again, a temporary sublease of a room in someone else's apartment. Then she like half brings up some apparent tea from the previous roommate and says that she thinks that Marlon expected EK to cook for her and share all of her food, which I don't know if there's any actual evidence of this. I don't know. She seems to be saying that Marlon was mooching off the last roommate, and when EK moved in, she had a weird sixth sense that Marlon was going to want to share food. Girl, I don't know. Then she sends Marlon another wall of text, getting more noticeably angry and about the fact that Marlon is now looking for other roommates because she doesn't want to live with EK. Pause to read if you want, but basically...
All right. When were you even going to tell me this? You've talked to 3 other people about living here. I should have been the first person you spoke to. At the end of the day, if you want me gone, I'll move out, but this is so incredibly inconsiderate of me, and now... realizing you may have told me you were even looking until it was too late for me to find a new home, and I would have been completely fucked. I just moved in a month ago and have been nothing but kind and compromising with you, and I don't appreciate the lack of communication at all on your end with that.
She says that all of this is very inconsiderate to her, and she thinks Marlon might not have told her about the fact that she's looking for other roommates until it was too late for her. And I think that's a valid concern. If that was Marlon's intention, then that's dog as hell.
This is a basic roommate conversation. Are we food sharing household, or are we buy your own
Marlon
food
replies
household?
saying, what if you stay and I leave? And EK says, hell yeah. This switch up is like kind of confusing and crazy from Marlon. EK insinuates that Marlon folded so fast because she didn't realize how much work it would be to find a new roommate. The rest of this entire video I would categorize as just petty nonsense that you could not pay me to care about. I just don't care. There's screenshots from the previous roommate who was a friend of EK's saying that she went through so much trauma living with Marlon, and maybe Marlon is just really an evil hag to live with, but it does feel like these people like to throw around the word trauma with careless disregard. Because what did Marlon do? What specifically did she do to traumatize them so badly? Where is that tea? We've got unnecessary details about everything else except that important piece of info.
And then I went to my friend's house yesterday to work. She wound up having one of her friends come over who is also a fan of Stray Kids like I am. And then another friend showed up, and of course they're hearing all of the tea. They have all 17 screenshots, and then like her sister calls in and she's like, oh my god, do you remember my old roommate? Let me tell you about this. And then one of her friends called in who had like his random friend with, and it literally turned into the town crier. It's like
She really is insufferable.
not the whole village. Just felt so supported and seen by the universe. I am so powerful and magnetic. And I have been told by too many people that I'm not, and that I don't deserve to take up space. I don't deserve to eat. I deserve to eat. And I ate.
See, this is just where I can't. You are screaming like a high schooler in your 3rd decade of life about petty roommate drama and using that to conclude that the universe supports you specifically and that you're so powerful and magnetic. I can't get on board with this kind of spiritual slop in this context. I really can't.
I didn't do anything to her. She dug this grave for herself. You started the morning saying that you were talking to 3 different people about signing the lease with you, and now you're the one moving out. That's karma, bitch. I'm your karma for over your last roommate. I did absolutely nothing to this person. I've been nothing but respectful.
Wait for the update.
And I don't need to
now,
prove
this
that
is
to
good.
anyone else because I know the truth. I also have the receipts. You messed with the wrong in the wrong era. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
And then she ends on the quote, you messed with the wrong in the wrong era. Like, This is
Oh my
so
God.
cringe, man.
Oh my God,
I'm just going
dude.
to leave that where it is. But all of this love and light talk takes a bit of a 180 that results in 28 more videos and a GoFundMe. So walk with me on this. So the first sort of set of updates is that EK needs photos of Marlon's room so she can list the apartment and find a new roommate. And Marlon says she'll send them on Monday, and EK is pushing for them sooner. And Marlon asks if they can just talk in person because clearly texting is not helping. EK says no, she wants everything in writing, which to be fair is not automatically wrong or bad advice in a housing situation. A paper trail can be smart, but there is a difference between I want clarity in writing and I refuse to speak to the person I live with while I'm trying to figure out a housing situation with them and while also making daily TikToks about them, especially when EK has been complaining about Marlon's bad communication. But I digress.
Over this last week, I've been waiting for her to send photos of her room so I can make a post and look for my own roommate. She said that she would texted her yesterday asking when she was going to send the photos. Yesterday was Wednesday. She said, I'll send them on Monday. I'm like, bitch, it's like 3 photos. Why is it going to take you the entire weekend? And didn't give me a good answer, and I was like, that's sus. Maybe she is still looking for a roommate to fill my room here. She wanted to talk in person. I said no. I'm not comfortable with that, and I have every right to say no. I watched her try to bait me by sending this text being like, so do you have a problem with me? I'm not falling for that shit.
At this point, I just think both of these people suck for different
I'm right there with you.
different reasons.
Fucking
EK
high
posting
five.
a live TikTok series with text screenshots about a current housemate debacle is absolutely, and I cannot stress this enough, unhinged, batshit insane behavior from a 30-year-old woman. Was she posting these when Marlon was in the house? All the petty nonsense aside.
I mean, that was my thought. I'm like, wait a minute.
And again, based on the
Like,
information we have right now, both of
There's no way she
these
had to be
women
doing this
seem
while she was at work
exhausting.
or something.
The thing that really drives me up the wall is EK's need to bring up, oh my God, her narcissistic father, her abusive ex, and her entire emotional backstory into every single part of this story that is ultimately just about a room.
I think she's doing this intentionally to with my mind and joy and peace, and I'm not going to let her do that. At the moment, I have no idea if I'm actually going to be able to stay or not. I don't know if I should start looking. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be looking just in case. My friend thinks she doesn't even have the money to qualify to live here. You know, it would be really fantastic if I somehow come into just a ton of money where I could just take over the entire lease myself. So that is where the story ends off for the time being. I have to wait until Monday to see if she'll send me these photos. I genuinely do not think that she will. I think this roommate situation is giving me an opportunity to stand up for myself. The girl that used to live in my room, who I'm now friends with, texted and said this. You're all just in awe of like the bad that you are, not letting her bully you. And I don't need to stoop to her level. If I need to leave, I will leave. I just need to know. I deserve the clarity to know. You may not get bit in the butt by me, but at some point in the future, that is going to come back and bite you in the That is not how the real world works. This is not how you communicate with people. And I think my greatest revenge, both with someone like her and even my dad, I continue to live my life full of joy.
She is constantly waxing poetic like this is a Greek tragedy and she's overcoming insurmountable odds, and we're talking about something as...
Want to talk about your narcissistic dad? Well, the apple didn't fall... Wait. The apple didn't fall far from the tree.
dumb and non-consequential as a goddamn sublet in New York. So she can keep making plastic fidget toys. Yeah? Just so we're all on the same page. Now begins what I would describe as the public spiral portion of this story.
I have no idea where I'm going to be living 3 weeks from now because my roommate is being a and changed her mind on me when she said that I was going to stay and renew my lease here for July and she was going to be the one leaving. Yesterday, June 8th, she texts me and is like, FYI, I'm going to be staying and we're not re-signing together. So even though I asked you over a week and a half ago what your plan was and you committed to it, you committed to leaving, you're now changing your mind and me over to her.
You cannot seriously be crying on TikTok about this, and I keep saying this, she's 30. I'm 30. If I ever posted videos sobbing because my temporary roommate didn't want to renew a sublet with me, I would hope my friends would stage an intervention and confiscate my phone.
And I just keep getting emotional looking around my room. I'm just like, I felt so much peace since moving into this apartment besides the roommate. And I have not had peace in a very long time.
It does not sound like she has managed to achieve a piece of any description for a single full minute of any of the time that she's spent in this apartment. But okie dokie, queen. At this point, just leave.
But okie dokie, queen.
EK at this point is fully aware that this is...
We are watching some drama slop about 2 roommates fighting in New York. And honestly, I'm here for it.
Not a stable situation. She's fully aware that she does not have the upper hand. She's fully aware that the roommate either doesn't like her or won't consider her, and EK is old enough to know better and just leave. And yet she is clawing onto this room because it's cool.
Yeah, it's literally why she's doing it, is because she fell in love with it and she just couldn't conceptualize her needing to move.
And has a fire escape or whatever. It's not the end of the world. Just leave. It is not worth all of this drama. In this part of the video series, a big chunk of these videos could be summarized with EK bitches about her roommate, EK brings up her narcissistic dad, EK does stand-up poetry about her self-growth and talking about how much she's struggling and dissociating with all of this roommate drama. Marlon is staying, and then Marlon's leaving, and then Marlon's staying again, and then the landlord doesn't know what's going on, and now Marlon's leaving again, and EK has to find a new roommate within 24 hours, and she does that. Girl, you are the roommate drama. EK is...
Girl, you are the roommate
drama. The roommate drama at this point. Remove yourself from the situation.
I have no idea where I'm going to be living 3 weeks from now because my roommate is being a
Last 2 weeks I've been dealing with not knowing where the I'm going to be living at the end of this month because my roommate's like, for the last couple of weeks.
Quite different from the usual videos. That's true.
I have been dealing with some stupid roommate drama that has led to me not knowing where I'm going to be living at the end of this month.
Over the last couple of weeks, I have not been sure where I'm going to live at the end of this month because my roommate said she didn't want to re-sign with me.
But hey, at least she has stopped acting like this is the single greatest act of human endurance since people started crossing the oceans in wooden boats. Oh wait.
No one has to understand my love for New York. No one has to understand why I continue to stay. It's okay if it doesn't make sense to you. New York is home. That's why I keep fighting for it. I'll never forget the fact that my ex used to say that he thought that I was a weak person. Whenever I would ask him if he thought that I was resilient, he could never give me a straight answer, when in truth, I've always been really good at sitting with my emotions and doing my best to transmute that. I've earned my badge of honor of being resilient in the face of what feels like absolutely impossible circumstances. No one can take that away from me. And as I move through this next couple of weeks, I know that energy is going to carry me. I know I belong in New York. New York is home.
Shit.
I'm not
GSL,
going anywhere.
thank you for the
I'm so proud of
Great,
myself.
appreciate
We're
that,
not
man.
quite out of the woods yet, but there is light at the end of the tunnel.
We're watching some drama slop, so
EK is told by the landlord that she has to find a roommate in less than 24 hours, and guess what? She does it. Good on you,
Omega
EK.
Star.
Tell me why she's
Omega 5-star. How's it going? Welcome, Raiders.
crashing out anyway.
Appreciate you being here.
It's windy as it
Just
seems to
raid,
fit my
hell
mood right
yeah.
now. Got updates for you about
We're watching some drama slop.
situation living in New York City. So please just
This is about two roommates bickering over an apartment, and this was a sublet that like this girl could not fathom not staying in the sublet. The other girl that I guess she lived here with, she has no idea these videos are being made about her, and it's about to blow up. So enjoy.
Let's go back and watch the other videos. I don't have the energy to re-explain. Been waiting to hear from my landlord now for the last 48 hours because they were like, you need to find a roommate in less than 24 hours.
This is not my usual content. I usually do more news and politics based stuff, but this is just I don't know. This is a little spicy.
Hours, or you need
It's
to find a
kinda fun to
personal
watch.
guarantor in order for you to keep the place for yourself. And I'm like, you didn't even let me know 2 weeks ago if I was going to be able to stay or not.
Welcome,
And I've just been
Raiders.
sitting
Appreciate
here
you being here.
emailing y'all every day, trying to get a
Hope
response.
Galactic Streamlord had an
on
awesome
things,
stream.
And now y'all want to be rushed. And so I did the impossible. I found a roommate. Hi, please make sure you submit your application. And I was like, the application fee is $100. It's supposed to be $25 in New York City. And they're now like, you guys make under the income that you need. And I'm like, what the do you mean? I did the math. We make over the amount.
Because her and the roommate that she found do not meet the income requirement needs to get on the actual lease. And that's apparently all Marlon's fault, not hers. Again, yes, it really does seem like Marlon was jerking her around here and screwing her over with the room photos and the general indecision, which is why most people in this situation, myself included, simply would have left and found a completely new place.
You have to remember that she didn't need to be here in the first place. She didn't have a place on the lease. She could have just left.
A lot more stable. Not EK though. Then the rage once again turns into sorrow and a never-ending monologue about resilience and survival and generational trauma and whether New York itself has accepted her as one of its chosen daughters.
I don't know, dude. This has been agonizing. I've moved so many times the last year of living in New York. I'm on my 5th sublet now. And I know the life that I signed up for by being a full-time artist in New York City. Mom Donnie gave a speech after the Knicks.
If there was ever a time that a Mom Donnie speech will make you cringe, this will be it. This made me fucking actively cringe. What up, Manda? Good to see you.
And I don't have like all of the words memorized,
been?
but he was like, "What is New York if not your back is up against the wall, your dream just out of reach, unsure how you'll make your next rent payment, and looking at those 99.6% odds that are against you, and smiling because in that 0.4%, New Yorkers find a way." You know, it's interesting when my new roommate
Also, real
out,
quick,
like, 2
for
weeks ago,
anybody
me would've,
that
like,
is
broken
interested,
down in tears, but I think
I'm
I was
literally
like, I
one
was
sub
expecting
away
it. I
from
wasn't gonna be
hitting
surprised, but also,
$29.50.
I've just been surrendering.
Any
I
of you
can't
guys
carry
are
it
interested in
anymore. This is
subbing
too
over on
much for
YouTube.
me. I don't have control of this. I don't have control over the landlords being really or raising the rent without telling me until like Friday. I have no safety net. I don't have family that I
I thought, okay, so how's that work with Mom Donnie's rent freezing?
can rely on financially. I'm not saying that to garner
Like, how are they getting around that?
sympathy either. I'm stating the facts of where I'm at.
But without all the details, it's like hard to know if she's telling the truth.
My back is
Yeah, but her coming out with 30 videos, I don't know. Trust me, there is one video coming up that will kind of summarize a lot of this.
literally up against
Hope
the
the
wall
stream's
right
going
now.
well.
But one
It
thing
is,
that
dude.
I know
Thank
for
you.
sure is
Appreciate
I love
that,
New
man.
York, and I belong here. And I'm not going anywhere.
Having some crash outs about
man.
YouTube. I think you might understand that one.
This is so embarrassing. Talk to a friend about this, not the internet.
Actually,
Like,
GSL, somebody in my chat, they brought you up about this, where they were just like, I don't know how you and GSL do this, where like dealing with the YouTube like back end shit, it's just like, it's infuriating.
Ironically,
I'll
on
be
the right
completely
track
honest.
here. Like, yes, this is clearly too much for you to handle, so just get the hell
Solidarity,
out of
yeah.
there. Just find a new place. She
Sorry
needs
you've
to
been going
stop
through
with
it.
this like stubborn iron grip that she clearly has on a situation that she is not equipped to handle, as we can see. She has effectively built herself a cage and is crying about being in prison while also holding the key, and the cage is made out of rice bubbles. Her back is not up against the wall because she can literally leave at any time. At any time. Then we get to the GoFundMe,
Yeah, here
which
we
is
go.
where people
This
kind of
is
like
where it
started
gets
turning
bad.
on her. Although not entirely.
This is where it gets really bad, guys. Okay. All right. So up until this point, we have given EK the benefit of the doubt, correct? I like this content creator. She is totally giving EK, she's being more than fair. We are coming up to the other side of this story.
Because she had quite a few donations. Now, people asking for help with rent is one thing. People fall on hard times, people get stuck and lose their jobs, and a number of things beyond their control. I'm obviously not automatically against someone making a GoFundMe because their housing situation has gone to shit. That seems fair enough. If people want to donate, fine. Except this isn't some like unique circumstance where she was blindsided or something horrible happened
It
unexpectedly.
has to be infuriating, especially with what happened to GSL recently. Just said F you to him with an innocuous statement. I mean, honestly, the AI responses, it's so insulting. It's so fucking insulting. And like I was saying, the fact that they empower the user to like report and do all these things, and they don't do anything to follow up on any of the punishments that the AI is doling out. It's complete horseshit. No, YouTube has definitely gone down the tubes.
This was going to end months ago. The original state of
Meanwhile,
the
Twitch
situation
is
was
figuring
that
out
it was
their
going
stuff.
to end. And she had
You can
ample
watch my stream on vertical and horizontal, by the way.
opportunity to find alternative
just
housing, but she
flip your
chose
phone.
instead to cling to this room like it is the last dandelion of the season because she thinks the room is cool.
Yes.
That's
It's literally because it's picturesque. She can film her videos from that fire escape, which is cool. It like just aesthetically, the fire escape.
not a good reason to do all of this.
It's like, listen, I've been a Spider-Man fan my entire life. So if, I had an apartment like that, I'd probably be like, I don't want to lose this.
That's it. This could have been resolved in a million different ways. But the issue is the framing. She's framing it like it's housing
Do
insecurity.
you remember the YouTube Heroes program? They always wanted this. And it
But
kinda
what
feels
this
like
actually is a very run-of-the-mill housing squabble. This isn't housing insecurity. This is like really bad decision making.
A few days ago, I wound up starting a GoFundMe to help raise money and try to get the apartment to myself for a month, like to buy me time. I pay that rent and the security deposit, and I may have to pay for a guarantor, and it's a lot of money that I don't have because I've had a roommate, and so I'm not paying that much. And I felt very weird starting it because it's like, feels like there are much better causes than this.
I agree. Let's go through your comments actually and find out.
Here we go.
At least it seems like your GoFundMe is going well. I started one a couple months ago for my newborn son's heart surgery, and it's been going less than well. And not that this specific thing is EK's fault, but this is the kind of where people are going to start to lose sympathy, because being a struggling artist in New York is so unremarkable that it is a trope, and it's basically a cornerstone of New York as a city. It's not a public emergency. It is a choice. It's a very cool choice. It's great for the plot choice. It's financially
great for the plot choice.
Choice, but it's still
I love the way she put that.
Ultimately, one she didn't have to make. And then she says she wants to take a portion of the money and give it back to the community, which is such a small footnote in this whole thing, but you can't do that with donated money. People donated for a specific reason. You don't then get to go and redirect part of it because you feel guilty or you want to sanitize your public image or whatever the actual motivation for this is. You do not get to launder your guilt with other people's donations. I don't know if that's exactly why she's done this. I'm just inferring. And then Marlon finally responds, which is really the point where this whole story flips on its head. Up until now, we've been hearing basically only EK's version, which is one of a nightmare roommate and sabotage and trauma and impossible circumstances and resilience. But then Marlon comes online and she's basically like, I met this woman a month ago. I don't know this woman, and she's made 30 videos about me.
A sublet I met about a month ago made a 30-part TikTok series about me, and I want to address a few things. We're gonna keep it short and straight to the point because 30?
Could you imagine?
I genuinely don't know.
Dude, could you imagine the fact that it's your roommate's making these videos and you're just the moment that she found out where she's like, this bitch has been doing what?
I don't know how any of this is my fault. You started subleasing a few weeks ago. A sublease is temporary by definition, meaning I don't owe you. You are not entitled just because you moved in. I feel like I gave you plenty of notice and time to make arrangements so that when you re-sign the lease, you won't be stressed out. You even admitted that you found someone within a day. The real issue is that the rent increased and now you need to qualify for the lease yourself. And that is not my problem. That's just how New York renting goes. I feel like that's how renting goes in any state. You have moved 5 times within a year. At this point,
5 times, 1 year. Yeah. Anybody else starting to think that she might be the problem?
babe, there's a common denominator, and it's definitely not the people that you're subleasing from.
Are these two making videos about each other in the same apartment?
Isn't that fucking crazy?
While they're both living there? Because that's crook. None of this should be on TikTok, man.
Yeah. It's kind of oh, wait, this is kind of dystopian.
Marlon did read her for filth though, and her side actually makes the situation sound a lot less complicated.
Yeah.
She says the real issue is not that she sabotaged EK's life. The real crux of the issue is that the rent increased, and EK needed to financially qualify for the lease, and she apparently did not have the income that she needed to do that because she's an artist on TikTok. And honestly, even if Marlon is in the wrong, this is the clearest that anyone has made this entire situation.
Right. And then Marlon also, there's another side to this that's about to pop up.
She covered in one video what EK failed to cover in a whole series.
30.
I feel like what's genuinely crazy is I never wished anything bad upon you. I really do hope you get approved for this apartment with your new roommate. What sucks is that you made 30 videos about me consecutively, wishing bad upon me, saying I'm getting karma, calling me names, calling me out of my name. I don't even know you, babe, and you don't even know me. I just met you a month ago.
I don't think either party is completely innocent here, but even if Marlon was annoying, or even if she was indecisive, which it seems like she definitely was, even if she communicated badly, this response makes one thing pretty obvious.
How many twists and turns does this take? There's another one. It's coming.
It has effectively turned a roommate.
This is why I got interested in this story.
An incompatibility issue into a whole public spiral and morality play, and then appears to have launched a GoFundMe off that premise. It doesn't make her the most likable person in this story, in my opinion. Marlon also points out that EK has apparently moved through 5 different subleases in under a year, and at some point you do have to ask whether every single roommate in New York is secretly evil, or whether there is that one common denominator with a ring light and some polymer clay. Yeah, just the state of this though. Imagine trying to make coffee in the morning and the woman down the hall is uploading part 27 of why my roommate is destroying my life. But then Marlon's friend also threw in her 10 cents.
A 30-year-old woman has been having a public meltdown on TikTok for a month because my best friend decided not to re-sign her lease so that she could move in with me. And this woman has somehow convinced a bunch of people to give her thousands of dollars by lying. But here's the scene. My best friend has been the leaseholder on an apartment for 3 years, and her roommate moved out at the end of April and found a sublet, EK. So EK's moving in, it's May. The lease ends in June. Marlon lets her know, I'm not gonna be signing with you at all, okay? Like, you gotta either go or I'll find a new place and like you can try to take over this lease. A few weeks ago, Marlon finds a place in Manhattan with me and officially tells EK like, hey, I'm gonna be leaving. EK starts to crash out because they don't have a job, they sell keychains and they don't have like the pay stubs needed to qualify for an apartment. I'm inserting the GoFundMe. So she started a GoFundMe claiming the landlord is evil and that my friend put her in a horrible traumatizing situation, although all my friend did was say I'm moving out. Starting GoFundMe saying my landlord is an evil slumlord. The landlord is like, hey, can you maybe qualify for the apartment? Like, hey, could you please send me a pay stub perchance? Like, an evil slumlord trying to remove me from my city. Your city? Baby, me and you both were from Georgia. We're from Georgia. You both also moved here less than a year ago. I moved here, I signed a lease, started to work so I could pay the bills. Don't start a GoFundMe lying on my friend saying
Why isn't reality TV this good? Because it's reality TV is scripted.
that's what you in some horrible traumatizing situation, lying on this landlord that is actually being extremely nice to you by, you know,
Yeah, my wife, so Dan Soder has a great joke about how, like, I don't use TikTok. So, like, there are times that, you know, my wife will show up, like, with either, like, a Facebook Reels or whatever the hell, and she'll just be like, hey, I have something to show you, or she'll tag me in this stuff, and it's, you know, it's vaguely interesting.
to let you live there when you don't have the pay.
And then there's the other ones where I will, we'll just be chilling on the couch, and I'll just kind of overhear what she's listening to, and I'm just like, what the hell is that?
Stubs and are probably not going to qualify for the apartment. He's actually giving you a chance to find someone to qualify for the apartment. You're not housing insecure. Someone is housing insecure when they work hard.
I don't know, that's how I got into Swoop.
To make ends meet, and the ends won't meet. You haven't tried to make ends meet. Let's go fill out a job application and let's go back to Georgia. Okay, baby girl? If not, you're back up against the wall. You don't represent Mom Donnie's words or New York at all. In New York City, we work. We're dreamers. So much of me and Marlon's friendships is literally us both grinding and hustling. When we got approved for our new apartment in Manhattan, it's more money. So you know what we both did? We took on extra work. Work is not above us. Some people can't work. Some people have medical problems. When my mom had cancer 2 years ago, she literally worked 2 jobs the entire time, through chemotherapy, through surgery, and still did not have enough money to pay for the medical bills. So we started to GoFundMe because actually our backs were up against the wall. I can see why you've had 6 subleases in 1 year.
That playing into the hot
this level
gas.
of entitlement is just not going to do you well in life, especially not in New York City.
There isn't a whole lot of like new info added here other than the commentary about the fact that maybe EK does need to hit the God forbid job market
so much
instead of the
politics that,
GoFundMe
honestly,
in order to afford the apartment that
this is kind of a nice little break.
She so desperately wants but does not need. And look, I agree, like absolutely pursue your dreams, be an artist, do whatever you want, do all of it. I'm a f***ing YouTuber, so I can't talk. But if you can't afford the lifestyle you want with just like clay art, I don't think GoFundMe is reasonable, personally. Maybe just go and get a job to supplement that.
I don't like that she's saying that work and grinding is what matters. Well, when you're trying to maintain an apartment, it does.
Income in the meantime. That is just being an adult, I fear.
No, I hate to say that. Like, I don't necessarily agree with the way that she framed that, but it's a reality in New York. You can't just not have pay stubs to, like, you know, get the lease. I kind of understand that.
We've all done it. I would live in my car before I asked any of you for money to rent a nice apartment in the most expensive city in the country. Absolutely not. So I think the reason that this drama got so big is because it sits in this like cursed little Venn diagram of
Sweet Chewy forever. Thank you for the follow.
Loves. That being personal
you're
drama
enjoying the
that definitely
content.
should have stayed offline. Weaponization of therapy language and someone narrating a sublet dispute like it is the final diary entry before the ship goes down. You want a fire escape.
She really is being dramatic about this.
And a nice view. You are not
Hellcat, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that.
Casting from the trenches in Vietnam. Not the same thing. And to be fair, I don't think EK is lying about being stressed, obviously. Housing instability is scary. New York is expensive. Landlords are often predatory. Having your living situation fall apart would make anyone feel like they're about to start sprouting grey hairs. But that doesn't really appear to be exactly what happened here. Being stressed does not mean that someone is traumatizing or abusing you. And
I fell asleep with the stream open and woke up to this. Natch, we're doing drama. Like, I had to get away, man.
Decision that benefits them.
I had a moment where like we were in the middle covering the politics, and then YouTubed. And I had it.
Inconveniences you is not
like,
automatically malicious sabotage. That's really like the baseline
if I deal
issue
with like
here.
some more bad news. Although
temporary
the Hegseth stuff, I'm going to be covering that tomorrow. So Pete Hegseth got completely grilled tonight. And I'm here for that, man.
Housing situation and turned it into a survival story with Marlon cast as the villain. And TikTok rewarded the most dramatic version of events.
Oh yeah, and like I said, we're here for it.
It's because of course it did. Someone saying like, oh, my sublease got complicated and I ultimately didn't qualify for the lease I tried to get because of income limitations is not as clickable as my nightmare abusive roommate is ruining my life. But Nevertheless,
F-Hexeth.
sometimes
the fact that he's getting grilled by, like, I guess Congress right now.
your life is not being destroyed by an evil third party plotting against you. Sometimes your plans are just not working out how you
Mark
want.
Kelly?
And if you are on your 5th sublease in a year, maybe the problem is not every single roommate in New York City. It's possible that it's just you. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Whose side are you on? What are you on
Hexeth and
anyone's
Kane
side?
appear before Senate as Iran war escalates. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is in a meeting Tuesday with members of the U.S. Senate, where he is expected to face bipartisan scrutiny over the Trump administration's escalating war. The hearing before the Senate Appropriations Committee marks the Congress's first public oversight of the administration's request for $67 billion in additional funding to cover costs of the war. Hegseth is testifying alongside Joint Chief of Staff Dan Kane. Raising Kane. I don't even get that reference because I haven't been to any restaurant outside of McDonald's in years. The lawmakers also likely to press Hegseth and Kane to explain the administration's handling of the Pentagon's $1 trillion budget and where that went. Ooh, and this is bipartisan. Yeah, so tomorrow's going to be fun.
Personally, I think this did not need to be on the internet. Did I need to comment on it? No, but we're here, and you're nosy too.
Hey! Very true.
Made it this far. Speaking of, if you did make it this far, leave a comment, leave a like. It helps out a ton. And make sure you're subscribed. If you're not subscribed...
I did, and you know what? It's because that's what we do here. We support small creators, and that means liking, subscribing, all that fun stuff. You guys are, if you haven't already, I'm also over on YouTube. Even though, if you guys are part of GSL's community, then you understand how, or what you would, I would call them GNN at that point, because no, we've been running into some of the same type of shit. It sucks, but you know, we'll get past it. Alrighty. Do I have anything else? No, let's just chill for the back half or the back end of stream here. I've only got like 12 minutes left. So after you go, probably end up watching someone that covers that session of Congress. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get a few wrap ups on it. I hopped on my alt account and tossed you a couple of subs. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm not a big fan of botting in general, and just but I appreciate that. I'm not sure if that falls under botting, but I appreciate it. It does. It helps. No, I'm going to be catching up on everything. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow is my later day, because I have to go and do my dentist appointment, which, yay! Just sit in a chair and possibly... If I get Novocaine tomorrow, that'll be funny. Thanks, Uni, for sharing the tea that spilled overfloweth. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. You can thank my wife for the last hour of drama content, because that's her speciality. She loves the gossip, like Gossip Tube and all that shit. And honestly, like I said, I'm here for it. I can pretend that I'm better than it. I'm not. Oh my God. Every once in a while, I'm just like, I'm here for it. I don't care. I want to hear about these two stupid roommates from New York. I want to hear, about somebody like crashing somebody's wedding. Yeah. Drooling Pep tomorrow? Hopefully not. I don't think so. I think that, because I'm going in for just, a routine cleaning, but I also am getting, something checked out, so. Fantastic show. Thank you. I do appreciate that, Etch. I mean, I try. Yeah. I'm trying to crash out a little bit less, but YouTube really does make it rough. It's just insane. And then I have been really, really going through this, back and forth with myself, where I'm just like, how much longer can I, it's technically, it's abuse. It's abuse. It's abusing content creators. Let's be freaking real. It's exactly what it is. The idea that they can just take someone's livelihood, like GNN, the fact that they could just arbitrarily do that, not really offer that good of an explanation or a way out. That's the thing that really got me, is the fact that they didn't give him a way to appeal. What the fuck? Like, yes, he did the normal YouTube appeal, but it's like, wait, he can't even shift? Like, and then go from VTube to normal? Like, or normal, but you know what I mean, like just being on camera or whatever. Which, oh my God, some people don't want to be on camera like that. And they claim that it's to punish any of like this AI bullshit. Meanwhile, using the AI bullshit on their end to classify something as AI bullshit, then you go to their freaking For You page or whatever, and it's all AI slop. That's literally, that says like YouTube made or whatever. Ugh. Abnormal. Cillian Murphy. Wow, love your movies. Abnormal. What's abnormal? What's up? Welcome to stream. Appreciate you being here. No joke. I really do appreciate you being here. AI is everywhere. Yeah, it's bad. It's getting bad. That's why I was getting mad at that guy yesterday that kept saying like, oh, well, if you fall for AI slop and the boomers that fall for AI slop, you know, blah, 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 those are the ones that need to be kind of shipped off. I'm like, okay, well, here's the bitch of that. AI is eventually going to evolve to the point where you can't tell the difference, and then what? Like, that's the whole point. They use the new AI to make iterations of popular content and then shove the creator underwater. But the thing is, they don't understand how that's not a long-term strategy. Like, they don't understand how these creators literally make them fucking so much money just based on personality. Good luck. Good luck with the AI slop. It's so stupid. My studio is not stupid. 71 days I can ask for a new channel according to my my studio. Oh, really? Well, 71 days? Damn. Well, you didn't get a perma, did you? Because, yeah, Amanda, I don't know about your situation, so, I don't know. I'm trying to be careful, but what really did it to me was when they went after they went after two of my favorite Warhammer creators. One of them, channel completely removed. It's just gone. Another one got strikes, and he's trying to appeal, but he's literally on razor's edge because he's already on his second like actual strike. And then there's a few other ones that they just did the same thing where they just removed them entirely because they had over like 30 plus DMCAs, which, what? All because they have an AI thing now and they have this ability, like they have the ability for you as a creator to check like who's used even like the smallest amount of your content. And now people are using that in bad faith, like to go after people. Like I wouldn't do that. And shit, I've checked it. People have used my stuff and whatever. I don't care. Like, I know they're making fun of me. I don't give a fuck. Go ahead. Clip it. I don't give a shit. Pep, an old couple is ready for bed. The man lays in bed. Wife lays on the floor. Man lies while you're sleeping on the floor. Woman replies, I want to feel something hard for a change. Good old jokes. I love those. I know a lot of disability creators talking about disability situations and how to make the world a more accessible place in every way. Oh, that's cool. Google has been down this shitification since 2019 at least. I wish I could see who's using your stuff so I can go defend you. Or just laugh at them being bad at content. Or potentially if it's any good content. I mean, that's the thing. I'd probably be more insulted if it was actually good shit where I'm just like, okay, make some points. It's like, you know what? I can be a little bit abrasive and, just... like tonight, I definitely had a moment where I got a little bit abrasive. I kind of did just tell somebody, like, hey, if you don't like my fucking content, don't sit here threatening me like I'm somehow gonna pivot my content just based on your whims. That's one thing I will never do. I don't care. I respect my audience and I respect everybody, but if you tell me to do like a certain thing with my content or like I might have to pivot, like, no, Not happening. Do people who use your content use any specific tags? I don't think so. I don't know. I just know, like, the way that I have it in my creator studio, now I can actually see, like, who is using my content on, like, what videos. It's not about tagging me. I just know that it's literally, like, they track it through my YouTube. So, I don't know. I have no idea how it actually works. I just know that now I can see it, where before I had no idea. The AI thing is bad for the feral copyright striking, so they feel worse now. That's the thing. Like, YouTube is... They are shooting themselves so fucking hard on this one, because a lot of these channels, like I said, these were big channels. One of them was a YouTube lore, or a world... excuse me. A Warhammer... I don't know why I couldn't get that up. It was a Warhammer lore page. It was one of the largest ones, and just gone. And they even said, like, I saw it on their Facebook page where they were just like, we just got DMCA'd for over 35 fucking takedowns. It's like, we're never going to be able to do this again. I was just like, fuck, dude. So they said, you know, they literally did a formal goodbye and just said, hey, we're closing up shop. We're done. Plot twist, YouTube goes into downfall, gets bought out by the Ellisons. Probably. Probably going to get bought out by the Ellisons or Elon Musk. It's going to be some fucking billionaire, trillionaire, or whatever the fuck. I mean, the guys who own it now aren't exactly what I would call the greatest. But that's the world we live in now. Yay! Yay, that's why I do say, like, follow me over on Twitch, you know? Because as long as we have these platforms, we can bounce around, I guess, but... I mean, Patreon... The reason I've put off Patreon is because right now, that's a hard ask, man. I already have to try and monetize this on fucking YouTube and Twitch. Like, it's a bit much. You're prepared for the Twitch switch? I'm not. I'm personally not. I don't like the way that Twitch doesn't have VODs. And doesn't, like, the discoverability isn't exactly what I would call the greatest. You know, they also do have this thing where they do technically punish political content. This is why so many other, you know, content creators on Twitch go into Just Chat or whatever. Like, they do their gaming bullshit, but also talk politics and shit. No, and this is, realistically, guys, I'm going to keep grinding on YouTube. I'm going to keep doing this. I'm not going to leave YouTube. It does have VODs. It has VODs for only like 4 days, and then it gets rid of them. Which, yeah. It doesn't really, wait. Spam, etc.? I never had a strike? Really? Oh, shit.
At Sylvie, $5. Everyone go check out Twitch. If you don't want to cancel your Amazon Prime, at least give a Prime subscription to PepTalks on Twitch.
Shit, you just spent $5 on that and you made our goal? Fuck, Sylvie, thank you. Fuck, that was so nice. Yeah, what Sylvie said, that was like one of the best promos I think I've ever gotten. Oh, that was so nice of you, thank you. And yeah, look at that, we actually did it. Oh. I am in a little bit of a better mood. You used to be able to get monetized from Instagram but not anymore. So, like, Instagram, I don't do Instagram. So I really don't know. I have absolutely no idea. I just know that TikTok, they banned me twice, so I will not be on TikTok. I think I explained that where I'm not even gonna, because, like, I do have that 3 strikes you're out thing, and mine's still at 2 strikes. I don't know when that clears. I'm not sure if I have, like, you know, a timetable or any of that shit. But, yeah, I do not want to lose that account entirely because I do use it for trying to find content. It's kind of the same as Twitch or Twitter, where it's like, eh. Although I don't do anything on Twitter except just, like, promote and do the occasional brain fart. Like, I actually use my YouTube social, my YouTube posts, way more than anything else. And honestly, no, like that's what's bothering me, guys. And I think that I've articulated this well enough and just enough in general where it's just like, oh, dude, it sucks. Like I'm at this really weird point in content creation where I'm so close to being able to do this and not have to worry about getting another job, which then will put it into the territory of once I like my goal is to be able to quit my job. I know that's kind of wild, but it's okay. Political Purposes. Awesome name. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. This is your first time here. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. Coming up to near the end of stream. We're kind of just wrapping things up. I'm just hanging. But Pep ain't no wait. He thought he ain't doing none of that? 50 more. I know. I'm doing good. I'm doing like this weird inside baseball thing where I'm just kind of talking about like content creation and how it's weird. Because like there's so many highs, lows, and then there's the untold anxieties that that nobody prepared me for. I thought I was prepared for the analytics game of it and like not paying attention to it. I swore when I started this, I was just like, I won't look at the analytics. I won't look at the numbers. I'm going to turn my view counts off. Yeah, I was full of shit. Now I check my analytics almost every day. I check all this stuff and it is maddening because like there's the other side of it where yeah, like I like do the fluctuating thing because like there are days that I'll have a hot take and might have a mass exodus or just a single exodus or two, but the one that's really bothering me is the fact that I found out that YouTube is going around just unsubscribing people, and it's not even people that like haven't watched in a long time. It's like random. You know, when Ghost Dog was one of them where he came up and was just like, hey, I was unsubbed. It's just like, dude, come on. Really? Actually, the one that hurt the most, I don't think I told you guys this. They unsubbed my mom's account. And my mom's account's still active, by the way. Her husband still uses it. So, and he did, and I asked him, like, actually, like, texted him. I was just like, hey, did you unsub from my YouTube page? He's like, no. Why? Like, no reason. So, I thought about doing a YouTube page, but I wouldn't know how to edit my videos. Oh, F off. Yeah, I know. It's unreal, man. No, it's bro, that's messed up. Yeah, it is. This is after I got to deal with somebody hacking my mom's Facebook account, which is now forever gone. And they took everything, deleted it. And what did Facebook do? Did they do the Wayback Machine, or did they fucking restore it? No, they just closed it. And then banned the person who fucking stole it. I don't know if I should be proud of you or disappointed at you that you didn't make a post about it putting YouTube on flame. I haven't thought about enough. I've subscribed. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate that. I wasn't trying to guilt you into subbing. I was just talking about stuff. This is kind of how I do things. I gotta go to the movies, but then I got high. Or I was gonna go to the movies, but then I got high. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that, by the way. But no, I mean, whatever. It's stuff I've been dealing with. I think that's why I have been a little bit stressed out. Like, the thing that I wanted to do this weekend got canceled because of the smoke. And that was going to be like where I was going to blow off steam and just finally get to enjoy life a little bit. And I don't know. It just... by the way, guys, if you're new here, my wife is recovering from cancer. She had surgery back in June. And yeah, We're in the recovery phase. She is 0.0 as far as having cancer in her system right now. So we can say she is cancer-free, which is fucking awesome. But it's also been a hell of a fucking year. Everybody make sure that if you are near your 40s, we do a little bit of colorectal awareness here, where for real, make sure that you guys you stay aware. So like if you have if your bowel movements, and I know this is gonna get uncomfortable, but for real, congrats to you and your wife. Thank you, Cali Cat. I really appreciate that. But I wasn't kidding. If you like have abnormal bowel movements, if like your schedule changes randomly, or like it starts getting a little painful, or like the big one is if you are done going but you feel like you're not, and like you feel like you have more and you just know you're done, that's where you might you need to get checked at that point. That's a big sign right there. The other one is obviously like the blood, like if you have blood in your stool, anything like that. So, and the other thing that you can do is something called Cologuard, which you can ask your doctors about, where essentially it's just you send your stuff to get checked, and then yeah. Do you believe in we're in Santa or in Israel ceasefire? Santa. What's up, Gino? How's it going? Thank you for being a first-time chatter. Appreciate that. Well, I eat like shit. No, and that's kind of my problem is I don't eat like shit, but I eat a lot of spicy food. So it's one of those like, okay, is this just me, having the extra hot habanero sauce last night? Or you're not past 30 yet, so you're probably good. Yeah. No, it's when you're in your like mid 30s now is when they're saying like you should really get checked. Although Sylvie, I'm gonna be honest, like in the cancer ward, I met some fucking pretty young people. It kind of scared me a little bit. Thanks for the PSA. I'm here for it, guys, because I don't want anybody ever to go through what my wife went through. Just watching it was painful enough. I couldn't imagine actually going through it. And also the another thing that you guys really should stay up on is just get your checkups. Like if you don't have a general practitioner and you have the ability to, like you have insurance, even if you don't have insurance, you should have a GP. I'm way past 40 now. It's okay, Ron. It's always been that way, so I doubt it's cancer or it would have killed me by now. Well, that's the thing. Like, we just thought that my wife was super skinny, and we just thought that she was like, getting to that point where it's like she was just getting burnt out, and then it didn't go away, and it started getting worse. Like, I think back to it, we went to like a few festivals, and I was like, oh shit, that's like when I really started noticing that my wife wasn't doing okay. See, a scientific journal that explains that the gut biome is controlled by the same place that autism affects, which is why IBS is so prevalent among autists. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. And I also did see that there's I talked to a doctor about this, about how like there is this increase in people that have gut parasites that you'd never even think about. And they just they kind of present themselves as gas, where I'm just like, oh shit. Which, yeah, you know what that did to me immediately, where I'm just like, so every gas attack I have, I'm like, uh-oh. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Get your shingles vaccines also. Yes, definitely. The pancreas. My wife's pancreas is gone. How long have you guys been married, if you don't mind me asking? 14 years this year. We've been together for 22. 22? It's either 22 or 23. We've been together for a long time. Where's the bile come from? I don't know. I've never looked it up. Oh, so okay, yeah. Wait, the bile? That's ducts. Like bile ducts? Like you have those in your stomach. Nah, F that. F that, live like Fry, where the worms make you smarter. Hey, listen, we don't do the RFK fucking regiments here, okay? Nice, that's awesome. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, 14 years. We've been married for 14 years. I mean, people forget that I'm a little bit older than you. Like some of y'all think. Like, I don't know. For anybody new here, let's see. Let's play that game. If you're new here and you've never guessed my age, how old do you think I am? BRB gonna get randomly bit by snakes? Why? Why are you gonna get randomly bit by snake? Don't tread on snake. Don't step on snake. Wait a minute. Oh my god. We have like a real life, like, you're treading. Natch be treading. Oh shit. Futurama. 34. Oh damn. That's not ideal. I'm older than that. I appreciate that. Or 43. Can't say because I don't know. I said to guess. Pep is a timeless dimensional being. Yeah, it's the salt and pepper in my my beard that's doing it now. Apparently, I'm showing my age. Pardon me, just got here. No, it's all right. Curious. Were you saying that your wife has had a condition? She has. Well, it's complicated. Okay, so my wife, she got diagnosed in October with colorectal cancer. We thought initially it was like colitis because she had like, swelling, bloating, all that kind of stuff. And then it just progressively got worse, and yeah, she got scanned, and October 1st will forever be one of the worst days of my life. That's when we were told that she had cancer. That sucks. I already know you've said in your past videos. Oh, I have. Okay. Before I knew, I would have guessed low 30s. Oh, cool. Oh, by the way, I'm 38. Oh, no, I'm 39. I'm turning 40 this year. I'm doing that. Oh, God. Oh, man, I turned 40 this year. Fuck. 40. I appreciate that, though. Anyway, so, yeah. After she got her diagnosis, obviously, we had to plan out our regiment there. It also sucked, too, because she had to essentially be isolated for a while. So I didn't really get to see her much. Which, that sucked in itself. But, yeah, she was on chemo like, she initially did, I think it was either 6 or 9 weeks of chemo. I don't know, she might be asleep, but if she's listening, I'm sure she'll correct me. But yeah, she did that because, let's see, it was November, December, January, February, and then she stopped in March. So 5 months, actually. There we go. But yeah, she did all the chemo. Then she took a little bit of time off the chemo, which that was wild, man. Seeing her like get better because it wasn't just zapping her, and then she had to go back on chemo radiation. Like, because the thing is, when you're on like when she was getting the radiation treatment, she also needed her chemo. Yeah, it was fucked up. It was really fucked up. So she obviously lost a lot of weight. She felt like shit all the time, and just it took everything from her. It literally took everything from her. Like, my wife, she loves her job. And that's the thing. Like, it took that from her. She hasn't been able to work since she got diagnosed. That's also why, again, any little bit goes a very long way right now with us. You know, and this is why I keep trying to reiterate to you guys. It's like, no, I'm very lucky that I got to the place where I'm at, and it's insane that I can even do this. So, again, sincere thank you guys. Fucking A. Fuck. It is insane. But then, yeah, she went in for surgery after her chemo radiation. Then they took a few weeks off to do the surgery prep. And then, yeah, June 1st, she went in for surgery. And they took the tumor out, but unfortunately, they found that there was a perforation in her bowel. So they unfortunately needed to reroute. She now has a colostomy bag, which, you know, it sucks, but at the same time, it is just like, it's better than dying. And she's doing really good with it. Like, the thing is, my wife is stubborn. Like, she's probably the most stubborn person I know. And I'll say that to her face. She knows that I think this. So, but yeah, she won't let anything like that beat her. That was kind of the whole thing. And she, like, her resolve was amazing. Like, right out the gate, she's like, I have ass cancer. So when like, we're going to figure it out. This is how it is. But yeah, since the tumor perforated, though, that was kind of like a problem, because what happened is the tumor, like, broke up into different sections when they were removing it, and they couldn't remove all of the cancer cells, technically, or like all of the dead tumor. So we were worried that some of it might have spread, but we, you know, got the main test, which I think it's called Signatera. I'm not sure if I'm getting that right, but I think it's called Signatera. That gave her the all clear, where she is 0.0 cancer in her body right now. She is cancer free, but we're still not using the remission term. So, but yes, that's terrible. Thank you. I appreciate that, Robin. That's huge. No, that's fucking, like, that was huge. No, like that, I haven't had that feeling of just like, that was big. Not gonna lie. But we're also, like, still on edge because of the nature of the cancer and just how aggressive it was. Like, this is the thing that sucks about colorectal cancer, is that it really can, like, just like that, affect all of the organs around. So her pancreas is also gone. They had to take her, I think they took her uterus and her ovaries, or one ovary. They left her with one ovary. But yeah. She actually said this, and she made one of the nurses laugh really hard, where she was just like, I'm a fucking human piñata. That was genuinely pretty funny. Fucking nurse just kind of went. I kind of, like, I gotta give my wife her stars on that one, because she totally made the nurses laugh, and, like, this was consistent too, man. Like, she was a good sport through it, and, like, she still continues to be. Like, she, like, every, I think, 2 weeks is, like, more tests. Like, we're not through all of this shit, and this is what really sucks, is the medical bills are fucked. So, take it one day at a time. I'm glad that Uni is a fighter. Yeah, me too. Me too. There were times that were really rough, guys. Like, I don't talk about, like, some of the more emotional points of it, because it's almost too hard to even fucking relive. But I'll just say this: nothing can prepare you for it. Nothing. And then in those days when you see your partner just, like, no hope, it's fucking bad, man. It's bad. That's how you survive this with a sense of humor. Oh yeah. Oh, that's why my wife is hilarious. Everybody here knows that Uni is hilarious and has a very good sense of humor, and she has a very good sense of coping. Like, she knows how to deal with things. I mean, I fucking rock. Like, she she's always there to tell me when, like, I'm overreacting to something, or there's been the, like, 1 or 2 occasions where she's actually told me where she's like, you're actually underreacting to this. It's just like, I am? Fuck. It's just like, okay. I mean, there was one time, like, I full on, like, got kind of, like, told, but not, like, she didn't diagnose me, but she was just like, yeah, no, you're underreacting to this. You're not really responding. And then I figured it out where I was like, oh, I'm depressed. Oh, shit. Yeah, that was good. That was a good thing to kind of, settle. You know what? Fuck. I just realized because I am going on late tomorrow and I got my dentist appointment. You know what? I'm going to hang for a little bit here. I just need to take a quick pee. Number 2 is that wrestling is cool. Number 1 thing I've learned here, the importance of humor. Number 2, wrestling is cool. All right. Yeah. No, yeah. I'm glad, dude. That's so, like, legitimately cool to me that I got somebody into wrestling. I don't care. Like, that's my win right there. All of my streaming career, I'm proud of, but nowhere near as proud of Natchkit saying that, hey, I am now into wrestling. It's like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's go. You remember when I said that this thing didn't clog? It just did. And, ooh. There it goes. All right. What I'm going to do is, since we got the stand here, he's going to take over for me for just a quick minute while I go to the bathroom. And full disclosure, guys, this is just a quick piss, so I will be right back. Please hold the line while I do this. There we go. There we go. All right, here. Cat almost fucking killed me on the way down. Whew. That almost hurt. Talk about how Venusaur would beat Charizard. That's just a blatant lie. Although it depends. If you give Venusaur water cannon, then yeah. That always pissed me off when somebody would do something cheeky like that. What's the point of having training moves if you're not going to use them, you know? Ooh, sleep powder. Ooh, sleep powder's a good one. Sleep powder is actually like one of the main ones that people overlooked. Because they're like, I can't catch Abra. It's like, Yeah, you need Butterfree with sleep powder. Although technically Jigglypuff with Sing is much better. Anyway. Oh, he learns Water Cannon. Charizard's done. Yeah, as I said, you got to do it as a TM. I know that there's a way to do that. Maybe it's not Water Cannon. I know that there's a water move that you can use as a Venusaur. Anyway. Jigglypuff is one of the more unfair ones. I'll say this much from like the OG game. If I encountered a Jigglypuff, I was just like, nah, thanks, I'm good. Because you just knew that she was going to sing and then make your Pokemon fall asleep. It was bullshit. Excuse me. Anyway, enough about Pokemon. I was talking about some cancer stuff and just in general. No, it was actually really nice. I'm glad I got to talk about that a little bit because I kind of thought about this. If this helps anybody, that's huge. Because yeah, guys, like cancer ain't nothing to deal, like nothing to fuck with. Just remember that. Sorry, I didn't mean to try and like bring it back down, but I did just want to wrap that up. I had some final thoughts that I was kind of batting around upstairs, and then I was just like, oh yeah, shit, I forgot to wrap that up. It does, thank you, man. Nah, for real, guys, like it matters to me, like that you guys take your health serious. At some point, most people are going to have a similar experience with healthcare or emergencies or something, so it's good to share the awareness. Oh yeah, and thank you, I appreciate that. It's so true. This is why I get so mad at like the 20-something, like I've had a few of these guys, like these 20-something-year-old fucking chud assholes that just cannot conceptualize aging. Like, yeah, you don't think that I was there? You don't think that, like, I mean, come on, look at me. Like, fucking A, man. I literally feel like I was 29 yesterday. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like, time just kind of, it went fucking fast. If you feel off or your pet looks off, get it checked out. Yeah. I had to do that with my cat, where I noticed that he was like sitting weird, and I'm like, oh shit. And like I noticed that he was doing like the little like the vase sit, and I happened to know because like I had a cat that had some problems with that, where I was just like, okay, you gotta get that checked out, yay. And it turned out that he had some parasites, so got those taken care of. Yay, that was expensive. Actually, this guy right here, he's got thyroid cancer that we're figuring out. Yeah, I had to like go through like this whole rigmarole with his doctor, because apparently like there was like a mass exodus of people at this clinic, and I'm like, oh shit, do I need to like find a new place to go? Like not great. Yeah, that might actually be the case. I don't know. I still don't know. We're gonna go and try something out, but my sister-in-law, who thinks if you have health issues, you should have a moral... Wait, you really have a moral issue? God is punishing you? Yep. Oh my god, dude. See, that's the thing. Like, I can't stand people like that. Because you know what your sister-in-law doesn't do? She doesn't apply that to herself. You know what she does? She says, God works in mysterious ways. Oh, this is just a test. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the fact that it actually could be like a punishment for her fucking shitty morality. I hate people like that. Like, I have a genuine hatred for people like that. Stan. Oh, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. The thing with him is that technically he's not showing some of the signs that they said he would. Like, I'm more worried that he might have had, like, trachea damage or some shit. But... yeah. I'm also trying not to be in denial, because I did that with my other dog, man. He had a tumor on his tongue. And I was just like, She doesn't? You are right. Oh, man, I'm good at this. It's almost like I've experienced some of these fucking moral high grounders that don't actually have the moral high ground. I can't stand people like that. I don't know, man. Like, when I was a Christian, like, I hated that. There was nothing, like, worse than born-agains. Dude, so I was a Christian my, like, entire life. Like, up until I left the faith when I was, I think I officially renounced my faith when I was 18. I was 17, 18, whatever. So, obviously, I had, you know, some background in it. And, yeah, started kind of getting a little annoyed where it's just like, okay, like, you guys are very condescending about how, you know, only God can judge you, but then you are the most judgmental people on the fucking planet. Like, what are you doing? Like, and also, you have no faith in your God to actually take care of, you know, doling out these punishments. You think you are the punishment. My dog died of stomach cancer. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, my yellow lab, I had to put her down the same day that we found out about my wife's cancer diagnosis. I actually found out about my wife's cancer while I was putting her down. That was a fucked up day. Yeah, she was a 15-year-old yellow lab that had Cushing's disease and thyroid cancer. But I'm gonna chalk it up to the fact that she was a 15-year-old lab. Like, dude, she weighed 70 pounds, I think, when we put her down. Which, yeah, she was skin and bones, dude. Like, but she was a good girl. I miss her every frickin' day. Cali Cat, what is your dog's name? So I can give him a little shout out, or if you don't want to give his name or their name, then just say shout out Cali Cat's dog. You know, they're all good boys and girls in heaven, okay? Like, and their dog heaven's real. Whatever. I'll have that fantasy. It's fine. But that one doesn't hurt. His name is Fluffy. Oh, rest in peace, Fluffy. Oh, baby. I hope he was fluffy. Actually, that'd be hilarious if he was a bald dog. Nah, dude. Oh my god. I want to get a fucking, like, a short-haired dog that named Fluffy. Like a wiener dog. Yeah, there we go. Like a fucking really, really short hair wiener dog named Fluffy. Nah, shout out to Fluffy. And I'm sorry that your dog died from stomach cancer. That cancer, dude. Cancer is oh, it's so fucked. Forever Summer, where you do catch the squirrel. The Guy Ritchie nicknames. I joined around when Uni got diagnosed. I'm so happy she's getting healthy again. Yeah, that was fucked up, man. I remember, like, kind of covering that shit. It was weird because I didn't know how I was gonna go about it. Like, my mom's death, oddly enough, like, that one I at least kind of knew how I was gonna process it. Like, I talked to my therapist about it and kind of figured out, like, what my mom would have wanted. And that's the one thing I have to say about my audience is the fact that you guys are not weirded out by, you know, therapy moments or, like, just me being pretty deep about my life. Because I just gotta say, you know, my life, like, listen, if one thing about my mom's death taught me anything, I have nothing to fucking, if I need to say it or I want to say it, I'm gonna say it. Because life's too fucking short to not. Like, that's one of my fucking biggest regrets is I got a lot of shit that I wish I said to my mom and told her. It's my biggest regrets, so. That would be Bald Charles. Yeah, actually, I think it would be. Yeah, Bald Charles. Oi. I used to love Guy Ritchie movies. No, not so much. I kind of grew out of them. It's like Fight Club. I remember watching Fight Club and just being like, this movie kind of sucks. So edgy. I mean, if you watch it just as like entertainment and like don't try to like look any deeper into it and like don't try to be like, I'm gonna emulate this. Yeah, then it's fine. It's fun. That was my biggest thing, is like I was dumb when I was a teenager and I used to want to emulate things and just be like, oh look, this movie is it's so existential. I'm gonna tell every girl that what's my favorite movie? Fight Club. And then I remember this one girl actually saying, she was just like, that's douchey. I was just like, oh. And she's like, what's your real favorite movie? She's like, what's a movie that you could watch anytime that it's on? I'm like, Princess Bride. She was like, now we're talking. And I was like, oh. Yeah, you don't gotta look tough. Fuck it. But he didn't make Fight Club. His movies have gone to shit, though. Wait, who? Oh, Guy Ritchie. No, I know he didn't make Fight Club. No, I know that was David Fincher. I'm just saying, like, Fight Club was in that same, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels and fucking Snatch. Like, those two movies alone, I was just like, oh my god, like, this is great. Oh, dude, I remember, like, this is so douchey to admit, but I used to, like, work on my English accent doing, like, fucking, Brad Pitt's fucking pikey, I'm not sure if that's, like, the correct term. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah. That was a good role for him, though. That was a funny role. He needed to go and have one more, post Fight Club. He needed to go and share those, like, fucking shredded abs. Cockney. I mean, it was more than Cockney. Like, they called him, like, the trailer park, dwellers or whatever. I don't know. Like American Psycho is one of those movies, too. Yeah. It's like, it was so much better when I was a teenager. Yeah, Dags. Yeah, Dags? Yeah, Dags. Didn't we just go through this? Oh, you never saw it? Oh, it's good. I mean, it is a good movie. Like, definitely check it out. It's just, like I said, I did, like, this really douchey thing where, like, I was very influenced by the media that I would watch. And, like, I would try to dress like, certain characters, and, like, that's how I would formulate my style, where I'm just like, okay, so I kind of want to dress, I got really into Tenchi, like Tenchi Muyo. So in 8th grade, it was Tenchi in Tokyo was the show that he, like, just wore, like, a white baggy t-shirt with some really baggy pants. And I was just like, I'm making that my style. God, I was a douche. Oh my god. One of the douchiest things I ever fucking did. I found out that this girl I had a crush on, like, she was really into, like, punk music, and my brother had just introduced me to Local H. And I was just like, there's no way she's heard of this band. I was just like, yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna write her a song. Which was literally just plagiarizing one of Local H's songs. And then the nightmare happened. I handed it. I was like, hey, Hannah, check this out. I wrote the song. I want to check it. Yeah. What do you think? She's like, sounds like Local H. I was just like, dude, that wrecked. Dude, seriously, that was like the probably most embarrassed I've ever been. And I'm glad, because, like, oh my God. That was one of, like, the quintessential, okay, I'm gonna work at not being such a douchebag. It's like, the self-awareness factor definitely was amped up to 10 right around that time. God, that was bad. That was bad. Oh, the way she looked at me. And then I found out she had a crush on me after, like, all these years. Like, I went to the same, like, I went to a private Christian school, and, like, we all went, like, I knew all the same kids since kindergarten. So, like, yeah, it was kind of wild to just be like, hey, I've had a crush on you since 4th grade, and then she's just like, oh, I kind of liked you too. But I found out way later, where I was like, wait, what? It's like, wait, what? No. What the fuck? I'm like, I went through so much douchey bullshit. God. I remember, I mean, I'll admit it's SLC Punk. I saw the movie SLC Punk, and immediately I was just like, fuck it, that's how I'm dressing. I'm gonna dress like Matthew Lillard. I got the fucking blue Liberty spikes. And I was just insufferable. But I did actually, like, as, like, trying to be a poser, I actually got, like, really into punk music, and then it kind of got me to that point where I was just like, oh, I started off a poser, and now I'm just like, cool, that's how that works. Huh. But then I also kind of realized, I'm like, I'm going to tell these guys to lay off that shit, because realistically, people should be allowed to like shit. You know? That gatekeeping bullshit is just, ugh. Have you heard of a punk band called GBH? No, I have not. I'm trying to think any other douchey moments that I mean, dude, I just shared one of, like, the worst. Like, oh my god, that was so cringe. Sounds like you just missed the point of some of these movies. They're worth revisiting. American Psycho for sure. Oh no, like I've rewatched all of them, like recently. All the, you know, teenage angst classics, I would call them. No, I get them now. I get them. And the thing is, I have, like, a new appreciation for some of them. Like, again, Fight Club, I don't not like Fight Club. It's just I have a different appreciation, and just, like, I can make fun of it a lot more because it is just so up its own ass at moments where you're just like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. But it's okay. It's okay. Oh my god. I had another moment, same girl, where this was like the equivalent of waving at somebody that was, you know, and they were waving at the person behind you. It was very much like that. So I'm in homeroom, and I'm just like chilling. I'm just like, like I'm trying to, like, I'm eavesdropping because I hear Hannah having a chat with her friend, right? And I just catch at the back end, they were talking about Miss Angie, and I was just like, Miss Angie. And the thing is, I had, like, a nanny named Miss Angie, and I just, like, I chime in, I'm like, how do you know Miss Angie? And she was like, what? I'm like, oh, you said Miss Angie, like, she's my nanny. Like, how do you know Miss Angie? She's like, oh, I was talking about the person, you know, that opened for such and such band. She's an artist named Miss Angie. I was mortified. I was fucking mortified. I'm glad I'm getting this out because this feels kind of good. I got secondhand cringe through the screen. Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Oh, man. Oh, God. That could have been a savable situation. Yeah, but I was awkward. It definitely, it didn't, no, it wasn't safe. It did not go safe. It's okay, Pep. It's in the past now, Hugs. No, I know. Oh, really? You've never heard of that band? Oh, that's really cool. Can you tell me more about them? Oh, no, yeah, well, no, I mean, she could have salvaged it, yeah, instead of just being a dick about it. And, like, she did the thing where she was like, oh my god, like, it was very much, yeah. It was every teenage boy's nightmare in the the very early 2000s. Yeah, no saving that one. Yeah. That's pretty bad. Dude, I had such a crush on this girl that, like, I remember I was, like, in 7th grade. We were going around and, like, again, me and my stupid eavesdropping ass, because, you know, I had such a boyhood crush where I was just like, oh, maybe she'll have paid attention to me. Yeah, nothing ever happened with this girl, by the way. So I overhear her like talking about how her favorite number is 9, and I'm just like, ooh, I'm gonna take that down. Okay. So fast forward, we go to like this gym thing where like we're actually like getting passed out numbers, and I was just like, ooh, I'll take number 9 because then she'll like me. Oh man. Yeah, that was bad. Oh god, I want to talk. So I can't say his name. Fuck. So I also found out that she had a crush on this one dude. So I did what any self-respecting guy would do in that moment. I started dressing like him. To the point where I had a shirt that I called my Chris shirt. Yeah, that was. Yeah, wow, you were hooked. Yeah, wow, yeah, you were hooked. Yeah. No, never do that. Again, I was in 8th grade, dick. What? You know what? I was very insecure. I wasn't, I was a lanky ass fucking, I wasn't good at sports. I was like, I went to a very small school, so I was like the least popular fucking, boy in my entire grade, I would argue. So I had to make it up somehow. So being funny was always a big one, which, yes, I was very much the class clown. I hate to admit that, but it's true. I know. It's very just like, ugh. But yeah, no, I know. 8th grade. What year? I don't fucking know. Actually, let's see. 8th grade. I think it was 98, 99. I think it was then. Yeah, 99 sounds about right. Yeah. Because, no, I mean, I was just about to turn 13. I was 12 years old. Ooh, boy. Yeah, no, I was douchey. Hey! What's up? Where are you? Hey. Say hello. Hi. What are you doing? Yeah, you know, cute. What's going on? Say hi, everybody. Hey, I'm Lito. I'm Lito the Catzilla. Gonna stay here? Damn, I was 8 years out of high school by then? Oh, yeah. I was born in 86, so, take that for what you will. Lito missed you? Yes, he did. He's actually chilling on my lap right now. My baby. He's my baby. He can be a little terror, but at the end of the day, he's a very good cat. Yeah, no. Okay, back to what I was saying. So, yes, I did the ultimate thing where, yes, I had such a crush on this girl that hearing, like, yeah, I'll just say this. She had a crush on a guy named Chris, right? He had spiky hair, and he used to wear, like, a striped, like, white and blue striped shirt, like, open. Hey! No. Behave. And then he would wear, like, a, like a black shirt or something underneath. And I remember, like, that became my style for a minute there, and it definitely didn't make sense because I was still in, like, my skater phase, like, my skater stoner phase, so, like, my friends were even just like, what the fuck? What are you wearing? It's just like, what do you mean? I like collared shirts now. Yeah, dude. Oh, man, it was... Yeah, it was bad. Did I tell you guys about the cross necklace? Like, dude, oh my god, this one's even worse. This is the worst one. Okay. All right. Story time with Pep. All right, get your little mats. We've been saying this lately, and get your juice boxes. I got juice boxes for everybody. All right. Story time. Picture this. we have a cat that's being a fucking dillhole. Hey, can you not? All right, Catzilla, knock it off. Okay, here we go. Popcorn. All right, that's it, dude. You gotta go. You gotta get out of here. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Love how I was literally in the middle of just being like, I'm gonna tell you guys this awesome story. And now, I forgot what story I was gonna fucking tell. Okay. Shit. I forgot what I was, I forgot the story. God damn it. Well, won't let the popcorn go to waste. Shit. Alright, I had a rat terrier named Toby. I missed that dog after my dad passed away. He was stuck to me like glue to this day. Talking to comfort her under... Aww. Bobby. Wall. Fuck. I mean, I could just talk about all the times that, like, my friends totally embarrassed my... Oh, no. Okay, here it is. All right, story time. Now you got your popcorn. So, there's this girl, Lauren, who... I don't know, man. Like, I hate to admit this. This kind of shows, like, the adolescent boy mind. I just remember never having a crush on her, right? And, like, never even giving her a second look. She was kind of like an awkward girl. You know, very quiet. And it was one of those, like, no dude ever gave her a second thought until about 8th grade. All of a sudden, she became more noticeable. Let's just say that, you know, started noticing, like, oh, there's some curvature on this body now. So I started, like, developing a little crush on her. And I had this, like, this gold cross necklace that my mom gave me, which, god damn it, that I was just like, oh, you know what? This is a perfect gift for her. This is the perfect thing to give a girl that I mean, this is totally normal for a thing, like a totally normal thing to do. You like a girl, you have this very expensive piece of jewelry. I was always like, well, girls like jewelry. But she had no idea that I liked her. I don't think I'd ever said more than 2 words to her. And I didn't really know how I was going to do this. So I put it like together this whole plan one day where I remember that we had our current events class, and I would have to go right by her locker to get to like the bathroom and stuff. So I asked my my teacher like to go to the bathroom, and as I see her locker, and I noticed that the bottom one, like obviously we used to have locks on them, the bottom one is unlocked. And I was like, hey, now's my chance. I opened the bottom locker, and I have this, like this. It's like one of those little, like, you know, boxes. But I put a little note in it, like clamped it, and just put it like sitting on her backpack where I'm like, oh, there's no way that she'll miss this. So this happened, I think it was like right before lunch. It was either right before or right after lunch. We still had a few hours left in school though. So I sat there waiting, just like the entire day, where I'm like, oh, you know what? Yeah, you know, just probably near the end of school, she'll come up to me and she'll just be like, hey, like, because I kind of figured, I'm like, she's either going to tell me that she's not interested or this is going to turn into something. Like, I shot my shot. At least I shot my shot. Well, turns out none of that happened. Turns out that she snuck out of school, like, in a way that I to this day, I'm like wondering, how in the fuck did she, like, how? Like, what the fuck? You want to talk about avoiding me? God damn, she did a good job. And yeah, then the next day turned into very limited eye contact. And yeah, long story short, I never got that necklace back. I don't know if she kept it. I don't know what happened. She did not give it back. But she never said a fucking word about it. Never. And I was like, what the fuck? And then years later, I see her and she's working with my wife. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And yeah, then that's when I found out that she was just like, yeah, I was not interested in you. And I was just like, okay, yeah, dick move, not giving it back. That was where I was thinking about that. I'm like, hold on a minute. She could have. The thing is, I didn't really know her. Like, you know, you get these boyhood crushes. You never know. Like, I don't know. That was embarrassing though. Nobody cares about Mamdani. Mamdani's doing just fine. Trump is not exactly doing just fine. Oh my God, cry harder. Yeah. Zohran versus Netanyahu. Of course. That's in the title, and they're just like, I have to go defend him. This is how it must be. Yeah, that was embarrassing as shit. Although, now that I'm telling you guys, it doesn't seem that embarrassing. None of you guys with that one were just like, oh, like that one was, I don't know, that was always a pit in my stomach one. I've been turned down in school, but I didn't ask, but I didn't do the Rube Goldberg machine asking out. Yeah, I mean, that was the last time, though. I remember that, like I even said, I was like, that's the last time I'm even going to try to date a girl from this school. I have to unfollow you now? Why? Oh, why? Because I was, like, super cringe? Or because I said something about Mamdani and not caring about Mamdani's... I meant, like, we don't care about what he's saying about Mamdani. Oh, it's a joke? Oh, sorry. I have, funny enough, for, you know, being a comedian and all that, I have people in this audience that would just be like, yeah, he does that. No, I appreciate that, Cali Cat. I mean, it's still douchey. Most cringe so far was dressing like someone else. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad, because I was like, the thing is, he was literally like one class above me, so like, all of a sudden, and like, I tried to become his friend. That was the other thing I tried to do, because I was like, oh, well, he's cool. Like, she likes him, so he's cool. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with me. Like, seriously, man. Oh, God. I did that in 5th grade, too. Like, there was this kid, Shane. I was in 4th grade, he was in 5th grade. And I just remember, like, the girls loved Shane. Like, they treated him like he was a fucking, you know, like he was in a boy band. And I was like, oh, well, maybe if I dress like Shane, that'll do it. Yeah, you could dress as cool as you want, but having that fucking stupid bowl cut definitely did not help. I'm just gonna pretend everyone knows Miss Angie. I mean, here you go, pitch a loaf, BRB. Nice. Just make sure you cut the cheese beforehand. They went in Shane. Oh, damn. I actually ended up becoming kind of friends with that kid. Like, we went to summer camp. And then it was funny. After summer camp, I was like, I don't know why I wanted to be like him. He's kind of a dick. So that was an awakening moment. This is like, wow. Found my self-respect in that moment, I did. Yeah, man, I used to do, like, I don't know. I used to be, like, kind of douchey with it. Shit, hey, let's not. And honestly, you know what? I don't know. My dog just fucking went, "Arr." My cat's being an asshole right now. So, oh, I know why. Because it's technically, it's dinner time, which you'll get your dinner here in a minute, dude. Damn. Cassandra, welcome back. How's it going? How the first thing you say is BRB? I'll be right back. Yeah, sorry, Cassie, we're telling funny story. Well, I'm telling funny stories about. Well, they're not even funny. They're actually just like my most embarrassing moments in school. My most embarrassing moment in school, I think I've told you guys this one. I used to, in first grade, I used to have this girlfriend. She was like, you know, she was technically my first girlfriend, I guess. Like, I asked her, I'm like, are we girlfriend, boyfriend? And she was like, yes. And I was just like, okay. So, Nikki Jones. I've talked about her on here before. And, yeah. We were drawing in my Aladdin coloring book. And we were sharing a page. Very romantic, you know? And then my bully, Kaz, he's such an asshole. He comes up and he does what any bully does. You know, he was jealous, obviously, had some internalized shit, probably had a crush on her himself. Grabs the fucking thing. When he grabs it, like, the marker goes like, shh. And I was just like, what the like, what's your problem? What's your problem? Like, and my, our teacher got involved, and then she took the coloring book away. And said that I had to wait until, you know, school to get back. I was very upset about that. He ruined my chance. No, but get this shit. So literally, like, a week later, we get assignments for our pageant play that we did every year. Like, every fucking, you know, age group did one. So we're doing the Christmas play, and I get cast as the donkey. So not even just the full donkey. I got cast as the donkey's ass. And he was the front end. Yeah, it was fun. Literally in first grade, one of my favorite memories of this is he was being a dick, and he was like trying to fart. He kept doing the thing where he would like bend down and he'd be like, "Arr, arr," like trying to push out a fart. At one point he did fart, but I got mad and I just punched him in the back of the knee. And one of my favorite things is like, I gotta find this video. There's a video of us singing, and you just see in the background, you see the horse kind of going like this. Just fucking keel over. I told my dad about that. He's like, that was justified. That's one of the first times I told my dad about that too. Or he was like, Kaz was being a jerk. Kind of deserved it. Although I remember Kaz's dad's name was Frank, and he was, dude, Frank. I have never understood how, like, someone like that guy, like, there must have been a hidden life there, because his dad on the outside was so cool, and he was actually really nice to me. But yeah. Okay, I got one. I pretended to faint in 5th grade for attention. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, that one's actually, yeah. Ooh. You're just like, let's see if anyone cares. Ah! Did you do the little noise? Did you do the thing where you're just like, ah! Oh, my stars! Ah! I'm feeling a little faint. Ah! You did? Oh, no. Just giving out Kaz's family's name. It's not the Kaz you know here. And no, fuck them. There you guys are. Okay. Oh my God. Not exactly doxing. You share so much info about yourself and others, it's scary. Ooh. You know who would scare you? Tom Powell Jr. He literally posted his address on a YouTube short. He just kind of said, "Come find me, bitches." It was like, wow. I'm not giving away fucking too much information. Oh my God. Like, okay, so Nikki Jones. Oh. Yeah, try and look her up. You know what's funny? You think I haven't? Come on. Can't. If I can't find her, you ain't gonna find her. There's a few of them from like my school days where you go to look them up and you're just like, oh shit. Well, I guess that's just that, because you know how it goes. They marry somebody and then, yeah. Some of y'all are a little crazy with it. I don't give a shit. I think one girl actually fainted once in assembly, so it became the thing to do for a while. Oh, wait, so you had other people that were kind of doing the same shit? That's crazy. Huh. I had a whole worksheet once because I didn't want to do it. Nah. That's standard stuff. I'm not taking the just from this like one time. I'm talking like all of your streams. You share so much info. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I don't care. Just don't care. You know who kind of taught me this? Soder. Like, doing comedy, like, what's the point? What's the point of hiding any of this shit? I don't give a fuck. I don't use any of this information on my like. Here's the secret. I don't use any of this in my digital profiles. And realistically, you guys can find, like, this is where I don't have any. I'm not gonna sit here pretending that if somebody wanted to find my address, they fucking can. Ugh. Pep has lowered my defenses. Well, yeah, because realistically, who the fuck is coming after you? Like, Sylvie, okay, yeah, you know what? You might... Your case, maybe. I understand why you would want to be protective of your identity, but realistically, come the fuck on. Nobody's coming for any of y'all. And if somebody's coming for me, okay, it's gonna happen regardless. Then, oh my God, you know, I kind of chose this when I became a public figure, so... That's why I just came out with it and just said, you know what? Fuck it. Like, I used to be very careful about saying my first name. And then I realized, I'm like, why? Letterhack was actually the first person to, funny enough, like, accidentally dox me. Because I sent him an email and he gave my full name when he introduced me on his show. And I was just like, oh, we're doing that, eh? Nah, it was all right. There was a time during state testing that they made us all get rid of scratch paper, and I just ate it, and the administrator just looked at me like, finding an address is surprisingly easy in today's day and age. Not like I do that kind of thing, but all you need to do is know someone's full name. Yeah, exactly. And that's where I'm just saying, yeah. I mean, I think that people are pretty fucking weird about shit like that. I'm in the bush in Canada. Come find me. Someone I didn't know knew someone I did know only because we went to the same school, found my Tumblr, which I have never given to anybody, and found out a whole bunch of information about me. How much did you have on your fucking Tumblr that was actually applicable to you? I mean, I'm in a little bit of a different boat. Just remember, if anybody ever, like, meets me and they start, like, just spouting off shit like this, like they know me, it's just like, so you watch my stream. Okay. Cool. This is the thing that's so freeing about this, is I don't have to think about that. I get to, like, those stories I just told you, I don't have to think about it. I don't have to even have a second guess, because you know what? Who cares? Who cares? What are you gonna go fucking stalk somebody from my first grade fucking class? You absolute fucking weirdos! Like, Jesus Christ. That's all I have to say on that one. It's like, fuck. Background checks are easily exploitable to find someone's personal information. You just need to insert someone's full name and you have their social media accounts, addresses, criminal records. Yep. Wasn't even about, wasn't even on the Tumblr. It was, they found a bunch of information about me and I don't know. Then just get incognito. Like, if you're worried about that stuff, then get incognito. Or like one of those types of things. I mean, I have to use that. Unfortunately. That is a thing that I'm just like, okay, well, let's go purge this again. It has been useful, though. I'll say that. Like, my phone's been a lot quieter. So, no, I mean, I had somebody find me on Facebook, you know, that I've seen on other things where I'm just like, no. You know, no disrespect, but that's my personal, you know, Facebook. That's the reason I have two of them. I have my personal one, and then I have my, I got my business one, which is PepTalks, and it's my public one, and it's the one that I use for pretty much everything that's not involving my family and, you know, shit like that. But digital stalking is insane. Yeah, no, I know. No, I mean, it is. It's insane, but the thing is, like, the way that people feel entitled to know these things about people, this is why I just don't give a shit. Fine. Take it. You know, if anything, I probably do the opposite with you guys, where it's just like, Jesus, Pep, shut the fuck up. We know too much about you already. Fucking Christ. You know? I make all my accounts completely anonymous. Cassandra isn't even my actual preferred name, LeMayo, and people think that they know everything about me. Yeah, well, I'm glad to use those services. Oh, nice. Okay, now I'm thinking I should change my PFP, but I'm lazy. I mean, sure. Like, the thing is, if you guys are genuinely, like, worried about, like, somebody doxing you to, like, your job, that's something different. The reason I'm not worried about that is because my workplace knows exactly what I do. And, yeah, I wouldn't be doing this if that wasn't technically okayed by them. So I did kind of have the attitude of, like, I'm doing this. My favorite one is the fact that I have people that, like, that I work with that are just like, holy shit, he actually did it. Like, that's the craziest part. Every once in a while, they will just be like, yeah, I was watching your stream. It's just like, that's weird. Natch, this isn't going to happen, but I could just reverse image search that and maybe find your socials in case you posted that anywhere. There you go. Yeah, see? Whatever. It's so easy. It's so easy. It's so easy. If they want it, they're gonna get it. That's why I try to do, like, the digital security thing to the best of my ability, and I also try to, like, do this thing where it's like, okay, I'm prepared for, yeah. Good. You don't have socials, that's it. Yeah, well, that's one way to do it. Don't have a digital trail. You're still live? Yes, I am. Yes, I've been live for 8 hours and 14 minutes today. On top of my 2 hours on this space, I've done 10 hours of streaming. Fun. Yeah, I'm actually just telling, like, funny little stories. I went through, like, some of my most embarrassing moments from, like, middle school, and it was kind of cathartic, so I'm just kind of, yeah, we're chilling. Got raided by GNN tonight, or Galactic Streamlord as we know him, which was fucking pretty cool. I still can't get over the fact that he got fucked over by YouTube the way he did. You are going to get some funny comments next shift if your colleagues watch this stream. That would be funny. That would be very funny. Nice. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Thursday, man. Yeah. Apologies if anything got a little awkward. I'll just say this much. Somebody said it very perfectly. that I was expecting it to be like super happy fun time for this space. So like I had just gotten out of therapy and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go log on and we're gonna joke and it's gonna be like jokey fun time. And then I got on and it was just like lots of theory and lots of like racial politics, and I was just like, oh, okay. I had absolutely no idea what I walked into. And yeah. Let's hope this next one's a little looser. But or I just need to buckle down and we can talk some serious shit. That's probably it though. I have therapy in the morning, so I should probably be okay mentally. Nice. Yeah, I got therapy on Thursday. I wasn't there for the start of this space today. It was pretty good. I mean, it was a good show. It wasn't like last week's where, like, last week's was a hard one to beat. Last week's Pepaganda was, I still hold it. It was 2 of the best hours I think I've ever done. I watched the entire stream back. I didn't have to edit a single thing. Yeah. You forgot that the Discord started? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, the This Space Discord is up. With a giant stack of notes on theory, but everyone's just doing fart jokes. That is exactly how that would go for me. Like, funny enough, that is exactly how that would go for me. Where it's just like, hey, I did my reading. We need to talk about some political theory. It's just like, no, dude. No, we're actually covering DramaTube. It's just like, fuck! Yeah, Cassandra, take care of yourself. Sorry you had a bad day, but hey, you got therapy. That's always good. Next one, Pep shows up on the giant stick. Oh, there it is. Take care of that, Cassandra. Just struggling to process everything that happened this morning. Doesn't feel right. Yeah, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Like, it... I mean, I'm literally looking at my little shit right now. Hey! Can you not? Lito. Dude. Why? Word always good to learn from our comrades. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. No, I was like doing a little bit of learning. Thing is, I think that with him specifically, there's learning to be done on both ends. You know? He definitely knows things, but there are different ways that he can approach things, and there's definitely different ways that you know, there's different things that I can bring up as far as approaching it with political like the political normies. Did you really just attack your brother for no reason? That wasn't cool. Yeah, I'm not exactly thrilled about that one, guy. He died painlessly and didn't die alone, so there's that. Yeah, if it helps at all, Cassandra, I actually, it was not even 2 years ago. One of my cats, he was about 16 years old. He passed in my wife's arms. And yeah, it was rough. Shout out to Alex for being super chill. Oh yeah, no, that definitely worked out. Let's put it this way. If Alex wasn't there to mediate, that could have gotten awkward. Especially because I was, again, post-therapy. I was already kind of feeling a little bit like, okay, what are we doing here? Like, we're just, lots of pontificating, lots of, okay, so we're focusing on lots of history and, you know, grievance politics, and then, okay, oh, wait a minute. So what does this have to do with actually, like, moving us forward? That was my biggest thing that I didn't even really get to talk about. But, yeah, you know what? This is where I have no apology on this one. If anybody wants to say, well, it's worse coming from the white guy. Which I kind of felt like that could have happened easily, but I also don't want to misappropriate anything he said. I did go back and, like I said, I watched that too. I watched the entire thing. I think that was, it was fine. You know what? Fuck you, dude. I don't need your engagement. Bye. Like, I don't do it. I struggle with actually talking about my problems in therapy. Like, I don't do it. You really should. Yeah, no, start small. Honestly, like, so one of my favorite things that my therapist, like, tricks me with, and I say tricks me because she did kind of, like, catch on where she was just like, okay, so I have to kind of lead you to talking about, like, this stuff, because she even said, like, I probably talk about, you know, this stuff too much on stream or something, so. I haven't watched that segment fully. I need to go back and finish it. Yeah, we're welcoming a new potential host and listening to his perspective. I'll just be honest, Alex. I think that was a bad time to do that. I think that we should have brought him on this week. The first one should have been just the space creators. I've been public with this. That's why I'm like, fuck it. But that was my one gripe, if I had any. But it's not even like a gripe. It was more so just yeah. But I see where, like, you were, you know, I see where you were going with it, and I see, like, why, but it just kind of got awkward, especially near the end there. I don't know. Watching me and Jeff respond the way that we did, which was kind of funny, where we were just like, oh, okay. But, hey, I'm happy to... so what's he actually doing? Is he actually going to do, like, live programming, or are we just filling up syndicated blocks with him? I've always sucked at getting help. If you disagree, that's cool. But maybe don't say it's bullshit. And yeah, sorry, man. Me and Andrea said he could come on and feel out this space on the new panel show. No, it's cool. I don't care necessarily, man. Like, but I mean, you kind of like said it on the show where I was like, I mean, this was kind of my idea, and my idea for it was have some fun with the This Space hosts, and, you know, have people like get to know us on an individual basis. That's why I'm just saying, but yeah, I didn't say it was bullshit. When did I say it was bullshit? I want to see a therapist, but my brother doesn't want me to. Probably. If there's anything wrong, he'd rather pretend nothing's wrong. He's my guardian. I think that your brother should probably step off. The airing of grievances. I just don't even consider my shit to even be a grievance, because it was more so just like a, oh, okay. That's why I think I missed something, because the bit I watched really seemed really fine and chill. Like, as I said, there was nothing, like, necessarily wrong. It was just that, like, I don't know, it was a different vibe than what I was expecting, which was on, I guess, me, but... No, I'll be honest, DA, like, the reason I'm even bringing this up is, like, you just kind of said it. You talked to Andrea, but, like, that should, I don't know. It could have, there should have been a different way of handling it. He said something you disagreed, by saying, nah, man, that's bullshit. I'm just saying there's a gentler way you can disagree. I mean, I guess. Like I said, realistically, all right, this is what I was trying to avoid with, like, the clicky bullshit, but this is ironically me kind of creating, like, clicky bullshit, so, yeah, I should have let you know ahead of time, my bad. Yeah, no, that definitely would have helped, because, like, I was just expecting it to be me, like, I thought it was just going to be, like, the 6 of us, and then, you know, Christina, but I understood her, like, whole thing, but... I think that's bullshit because we should be able to display our true feelings. That is kind of where I'm coming at this, where, I mean, come on, DA, you know me. I don't fucking pull my punches, even if I'm wrong. Like, no, dude, he was being a fucking dick. You want to, no, dude, like, dude, no. Now you're negating the fact that he was coming off as being fucking, like, he was being combative as shit by the end of it. Anytime that, like, with me and, like, specifically me and Jeff, and when he said that shit about, like, I just don't like white people, okay, as a comedian, I kind of missed the joke on that one. How better to display how Pep feels about it? Pep, did you use the word disingenuous? Probably. Come on, you know me now. It's part of my fucking, you know, my bingo card. Likely that's the case. Trump is one step away from wandering into the White House halls. Blah, 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 blah. The freedom of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. Yes. And like the thing is, I would have been able to politely disagree, but this is where I was kind of saying, like, off the bat, like, the fact is, I do think that, like, since it was like the first show of a panel show of This Space Creators, we've been doing this for a year. It was kind of wild, like, to have somebody so new, literally, doesn't, like, I had never met him, he had never been on the channel, and then it was like the whole show was essentially devoted to his stuff. Now I do kind of come off catty, but I'm just being real. This is exactly where it was at, where I was like, all right, man. That's why this Thursday, at least I'm prepared for it. But I do still hold that it's like, you know, like, okay, you can introduce him, but he needs to earn his space, like he actually, like, needs to do some time on this space before he actually becomes a mainstay on, like, our fucking panel show. Or am I out of pocket on that one? If someone offends you by being stupid, you are fully allowed to call them a dumbass. That's true. I didn't know what you had in mind for the show. I'm sorry. It's okay, man. Like, the thing is, DA, no hard feelings, because if anything, I applaud your gusto, man. Fuck. I barely have enough time to fucking do everything in my life, and then, you know, I threw that out there. I didn't necessarily want to control it. That's why I fucking threw it to Andrea, where I was like, fuck it. You know, like, because I don't. Like, the way that you handled that, you did a great job, man. And you do a great job. I love you, brother. Like, fuck. No hard feelings. It's just, this is one of those things where I've already made, like, the only reason I'm even handling this here is because I'm a blabbermouth, man. I fucking already let my entire audience know this one, so it's not like we're really hiding anything. Yeah, Pep, they need to earn seniority in the PSL before they can do anything. I mean, it is true, though. Like, because we've been doing this for a year. You know, a bunch of us have put in a lot of time and effort into this project. No, and I understand that. I thought it'd be fun to introduce a new host. Unfortunately, I would have shot that one down had you, like, run that by me. And, like, I don't know, like, the other thing is, it's not just me. This is where I'm going to say, like, it seemed like everybody else was pretty cool with it, so that's where I'm not necessarily that upset outside of just being more, I guess, perturbed. It was just like, meh. It's like a minor annoyance, man. No, it's nice to meet him. The thing is, even if I disagree with him, and even if I was a little bit of a dick to him, like, realistically, that's my first exposure to him. He was saying some pretty out-of-pocket shit, let's be real. I mean, I like how you shut him down with the ist thing, because he kept saying, I'm a Maoist, and I was just like, I wanted to shut him down on that one, but I was being polite. But for real. I also probably could have been more open with what I expected out of it. Like, just in our, you know, group chats, or even with you on this show, man. Like, fuck. Like, I own my side on this one. You know? I ain't perfect, but... Why is it focusing on shutting him down, not clarifying? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that, Sylvie. But No, I think that like the next few, like we, you know, I mean, he's probably already booked for this Thursday, which is fine, but that, like, you have to understand, if we're doing rotating spots, like, no, dude, we can't be doing that. Like, that's kind of... It's not asking too much to, like, have him at least put a few shows out on this space and then come and rejoin us. I think that that's totally, you know, fine. You're a director at heart. I do like to massage people to get them all working together. I try to be a good moderator. You are a good moderator. I'll give you that, dude. You jumped in at the right times. You definitely, like, you have that nature. Like, honestly, I think you'd be a good debate moderator. I do. Because you have a good, like, you have that good ability to sense when things are getting a little tense. So, yo, Jesus Christ. Hi. I've given context for what you thought was out of pocket in my synopsis. No, I know. Okay, hi, team. Yeah, right. He's going to do it again this week to make his decision if he wants his own spot, or wait, his own hour. From then on, it's up to him, rotating spot number. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, as I said, like, it's a little wild. Like, why? He couldn't decide, like, based on that first one or just based on this space. Like, what's... All right, why is his onboarding, like, so special? I'm going to just ask that. It doesn't seem to make sense. You know, unless we couldn't fill the spot. Because, like, I was under the impression that, you know, they're going to try and get, you know, Andrea, me, you, Christina, Jeff. But, nah. Pet your cat or your dog? Well, if you're gonna... And now he's looking at me like I'm so fucking mean. Because I couldn't keep petting him. Maybe have this discussion behind the scenes. Alright. Nah, I mean, we can do the rest behind the scenes. That's fine. Yeah, just hit me up on Discord. We'll chat it out, man. No biggie. But, like I also said, I've been very open about this. Oh, do not apologize. No, man, don't apologize. If anything, I'm the one who was like, I was putting it out there. Like, Sylvie, literally, before you popped on, Sylvie was telling me, like, how I overshare and how, like, yeah, I get it, man. But, realistically, no, thanks, Snatch. I appreciate that. But with that being said, it is going to make for an interesting program on Thursday, guys. Just so you guys can get amped up and excited about it. Come and join us on this space. It's going to be fun, regardless. Yeah, no, I was seriously, like, after that kind of did show me. I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, I would love to see how you handle, like, a Republican, like, versus, you know, lefty debate. Like, that would be... I think you got that, man. Like, I do. I don't. Because I would... The thing is, like, I would debate the points. And, like, I would try to, like, be too engaged. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, nah, you knew how to sit back, listen, eventually chime in, be like, eh... I'll be honest, there were just a few times where it's like, I felt like there were moments that we couldn't even get a word in edgewise. And when I say we, I mean, like, the collective panel, where it was just like, damn, dude, like, it was educational, though. I will also say, like, I have a new respect for BRG's, you know, his channel, his knowledge on all this stuff. He's definitely a good conduit to the DSA, I will say that much. Although, that's what we should probably talk about on Thursday, is how we are now officially designated terrorists. We kind of covered that a little bit on Thursday, but Now it's official. Now they got the DSA, PSL, and a whole list of people. I wasn't on there. I was insulted. I got to pee, and I was just like, ah, man. No pep talks. Damn. You know who was right there, though? Piker. Hassan Piker right there. Which I actually just realized that that's kind of cool. Like, if me and Hassan, for any reason, if we were ever, like, in a, you know, some scenario where they have to go by your last name, it's like, hey, we're in the same group. Cool. I'd be considered a fraud if I moved to Kansas. Wait, something I want to see is like someone who's a liberal debating a hardcore leftist or a conservative debating a MAGA shill. I mean, that happens a lot. If you want to see that content, shit, go to Parker gets... Well, no, Parker does mostly MAGA debates. You're right. Hold on. Huh. Wait, Zateo interviewed Hassan and they called it the Two Hassans? Ah, shit, I gotta watch that on stream tomorrow. That'll be fun. If you want to see that... Here. Let me put that on my list for tomorrow. So I do not forget. He has debate. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Hassan. My baldest op, is that it?
Who cares about people's feelings? We're talking about a genocide. It's not a secret that the...
That's not it. That's just him on Zateo. I'm not seeing the Two Hassan. When was this? Was this like a while ago? Alright, guys. I'm gonna start wrapping the show here. I do want to find this, though. Okay, I'm guessing that it's this interview with Zateo. Just in general, where he's sitting across from... But that was definitely not Mehdi Hassan. They teased it as a short? Oh, okay. People with transgender identities are considered frauds in Kansas? Oh, Jesus, really? Yeah. One of my friends is dealing with all the repercussions of that stuff. She's trying to travel. They were going to go to Japan and shit, and now they can't, because the whole passport issue. Sucks, dude. I wish people could get out of their asses. Fucking be cooler, but may not be out by tomorrow. Oh, that's what it might be. If you want to see MAGA Chuds debate, well, we have a local guy who runs Bloodsport debate called Speakeasy. Yeah, we do. He's a decent dude. I mean, I don't know. I've gotten into a few back and forth with him where I was just like, come on, man. Like, really? Politics and identity shouldn't intertwine as much as they do. Don't mind Stan. I coughed and he didn't like it. The trans girl who was being charged in Kansas got charges dropped against her. The suit's no longer a thing. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. No. Okay. Thank you for that. Can we stop that? Like, this is... all right. All right. Finally. You can stop doomering on that one. But yeah, no matter what you do in Kansas as a trans person, they will likely try to charge you with fraud. But the case... No. Okay. I mean, the case fell through, so it doesn't... Stan has opinions and shall make them known. I mean, that's Stan right there, bud. Stan is very much his father's dog. Hey, JR, thank you for the follow. Or the sub. I really appreciate that, man. Okay. You finally joined DSA? Fucking high five. You get a high 10. There. Let's do the, we'll do like the sumo high fives. Or E Honda. We high five like E Honda. I have not seen the Odyssey yet. No, I didn't. I don't have time. I probably won't see the Odyssey until it's out, like, on a home platform. I barely get to go to the movies anymore. Viral case, but the law. BJG. Let me know. There was a dues waiver. I couldn't afford it, but now I'm in. I do know that, like, they, if you can't afford it, like, you can tell them that, and they will waive the fee initially. I am not a Nolan stan. Odyssey is great. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I do want to see it. There's no IMAX showings that are available near us right now, and that's the only way that I would actually get out of my house to go see it. Because right now, yeah, it's kind of... I'm glad to hear it's great, though. That's awesome, because I was hoping that it's great. Did they wrap everything up in it? Like, or did it seem kind of loosey-goosey? Because, man, you would expect the Odyssey to be a 5-hour movie. Excuse me. Yeah, if you talk with DSA, oftentimes they have a way to waive the fee if you cannot pay for it. I'll watch it on my phone just to annoy Nolan. Well, I mean, at least now I know for a fact that me and DA, like, if we do get locked up, we will be put in the same creator space. It'll be me, Devil's Advocate, and Angry Ginger sitting there. What was it Angry Ginger said? It'll be, we'll be running the prison, you know. Those are my ciggies. No, just remember, my ciggies. And then you get your allocated ciggies. Edible snacks, big comfy reclining chair. Perfect. Nice. I mean, the Odyssey lasted 10 years in the original myth. Yeah, no, I understand that. Like, how, like, I'm just wondering. Blink 182 all day. Dookie's a great fucking album, but Blink 182 has way too many just like certifiable bangers. I was super into Blink 182, so. But how about no effects over both of them? 6.8 out of 10. Good tone going. Length was questionable. American Idiot holds up. Oh, dude, my favorite thing to see is going to, like, you know, Trump rallies or something, and they're using fucking American Idiot, and you're just like, do you not? Okay. Green Day fan. Oh, hell yeah. Inception, slow burn until the end. I didn't. Inception was okay. I liked Tenet a lot. I actually just went back and rewatched Tenet. Tenet is a really good movie. Especially when you understand what is, like, when I finally understood what was going on, which, if you guys do not want Tenet spoiled, I'm going to, when I put my hand up, I'm going to keep it up until I am done spoiling it, okay? So, hands up, you can mute. Now, yeah, the whole end of Tenet where it's technically like the protagonist is the antagonist. Like, the entire thing is it's an Ouroboros loop that he has to get started, and it's crazy. It's crazy. It's one of my, like, honestly, I love it. All right, you can come back now. Yes, thank you, Pat. Most people hate Tenet. I don't think it's because I think it's because they didn't get it. I think it's because it was so convoluted and confusing at times that they just, like, they got lost and they were like, I didn't like it. It's just like, nah, I really liked it. My favorite Green Day songs are 21 Guns, good one. She's a Rebel, Ordinary World. Nice. 21 Guns is actually a really good song. Like, no, yeah. I haven't thought about Green Day in a while. It's completely up to you, its own ass as a movie. But once you get it, it's so cool. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, exactly. Once you understand what the entire plot was and what the, like, I guess you could call it a MacGuffin, but it was actually more of a MacGuffin. It was more than a MacGuffin. This was one of those, like, weird ones where you thought it was a MacGuffin until you're like, that's the whole movie! It's pretty fucking cool, man. Can't say the only no effects I can... Oh, I love... Pump Up the Volume is probably my favorite album by them. Although, there's just so many good ones. Lithium is... it's a good song. Linoleum is a good album. Yeah, man. Although, oh my god, Oxymoronic is probably, like, right now so good. I don't remember much about Tenet. You should rewatch it. Yes, you should. You really should. No, Tenet's one of those ones that when you rewatch it, you'll be like, okay, this is, like, the direction's so good because, obviously, Nolan, but the story is fucking fire. I'd argue it's way better than Inception, in my opinion. But Inception came out at a time where it was like, you know, kind of like big deal. Man, second day I have done 11 hours of stream in 2 weeks. By the way, Alex, I'll get back to you after stream here if you're still listening. Worst case, we can touch base in the morning. It's like Inception, but Nolan going, fuck them, audience. That's a good way of putting it. Where he's just like, I do not care if they understand this. It's gonna be great. They're gonna be confused as shit. Yeah, Robert Pattinson's character in that movie is so fucking cool. Especially once you know, like, the entire, like, tie that brings it all. It's just, I don't know, guys. I'm definitely into it. Hence why I also want to go see The Odyssey, though, because I would love to go, like, just seeing Christopher Nolan's direction on it is going to be fucking cool. Like, Christopher Nolan is one of those guys that's so up his own ass, but he does have the right to be, at least after, like, The Dark Knight. Dark Knight Rises was good until the very end. I don't know. Everything that had Talia al Ghul was ass. I like Denzel's kid. Yeah, dude. No, Denzel's kid, he is really good in most of the things that he's been in. I watched The Creator the other day. That's a great movie, guys. If you haven't seen The Creator, give that a watch. It was made by Gareth Edwards, the guy that did... Rogue One. Morning is fine. All right. I'll catch you, man. Have a good night. Also, thank you for being a sport about this, man. Like, most people would be like, can we handle this, like, privately? It's just, no. We have creator drama on stream. Come on now. That's how you make content. Keep them waiting. You know? And keep them waiting and wanting. No, now we could just have somebody spread the rumor that me and Alex got into it on in chat today. Just be like, oh guys, did you hear about Alex and Pep in chat yesterday? And then just be very coy about it. Just be like, no, it got nuts. It got nuts. It's just like, no, it's the same shit. Ooh, Backrooms. Yeah, I want to see Backrooms really bad. I really want to see Backrooms. Yeah. No, I got to see Backrooms. I refuse to watch Obsession again. I saw that it was out on, like, Peacock or some shit like that. I was just like, nope. I have Peacock for free until November. Yeah. Hyper niche lefty creator drama, all the rage these days. I mean, hey, you never know. still got to watch Obsession. I'll just say this: if you guys are sensitive to cat stuff, like, you know, I'll just say it, like cat death. Maybe not the movie for you. I kind of wish somebody would have told me that before I saw it, because I did have that moment where I was just like, oh, not cool, and it sticks with you. It sticks with you for a while. Yeah, Cassandra, don't do that. Don't do that. Then don't. Just don't. Yeah, no, don't. Trust me. I had a hard time with it where I was just like, oh my God. Like, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it through this movie. I made it through the movie. Can I just say that Bear, the main character, fuck him. Oh my God. Fucking Bear sucks. Oh, he's the worst character in the entire fucking movie. He's got obviously the entire obsession angle, but then there's like this whole like surprise that it's just like, oh yeah, there was actually a girl that liked, like, fuck you. God, he's just such an insufferable ass. Ugh. HBO's Rome is what I'm watching. Damn good show. Yeah, it is. I haven't seen it in years, but it is really good. I'm watching House of the Dragon because I can't help myself. I love me some good old Game of Thrones stuff. And House of the Dragon is good. After seeing raw photos and videos of Palestine, I don't know. I think I can handle most media representation of death now. I actually have no problem with horror films, death, or any of that shit. It's when it happens to animals. I cannot stand when a horror movie goes for the cheap kill, like with a dog or like a cat. Like, you don't need to. You don't need to. I hate that shit. I really do. But also, I get that some people don't care. I just know for me, like, for John Wick, I have to fast forward to the 14-minute mark. Plain and simple. I cannot watch his dog die. Hey, that's the entire motivation for John Wick. Yeah, I'm aware, but you know what I like about John Wick movies? They never do that again. Actually, Good Boy. I watched the movie Good Boy, because the dog doesn't die. And I will fucking totally spoil that part of that movie. Yeah, you don't have to worry about the dog dying. It's a fucking creepy ass movie, and there are legitimately some like scary ass scenes in it. But yeah, the dog does not die. So that's why I was like, okay, I'm okay. I get why they did it. It shows that Bear is careless to the things he claims to love. He left the pills out, and the cat ended up getting into him. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, his fucking... But then he was also saying this about his fucking mom. Like, God, he's such an ass. He's such an ass. Oh, my God. I'm so glad that the movie ended the way it did. There's another one about dog fighting. Dog with Antonio Banderas and Malkovich. Ooh, yeah, I couldn't watch that. Malkovich and Antonio Banderas. Huh. Okay, spoilers. Honestly, that's what happens. Dude, it happens in the beginning of the movie. Like, it literally happens in the first 5 minutes of Obsession, so... Yeah. Yeah, ooh, spoilers. I spoiled the fucking first 5 minutes. I spoiled the part that if you were taking too long of a piss at the movie theater, then you would have missed. No, it's not a spoiler. Just explaining the metaphor behind it. Yeah, exactly. I didn't say what happened. I didn't say what happened. I just said, the ending's good. Probably should have given a spoiler warning, though. Yeah. I'll just say it. Like, again, just be very, very aware that, when you watch that movie, you're gonna want, like, dude, Bear is just, as I said, he's like the fucking worst character I think that I've seen in a movie in a long time, where I was just like, I genuinely do not like this guy. Now I don't like the act, like, because the actor was so good at playing him, whereas, you know, fucking, oh my god, I forgot her name. The Obsession Girl. I know her actress's name, Indy Navarrete. Like, yeah. I'm glad that her overnight stardom has definitely ignited. Did you see that she's going pretty much right from horror movies to auditioning for Marvel movies? I was like, hey, she's going for it, man. She's put her time in and she's done. She's like, I love one of the memes that was just like, she don't give a fuck about your student film. Essay manipulation, pet death, lack of consent, and the the lack of consent thing. Lack of consent is a big one. Yeah, honestly. I think I'll just skip it for now. Sounds like an intense watch. It is. No, it really is. Yeah. Nikki, that was her name in the movie. Yeah, the whole thing is fucked up. Like, the entire movie is genuinely fucked up. Like, again, taking away consent from somebody, making them into something that they're not. Like, it's just, it's a... Now, will I say it was well acted, well directed, well written? Fuck yeah. No, it really was. It deserves all the praise that it's been getting and all the hype that it's been getting. But, yeah. I'll just say it was way more intense than I was prepared to deal with. But I did watch They Will Kill You. Great movie. You should definitely check that out. You guys are interested in just like a high octane dash horror movie. That one is actually like, it's fine. It's just, if you get grossed out by, like, you know, gore, then yeah, maybe don't. Bear's actor had to be as silly as he could on set to prevent him from being too disgusted with Bear in order to play the character without being disturbed. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, because he's a fucking absolute piece of shit. I started seeing like these like Reddit forums talking about how like Bear was the victim and blah blah blah. I was like, oh my god, how? Like, immediately I'm just like, is this a bunch of right wingers? Like, what the fuck? What? How does he become a sympathetic? What? Yeah, he's a horrible character. No, he's a horrible character. And yeah, it's why, it's why it makes him interesting. I wouldn't say it makes him a good character. It just makes him an interesting character. He's an absolutely horrible person. That's why the plot works. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's where I will say, like, it didn't kind of make it easier for me to just be like, fuck this guy. Like, but that was also part of it where you're just like, fuck this guy. Oh my god. Like, the way he ruins everybody's life just by being such a fucking, just like, yeah, thoughtless, selfish prick. Sounds like a take from someone like the Critical Drinker. Yeah, that's about right. We talking Cocaine Bear? It's a good movie. Yeah, we're talking about Obsession. Which, as I said, good movie. But, alright guys, we did it. 9 hours. Woo! It's time for me to go to bed. Like I said about tomorrow, I know it says Wednesday 2 p.m. up here, but it's going to be Wednesday 4 p.m. And unfortunately, it might be only a 2-hour show. I'm going to try to put in 3 hours if I can. I don't know what's going to happen. But with that being said, I really appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. If you guys have not already, hit that like button and double tap that screen. Please consider doing so. If you haven't already followed over on Twitch, I really appreciate that. Also, if you have not already subbed on YouTube, I can really use the boost. We're getting so close to the 3K mark. I really, really appreciate you guys being here and hanging out tonight. Let me stall for time to get my Twitter link and my Twitch link up, and then I will be saying good night. Well, good morning. Yes, good morning. It is actually 1 in the morning here. So, all right, guys. I really appreciate you guys being here. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.